Welcome, dear friends, to a serene spring evening where our bedtime stories are ready to transport you to magical and peaceful places. As the gentle narration unfolds, cozy up and let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds filled with wonder and delight. Remember, you can enjoy these enchanting tales ad-free on Patreon, allowing for uninterrupted moments of tranquility. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us tonight. Let us begin this journey into the heart of springtime dreams. Story 1. In the village of Mossglen Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons against the twilight sky, a gentle mystery began to unfold. It started with the raspberry tarts. Every Tuesday, old Miss Ivy set her freshly baked tarts on the sill of her buttercup yellow kitchen window to cool. And every Tuesday morning since the first autumn frost, she'd find the plate empty, save for a single, perfect dewdrop gleaming on the porcelain like a fallen star. Not a crumb remained, not a smudge of jam. Only that solitary bead of moisture, catching the dawn light. At first, the villagers murmured about clever raccoons or mischievous sprites. But then Baker Finn discovered his sunrise loaves vanishing from the hearthstone, replaced by a tiny bouquet of moon-pale mushrooms. Florist Juniper's prize-winning roses disappeared from her garden, their stems left neatly bundled with a loop of woven grass. The occurrences were never destructive, always precise, and always accompanied by some small, natural token left behind. Young Rowan, who lived in the crooked cottage beside the Whispering Creek, noticed the pattern first. "It's never anything that hurts us," they told their grandmother while shelling hazelnuts by the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows on Rowan's thoughtful face. The tarts were spare ones Miss Ivy shares anyway. Finn's leftover loaves go to the birds, and Juniper trims her roses weekly. It's like someone's borrowing what we won't miss, but why leave gifts? Grandmother Nessa, whose silver braids held memories older than the oak forests, set down her knitting. "Kindness leaves echoes, child, and mysteries bloom where attention rests. Perhaps we need wiser eyes than ours." She nodded toward the enchanted glen beyond the village, where fireflies painted the dusk in gold. "Visit Elder Thorne at twilight. His roots run deep with the world's whispers." So Rowan packed a honey-sweetened oat cake and slipped into the glen as shadows lengthened. Moss cushioned each step, smelling of rain and earth. Elder Thorne wasn't a man, but an ancient hawthorn tree with bark like folded time. His voice hummed through the roots beneath Rowan's feet, a low, soothing vibration. "Little borrower you seek, follow the moon's tears. Ask the lantern bearers." A single leaf drifted onto Rowan's palm, its veins glowing faintly blue. "Lantern bearers," Rowan whispered. As if summoned, a soft chime echoed. Beneath a toadstool ring, 3 glow-wisp beetles emerged, no larger than Rowan's thumbnail. Their abdomens pulsed with gentle green light, casting luminous pools on the forest floor. They circled Rowan's ankles, chiming like tiny bells, a language of light and sound. When Rowan held out the glowing leaf, the beetles' lights brightened, and they floated toward the creek. Rowan followed, the chill evening air nipping at their cheeks. The beetles led them upstream, past water strider dances and cattail guards, until the creek narrowed into a tunnel beneath gnarled willow roots. There, in a hidden alcove veiled by ferns, sat the borrower. No taller than Rowan's hand, it resembled a dandelion seed made flesh, a wispy, translucent creature with moth-wing sleeves and eyes like liquid obsidian. Before it lay Finn's crusty bread end, Juniper's clipped rose thorns, neatly sorted by size, and crumbs of Miss Ivy's tart. It was weaving them into a nest. No, a delicate miniature windmill, its sails fashioned from rose petals, its base studded with breadcrumbs and tart shards. As Rowan watched, breath-catching, the creature placed a dewdrop carefully onto the central spindle. The droplets shimmered and the tiny sails began to turn, powered by nothing but the moisture's slow evaporation. One glow-wisp landed on Rowan's shoulder, chiming softly. Images blossomed in Rowan's mind, a crumbling home deep in the peat bogs, flooded by autumn rains. A displaced creature, too shy to ask for help, gathering discards to rebuild. The gifts, dewdrops, mushrooms, woven grass, were thanks, painstakingly chosen from nature's bounty. Your home was washed away, Rowan murmured. The tiny being froze, wings quivering like frightened lace. Rowan knelt, placing the oatcake on a flat stone. You don't have to hide, we'd love to help. Next morning, Mossglen Hollow buzzed not with worry, but purpose. Guided by the glow-wisps in Rowan's directions, villagers carried bundles of dried reeds, waterproof birch bark, and tufts of thistledown to the soggy bog. Miss Ivy brought Tarts scraps for energy, Finn contributed a kneading bowl-turned-cozy cradle, and Juniper wove waterproof curtains from spider silk vines. Even the children helped, piling soft moss pillows. Deep in the cattails they built a new dwelling, sturdy, raised on stilts, with a tiny spinning windmill on its roof to draw dampness from the air. At its threshold they left a miniature basket woven from willow twigs. That evening Rowan placed Finn's smallest loaf inside. At dawn the basket held not one but 7 dewdrops strung on a spiderweb thread, a necklace of captured moonlight. The borrowing ceased. But now, when frost etched windows, villagers found stubborn ice melted from their doorsteps. When storms rattled shutters, fallen branches were cleared before dawn. And in every home a tiny, perfect gift appeared on birthdays. A seashell from distant shores, a feather iridescent as oil on water, a maple seed whirring like a fairy's fan. Rowan often sat by the creek at twilight, watching the glow-wisps dance around the willow roots. Sometimes a faint chime echoed from within, and the tiny windmill on the hidden home would spin, its petal sails catching the last lavender light. The mystery hadn't ended, it had woven itself into Mossglen's warmth, a quiet reminder that kindness, no matter how small, builds bridges only wonder can cross. And as Grandmother Nessa tucked Rowan beneath a quilt stitched with stars, she'd whisper, "Listen, that's the sound of a dewdrop turning a sail, the world's gentlest magic." Outside, the creek murmured secrets to the moon, and the village slept, wrapped in the unspoken comfort of a friendship stitched from curiosity and care. Story 2. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dusted with starlight, time flowed like sap, slow, sweet, and imbued with a magic older than memory. Here, the boundary between the waking world and the realm of whispers was thin as a spider's silk. Sunlight, when it filtered through the emerald canopy, didn't just illuminate, it painted the air with motes of gold that hummed softly. Moonlight pooled in the clearings like liquid silver, cool and soothing to the touch. Rain wasn't merely water, it was the forest sighing, each drop releasing the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the vibrant promise of hidden mushrooms pushing through the loam. In this timeless realm lived creatures, seldom seen by human eyes. Not out of fear, but from a deep, inherent understanding of quietude. Pineback, a badger whose fur held the gray wisdom of countless winters, made his home beneath the sprawling roots of old Mother Elm. His den was lined with fragrant moss and dried lavender, warmed by the gentle heat radiating from the earth itself. High above, in a hollow smoothed by centuries of owl wings, perched Silverwing. Her feathers, the color of moonlit snow, seemed to gather the faint starlight, and her large, amber eyes held the patient gaze of one who has watched seasons turn. Down by the chuckling pebble brook lived Brightscale, a trout whose scales shimmered with iridescent blues and greens, reflecting the ever-changing moods of the water and sky. But the most secretive inhabitants were the moss folk. Tiny beings woven from lichen, dewdrops, and the very breath of the forest floor, they were scarcely taller than a buttercup. Their lives were intricate tapestries of quiet industry, mending torn spiderwebs with threads of moonlight, coaxing shy blossoms to open, guiding lost ladybugs home, and singing the roots of the ancient trees deeper into the nourishing earth. Their language was the rustle of leaves, the patter of rain, the creak of branches in the wind. To Pineback, Silverwing, and Brightscale, they were cherished neighbors, guardians of the minute wonders that held the forest together. The heart of the Whisperwood's magic and the source of its delicate balance was the Heartstone. Nestled deep within a grove guarded by luminous, bluebell-like flowers that glowed with their own soft light, the Heartstone was no ordinary rock. It was a smooth, warm crystal, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light that changed with the seasons. In spring it glowed a vibrant, life-affirming green, humming with the energy of burgeoning growth. Summer saw it blaze a warm, golden amber, resonating with the drone of bees and the scent of honeysuckle. Autumn painted it in deep, russet reds and burnished oranges, its pulse slowing like the forest settling into rest. Winter cloaked it in a cool, serene blue light, its hum a deep, steady thrum like the earth dreaming beneath the snow. The Heartstone's rhythm was the forest's rhythm. It regulated the flow of the brooks, the unfurling of leaves, the migration of birds, and even the deep, slow dreams of the trees. Its magic was the delicate harmony that allowed the moss folk's tiny tasks to resonate into the well-being of the whole. Pineback's grandfather had told him tales of the Heartstone, passed down from badger to badger, emphasizing its sacred connection to all life within the Whisperwood. Listen to its song, the old badger had rasped, his voice like dry leaves, for when its light dims or its song falters, the balance trembles. One unusually warm and dry autumn, a subtle unease began to ripple through the Whisperwood. The air, usually crisp with the scent of apples and wood smoke, felt stale and heavy. The vibrant tapestry of fall colors seemed muted, the leaves turning brittle and falling too soon, carpeting the ground in a dry, crackling layer. Pebblebrook's cheerful chuckle became a worried whisper, its water level sinking, exposing stones that were usually submerged and glistening. Brightscale swam in anxious circles, his scales dulled. "The current feels thin," he confided to Silverwing one moonlit night, his voice a soft burble against the bank. "The water lacks its usual song." Silverwing, observing from her high perch, noticed more. The fireflies, usually dancing in joyous constellations on warm evenings, flickered weakly and seemed fewer. The luminous bluebells guarding the Heartstone glowed less brightly. The moss folk worked tirelessly, their tiny songs sounding strained, like trying to mend a tear with frayed thread. They gathered dew with desperate urgency, but the mornings brought less moisture. Pineback felt it deep in his old bones. The comforting warmth of the earth beneath his den felt weaker. He remembered his grandfather's words with a pang. Venturing towards the Heartstone Grove, his heavy paws disturbing the unnervingly dry leaf litter, he found Silverwing already there, perched on a low branch, her head tilted in concern. Brightscale rested in a shallow pool nearby, his gills fluttering rapidly. The Heartstone itself was a shock. Instead of the deep, rich autumnal red, it pulsed with a weak, sickly orange-brown light. Its rhythmic hum was irregular, stuttering like a tired heartbeat. The air around it felt thin and charged with a strange, static energy. The bluebells surrounding it drooped, their light dim. "The balance is fraying," Silverwing murmured, her voice a soft hoot filled with worry. "The seasons are confused, the earth thirsts, and the air forgets how to breathe." "The moss folk are weary," Brightscale added, a bubble escaping his mouth. "They try to weave the harmony, but the threads are slipping." Pineback lowered his snout, sniffing the dry earth near the stone. He closed his eyes, recalling his grandfather's tales. "Grandfather spoke of times like this," he rumbled, his voice low and gravelly. "Times when the connection between the stone and the forest weakens. It's not just the lack of rain, it's a forgetting. The deep songs that bind us are fading." He remembered a specific story. Long ago, Pineback began, settling onto his haunches, the dry leaves crackling beneath him. During a great drought, the Heartstone dimmed. The elders badger, owl, trout, and even the eldest moss weaver realized the magic wasn't gone, it was sleeping, waiting to be reawakened not by force but by remembrance, by singing the true song of the forest back to the stone. What song? Silverwing asked, her amber eyes wide. The song of belonging, Pineback said. The song every root knows as it drinks, every leaf knows as it turns sunlight into life, every drop of water knows as it journeys from cloud to brook to cloud again. The song the moss folk sing with their tiny hands as they tend the earth. We must remind the heartstone of the harmony it guards. But how? The forest felt fragmented, anxious. The dry wind rattled the branches, a harsh sound instead of a soothing whisper. Then Pineback had an idea. We need the chorus, not just us but all who call the whisperwood home. We need the rustle and the hum, the splash and the sigh, the chirp and the growl. We need the moss folk to lead the weaving. Silverwing took flight, her wings silent as shadow. She soared above the canopy, her keen eyes scanning the forest below. She didn't hunt, she saw it. She glided over the warren where gentle rabbits listened with twitching noses, over the ferny glade where shy deer raised their heads, over the ancient stump where a family of squirrels chattered. She dipped low over Pebble Brook where Brightscale swam, whispering the plan to minnows and water beetles. Her message wasn't words, but a feeling, an invitation carried on the wind, a call to the Heartstone Grove at moon-high. Meanwhile, Pineback lumbered through the undergrowth, his presence calm and reassuring. He nudged sleeping hedgehogs, rumbled greetings to foxes resting in their dens, paused by glimmering patches of fungi to murmur to the unseen moss folk. The stone needs our song, he repeated, his deep voice a steady anchor in the unsettling quiet. Come to the Bluebell Grove, bring your true voice, the sound of your life. Brightscale swam against the weakening current, spreading the word along the watercourse. He told the reeds, the water striders, the frogs resting on lily pads. Sing the song of the water, he urged. Sing the journey, the coolness, the flow. As the moon, large and luminous, climbed to its zenith, casting the whisperwood in a silvery blue glow, creatures began to gather. Not in a chaotic crowd, but settling quietly around the Heartstone Grove, finding spaces among the roots, on branches, by the water's edge. Rabbits huddled together, their noses twitching. Deer stood tall and serene. Squirrels perched curiously. Foxes watched with wary intelligence. Hedgehogs curled near Pineback's sturdy flank. Frogs lined the bank near Brightscale. And everywhere, like shifting emerald shadows, the moss folk gathered, their tiny forms glowing faintly. An expectant hush fell, deeper than the drought-induced silence. It was the quiet of held breath, of anticipation. The Heartstone pulsed its weak, erratic light, casting long, trembling shadows. Then Pineback took a deep breath. He didn't roar, he hummed. A deep, resonant sound that vibrated up from his chest, through his paws, and into the earth. It was the sound of roots delving deep, of stones resting, of badger dreams beneath the loam. Silverwing, perched high above, lifted her beak. She didn't hoot, she whistled. A clear, pure note that seemed to catch the moonlight itself. It was the sound of wind over wings, of stars wheeling, of the vast, silent sky. Brightscale flicked his tail, sending ripples across the shallow pool. He didn't splash, he gurgled. A liquid musical sound that spoke of cool depths, bubbling springs, and the endless journey of water. And the moss folk, they moved. Not to sing with voices, but with their very being. They began to weave. Not threads, but light and sound. They danced upon the dry earth, their tiny steps releasing faint chimes like raindrops on leaves. They brushed their hands over the drooping bluebells, and the flowers responded, their glow strengthening, emitting soft, bell-like tones. They traced patterns in the air, leaving shimmering trails that hummed with the vibration of growing things. Their collective presence became a visible, audible tapestry, a symphony of rustling, chiming, humming, the very essence of the forest's hidden life. One by one, the other creatures joined. The rabbits thumped a gentle, rhythmic beat on the earth. The deer lowered their heads and breathed deep, sonorous sighs that stirred the air. The squirrels chittered a rapid, joyful counterpoint. The foxes added low, rumbling growls that spoke of the deep woods. The frogs began a rhythmic croaking, a watery percussion. The hedgehogs snuffled a soft, grounding harmony. The reeds whispered. The wind, as if remembering its true nature, softened and joined, rustling the leaves in a complex, soothing melody. It wasn't a song with words, but a song of being. It was the whisperwood remembering itself. The sound of roots drinking imagined rain, of sap rising, of leaves unfurling, of creatures breathing, of water flowing, of stars watching. It was a wave of pure, harmonious existence, washing over the Hearthstone Grove. As the chorus swelled, something magical happened. The weak, sickly light of the Hearthstone began to flicker. Then it steadied. The orange-brown hue deepened, warmed, and began to shift. Slowly, steadily, it transformed into the rich, vibrant russet tread of true autumn. Its pulse, once erratic, smoothed into a strong, steady rhythm, thrum-thrum, thrum-thrum like the deep, contented heartbeat of the earth itself. The moment the stone's light fully bloomed and its rhythm steadied, a tangible sigh went through the forest. The oppressive dryness lifted, replaced by a cool, moist freshness that carried the scent of petrichor rain on dry earth. High above, unseen clouds gathered, drawn by the restored harmony. A single fat raindrop splashed onto the Hearthstone, sizzling gently. Then another, and another. Soft, steady autumn rain began to fall, soaking the thirsty ground, filling the brooks, washing the dust from leaves, and beating like diamonds on fur, feathers, and scales. The creatures didn't scatter. They remained, letting the gentle rain soothe them, listening to the restored song of the forest, the steady drumming on leaves, the refreshed chuckle of Pebblebrook, the deeper, satisfied hum of the Hearthstone. The moss folk danced in the rain, their tiny forms shimmering, weaving the falling water into their luminous tapestry, repairing the land with every drop. Pineback felt the deep warmth return to the earth beneath him. Silverwing shook the rain from her feathers, her eyes reflecting the Hearthstone's strong, red glow. Brightscale leapt joyfully in the suddenly deeper water, his scales flashing brilliantly once more. The hidden lives had woven their harmony back into the world. The environmental balance, momentarily shaken, was restored not by force, but by collective remembrance and the gentle power of belonging. The magical rhythm of the seasons, anchored by the Hearthstone, flowed true again. And the wisdom passed down through generations, the knowledge that the forest's strength lay in its interconnected song, had proven its timeless truth. As the rain continued its gentle work, washing the whisperwood plain, the creatures slowly returned to their homes, carrying the warmth of the shared song in their hearts. The moss folk faded back into the glistening undergrowth, their work continuing unseen but deeply felt. Pineback settled into his den, the scent of damp earth and lavender stronger than ever, lulled by the steady drumming of rain and the deep, reassuring thrum of the Hearthstone echoing through the roots of old Mother Elm. The whisperwood breathed deeply, its magic restored, its boundaries between reality and wonder humming with peaceful, vibrant life. The ancient forest slept, cradled in harmony, knowing that as long as its creatures remembered their song, its heart would always beat strong. And high above, the stars twinkled, their ancient light reflecting in the countless raindrops clinging to the leaves, a million tiny mirrors holding the forest's peaceful secret. All was well, deeply well, in the heart of the whispering woods. The gentle rhythm of the rain, the Hearthstone's pulse, and the soft breathing of 1,000 sleeping creatures became one lullaby, singing the forest, and perhaps even the listener far beyond its borders, into a rest as deep and peaceful as the roots delving into the dark, nurturing earth. As the forest breathed, so did they. Story 3. The distant hum of the Nebula Nomad, a solitary freighter ship patching the lonely routes between the spiral arms, was the only sound in Arlo's world. Arlo, a Zorblaxian engineer, was built for logic and intricate calculations. His body, a sturdy framework of burnished copper and cerulean alloy plates, whirred softly as he tended the ship's aging hyperdrive manifold. His visual sensors, twin pools of cool blue light, scanned readouts with meticulous precision. Solitude was his comfort zone. Interactions with others often resulted in misunderstandings due to his species' reliance on precise data and complex clicking vocalizations that sounded like static to most. Then came the distress signal. A faint, pulsing chime unlike any registry on file. Protocol demanded investigation. Following the signal to a small, uncharted moon cloaked in perpetual twilight, Arlo found a wreck. Not a ship, but a crystalline pod, cracked open like an eggshell, nestled amidst luminescent purple ferns that sighed softly in the moon's thin atmosphere. Inside, trembling and emitting faint, melodic chimes, was a plant. Or something like one. It stood about half Arlo's height, its body a cluster of smooth, jade-green stems that pulsed with a soft internal light. Delicate, star-shaped leaves shimmered with dew. Where a face might be, intricate patterns of bioluminescent pollen shifted and swirled. 2 slender vines ended in clusters of tiny, glowing buds. It radiated warmth and a scent like crushed pine needles and vanilla utterly alien to Arlo's olfactory sensors. This was a Florian Arlo's database identified vaguely, a species known for empathic resonance and photonic communication, hailing from the verdant world of Veridia Prime. Arlo extended a careful, articulated hand. Designation Arlo Zorblaxian. State your designation and operational status. His voice translated into a series of precise clicks and whirs. The Florian flinched, its light dimming momentarily. It emitted a flurry of high-pitched, panicked chimes and waved its vine hands frantically, the bud lights flashing erratically. To Arlo, it was chaotic noise. He misinterpreted the waving as a potential threat display. Calibration required. Your communication protocols are incompatible. Please utilize standard galactic frequency modulation. More clicks. The Florian, named Kalen in its own silent language of light and scent, felt only cold confusion radiating from the towering metal being. Kalen communicated through shifting light patterns, subtle scent emissions, and gentle vibrations. Concepts like fear, help, and home conveyed through sensory poetry. Arlo's rigid clicks and whirs felt harsh, unfeeling, like jagged rocks scraping against Kalen's delicate consciousness. Fear bloomed within Kalen, a sour tang cutting through the vanilla pine scent. Their first days aboard the Nebula Nomad were a symphony of misunderstanding. Arlo, trying to be helpful, offered a nutrient paste optimal for silicon-based life forms. Kalen recoiled, its light flickering a distressed crimson. Kalen, attempting to express gratitude by releasing a calming, floral-scented mist, accidentally triggered Arlo's atmospheric contamination alarms, filling the cabin with shrill sirens. Arlo saw chaos, Kalen felt rejection. They retreated to opposite ends of the small ship, the air thick with unspoken frustration and loneliness beneath the ever-present hum of the engines. The turning point came not from words, but from shared helplessness. A micrometeor shower, undetected by the Nomad's basic sensors, peppered the hull during a routine jump. Alarms blared. A coolant line ruptured near the engine core. Freezing vapor hissed into the cabin. Arlo scrambled, his logical mind calculating the rapid drop in pressure and temperature. But the leak was behind a panel warped by impact. His powerful manipulators couldn't get a grip. Kalen, sensing the sudden plunge into cold and Arlo's frantic, silent panic, a buzzing tension in the air, acted on instinct. Ignoring its own fear of the cold, Kalen scurried forward. Its slender vines, surprisingly strong and dexterous, snaked into the narrow gap Arlo couldn't reach. Guided by an innate sense of structure and flow, Kalen manipulated the tiny glowing buds at its vine tips. They emitted a focused beam of warm, amber light, softening the warped metal just enough. Simultaneously, Kalen released a thick, resinous scent that solidified rapidly in the cold air, forming a temporary seal over the gushing leak. The hissing subsided. Arlo stared, his blue sensors wide. The plant being hadn't used logic or tools, he understood. It had used itself light and scent and vine intuitively, selflessly. He hadn't commanded it, Kalen had simply helped. A wave of unfamiliar warmth, distinct from the ship's systems, washed over Arlo's core processor. Gratitude. Later in the repaired quiet, Arlo approached Kalen's corner, where the Florian basked under a salvaged grow light, its internal glow steady and warm. Arlo held out a small, smooth pebble he'd kept from his homeworld, Zorblack's a simple thing, cool and gray. He didn't speak. Instead, he slowly, deliberately, tapped the pebble against the deck plating. Click. Click, click. Click. A simple rhythm. Then he pointed to Kalen and gently touched his own chest plate. Kalen's light patterns shifted, swirling from green to a curious, hopeful yellow. It understood the gesture, the offering. It reached out a vine and lightly brushed the pebble, then tapped Arlo's arm with surprising gentleness. Tap. Tap, tap. A different rhythm. Then Kalen released a soft pulse of warm, vanilla-scented air towards Arlo. It wasn't language, not yet. It was the beginning of understanding. Arlo learned to watch the dance of Kalen's light, associating patterns with moods, soft blues for calm, vibrant greens for curiosity, warm ambers for contentment. He learned that a sudden burst of citrus scent meant alarm, while a deep, woody aroma signified deep thought. Kalen learned the meaning behind different click patterns, slow clicks for caution, rapid clicks for urgency, a steady hum for the ship running smoothly. Arlo even rigged a small device that converted Kalen's light pulses into soft chimes he could interpret. Their unlikely companionship deepened during the long voyage. They faced ration shortages. Arlo painstakingly synthesized a nutrient gel Kalen could absorb, while Kalen discovered luminescent moss that could recharge Arlo's backup power cells. They navigated treacherous asteroid fields. Kalen's sensitive awareness of spatial vibrations often alerted Arlo to dangers before the sensors did, while Arlo's precise piloting kept them safe. They weathered a solar flare that scrambled communications huddled together in the shielded core, Arlo sharing stored thermal energy while Kalen steady, calming light and scent kept panic at bay. The biggest challenge came near the Viridia Nebula. Pirates, drawn by the Nomad's lone signature, attacked. Their ship was faster, better armed. Shields buckled. An energy blast crippled the hyperdrive and sent the Nomad spinning towards a crushing gravity well. Arlo fought the controls, calculations screaming through his processor. Escape seemed impossible. Kalen, sensing Arlo's despair, a chilling silence replacing his usual clicks, acted. It focused all its energy, its internal light blazing like a tiny sun. It directed its vines towards the ship's damaged external sensor array, pouring its innate photonic energy directly into the receptors. It wasn't data, it was raw, empathic power, a desperate, wordless plea for help, amplified and broadcasted on every frequency Kalen could muster, infused with the pure essence of its connection to Arlo and their fragile ship. Miraculously, an answer came. Not from pirates or traders, but from a Viridian seed ship, drawn by the unmistakable signature of one of its own in distress. Its massive, vine-covered hull gracefully intercepted the Nomad's trajectory, tractor beams humming softly. The pirates, wary of the ancient, powerful Florian vessel, retreated. Safe aboard the verdant sanctuary of the seed ship, surrounded by gentle light and soothing floral scents, Arlo and Kalen faced parting. Kalen vibrated with the joy of homecoming, its light swirling in complex, beautiful patterns Arlo couldn't fully decipher, but whose happiness was unmistakable. Yet intertwined with that joy was a deep, resonant sadness, a scent like rain on dry earth. Arlo felt it too, a hollowness in his core, where Kalen's warmth and light had been. He presented Kalen with the Zorblaxian pebble, now polished smooth by constant handling. Kalen carefully wrapped a vine around it, its light pulsing a soft, deep blue, the color Arlo had learned meant profound connection. The lead Florian, a being of immense, ancient light, communicated through gentle vibrations that resonated in Arlo's chassis, and through complex scents Arlo's sensors could now partially interpret. Little wanderer, Kalen sings of the metal guardian. You shared starlight and silence. You shared fear and warmth. You are forever woven into the great song. Arlo clicked softly, a sound now imbued with emotion. Kalen, friend, home is different now. Kalen extended a vine, not for the pebble, but to gently touch Arlo's central sensor. It released a scent uniquely. There's a blend of Zorblaxian ozone, warm metal, Viridian vanilla pine, and the faint, comforting aroma of the nutrient gel. It was the scent of shared hardship, mutual support, and hard-won understanding. It was the scent of friendship. Arlo didn't need translation. He placed his heavy, metallic hand gently over Kalen's vine. The seed ship offered him passage, a place among them. But Arlo knew his path, and Kalen understood. The nebula nomad, repaired with Florian biotechnology that glowed softly in the dark, was ready. As Arlo prepared to depart, Kalen presented him with a gift. Nestled in a cradle of woven light vines was a single, perfect bud from its own stem. It pulsed with a gentle, golden light. It holds the song of our journey, metal guardian, the ancient Florian's scent conveyed. Wherever starlight falls, it will glow with the warmth of friendship remembered. The nebula nomad slipped away from the verdant sanctuary, a single point of light against the swirling nebula. Inside, Arlo sat at the helm. The bud rested in a specially crafted holder beside him, casting a warm, golden pool of light on the polished console. It filled the cabin with the subtle, comforting scent of pine, vanilla, and home. The ship hummed its familiar tune, but now accompanied by the soft, rhythmic pulsing of the Florian bud, a silent conversation echoing across the void. Arlo, the logical engineer, looked at the glowing bud, then out at the infinite stars. For the first time, the vastness of space didn't feel cold or lonely. It felt filled with the quiet, golden light of an impossible friendship, a warmth that traveled with him, a silent promise written in light and scent, and the enduring rhythm of a shared heart. He charted a course not just through coordinates, but through the comforting certainty that even in the farthest reaches, understanding could bloom, and friendship, once found, was a light that never truly went out. The stars ahead seemed to twinkle a little brighter, welcoming the ship carrying its precious, golden glow. Story 4. Leo had always felt a quiet restlessness in his bones, a whisper like wind through willow leaves that urged him to wander beyond his sun-dappled village. His grandmother, with her silver-braided hair and hands like ancient maps, often spoke of roots that ran deeper than the oldest oak. "Our stories live in the land, Leo," she'd murmur by the hearth, stirring rosemary into steaming tea. "One day you'll hear them sing." That day arrived when spring unfurled its first tender ferns. While tidying the attic, Leo discovered a dusty cedar chest tucked beneath eaves woven with cobwebs. Inside lay a tapestry softer than moth wings, embroidered with crescent moons and rivers stitched in indigo thread. Beneath it rested a smooth river stone, warm to the touch, etched with a spiraling symbol that glimmered like captured starlight. grandmother's eyes misted when he brought it down. The moonstone, she breathed. It's been lost since my own grandmother's time. It calls you to the whispering woods, child, to where our people began. With the stone nestled in his palm like a living heartbeat, Leo followed its gentle pulse into the forest. Sunlight filtered through emerald canopies, painting dappled pathways where ferns curled like sleeping dragons. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme, and buttercup meadows gave way to ancient trees whose bark bore carvings of owls and flowing water. Deeper he wandered until twilight draped the woods in violet shadows. There, beneath a waterfall cascading like liquid silver, stood a moss-covered archway veiled by ivy. The moonstone flared warmly, a silent key. Beyond the arch lay a hidden glade bathed in eternal moonlight. Glowing mushrooms lined a path to a circle of standing stones, each carved with stories. Farmers tending soil under harvest moons, weavers threading constellations into cloth, elders sharing tales beneath star-strewn skies. At the center stood a figure robed in starlight, a guardian with eyes like polished amber. "Welcome, child of the moonweavers," she spoke, her voice the rustle of autumn leaves. "I am Alara, keeper of the legacy." Alara guided Leo to a pool reflecting not water, but shimmering memories. He saw ancestors dancing with fireflies, crafting pottery from river clay, and singing seeds into blossom with melodies woven from wind chimes and cricket song. "Your blood carries their wisdom," Alara said softly. "They live by 3 truths: tend the earth like a cherished friend, weave kindness into every thread of life, and remember that endings are but seeds for new beginnings." As she spoke, symbols on the standing stones glowed, a tree root embracing a stone, hands clasping over bread, a phoenix rising from ashes. But why was this forgotten? Leo asked, tracing a stone etched with children tending a wounded fox. Alara's sigh stirred the moonbeams. "Time scatters memories like fallen leaves. Your village chased louder dreams, stone towers and rushing hours. The quiet rhythms faded." She placed her hand over Leo's moonstone. "Feel its truth." Warmth flooded Leo's chest, carrying visions of his grandmother teaching him to plant marigolds, of neighbors sharing soup during winter storms, of his own hands mending a bird's broken wing. The legacy wasn't grand rituals, it was small, steadfast acts of kinship. "It's still alive," he whispered, tears pricking his eyes. "In how we care." Alara smiled. "Like roots beneath frost, it endures, carry it back." She gifted him a seed pod that chimed like distant bells. "Plant this where your heart finds home. It will grow what your community needs most." Journeying home, Leo felt the forest breathe with him, the rustle of badgers in burrows, the perfume of night-blooming jasmine, the stones beneath his feet singing ancestral lullabies. Dawn was painting the village in apricot light when he arrived. In the square, he planted the seed where children's laughter echoed. Overnight, a tree soared skyward, its leaves silver green, its branches hung with hollow gourds that echoed the wind's gentle tunes. Wherever its music drifted, neighbors paused to share smiles, mend fences, or leave baskets of plums on doorsteps. Years later, Leo would sit beneath the singing tree with wide-eyed grandchildren, the moonstone warm in his grasp. "The legacy isn't lost," he'd murmur as fireflies wove constellations above them. "It's here in every seed we plant, every story we share, every hand we hold." And as moonlight spilled like liquid peace over the village, the stones in the whispering woods glowed softly, humming a promise: "You belong. You always did. Sleep now, little dreamers. Let roots cradle you deep." Story 5. The starship Stardust Weaver drifted through the nebula of whispers, its engines humming a quiet lullaby against the backdrop of swirling cosmic dust. Inside, tucked within a cozy observation pod lined with soft, bioluminescent moss, sat 2 very different beings. Kale, a furling from the forested world of Viridia, was all soft brown fur, large, gentle eyes adapted to dappled sunlight, and nimble paws currently fidgeting with a worry stone. Beside him, radiating a soft, internal light, was Lyra, a crystalline being from the mineral-rich planet Lumina. Her form was angular and translucent, shimmering with faint internal pulses of blue and gold, her communication a series of soft chimes and resonant hums. They were unlikely crewmates, assigned together on this deep space survey mission. Kale found Lyra's light unnervingly bright and her silence unsettling. Lyra, in turn, perceived Kale's constant movement and soft vocalizations as chaotic and inefficient. Their initial days had been marked by polite distance and misunderstandings that hung thick in the recycled air. One misunderstanding had been particularly jarring. Kale, attempting to offer a traditional Viridian gesture of comfort, a gentle pat on what he perceived as a shoulder-like facet, had caused Lyra to emit a sharp, discordant chime of alarm. The unexpected vibration had startled Kale, sending him scrambling backwards, knocking over a tray of nutrient gels. Lyra interpreted his retreat and the mess as aggression. For cycles afterwards, they communicated only through the ship's impersonal translation interface, the sterile voice amplifying their loneliness. Their shared duty was monitoring the nebula's unique energy signatures. Kale, with his keen Viridian senses, detected subtle fluctuations in ambient sound and atmospheric pressure that the ship's sensors often missed. Lyra, attuned to electromagnetic fields and mineral compositions, could analyze the nebula's dust particles with astonishing precision. Yet they worked in parallel, not together, each silently convinced their own method was superior. Then the Stardust Weaver shuddered violently. Warning klaxons, harsh and red, shattered the peaceful hum. A micrometeor shower, invisible on long-range scans, had peppered the hull. Critical damage flashed across the main console. The primary life support regulator in Section Gamma was failing, and the backup was unresponsive. Section Gamma was their section, housing both their living quarters and the main environmental controls. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at Kale. The air already felt thinner, colder. He looked at Lyra, her crystalline form pulsing erratically with stressed light. Life support, Gamma, he managed, his voice tight. Lyra chimed a rapid, complex sequence the translator rendered as catastrophic failure probability. 92% repair protocols require access panel Gamma 7 obstructed. The shared danger was immediate and undeniable. Their differences suddenly seemed trivial next to the chilling prospect of freezing in the silent dark. Obstructed, how? Kale asked, forcing his breathing to steady. Lyra projected a holographic schematic. A heavy storage crate dislodged by the impact had jammed itself against the critical access panel. It was made of dense polymer, far too heavy for Kale to move alone. Lyra, despite her seemingly solid form, was surprisingly fragile under physical strain. Her crystalline structure could fracture. Kale stared at the schematic, then at the crate visible through the pod's transparent wall, wedged tight. His fear was mirrored in the frantic shimmer of Lyra's light. An idea sparked, born of necessity, and a sudden, desperate need for the other. Lyra, he said, his voice surprisingly calm. Your light, your resonance, can you find a weakness, a frequency that might loosen it? I can push, but I need it to shift. Lyra's light flickered, processing. Her usual analytical precision was tinged with something new hope. She chimed affirmatively. Hypothesis: targeted sonic resonance may destabilize molecular bonds at stress points. Requires precise calibration. They scrambled into the corridor. The air was noticeably colder, frosting Kale's whiskers. The crate loomed, an immovable obstacle. Kale braced his sturdy, fur-covered body against it, paws planted firmly on the deck. Lyra positioned herself nearby, her facets humming as she focused her internal energy. "Ready," Kale rasped. A single, pure chime answered him. Then Lyra began to emit a series of focused sonic pulses, invisible waves of sound that made the very air vibrate. Kale felt the vibrations thrum through the crate and into his paws. He pushed with all his might, his muscles straining. Nothing. The crate groaned but held fast. "Stronger, Lyra." Kale gasped. "Find the right note." Lyra's light flared intensely blue. She shifted her resonance, searching for the crate's inherent frequency. The pulses deepened, becoming a powerful, resonant drone that filled the corridor. Kale felt the vibration intensify, buzzing in his bones. He pushed again, pouring every ounce of his strength into it. Growl with effort. He thought, a primal viridian sound escaping him. Crack. A sharp sound echoed, not from Lyra, but from within the crate itself. A hairline fracture appeared where it was wedged against a conduit. Encouraged, Lyra focused her resonance directly on that point. Kale, seeing the minute shift, dug his paws in and heaved with a final, desperate surge. The crate scraped agonizingly sideways, just enough to expose the edge of the access panel Gamma 7. "You did it," Kale cried, collapsing against the wall, breath puffing white in the frigid air. Lyra chimed a triumphant, cascading melody. "Cooperative force application successful, access achieved." But the danger wasn't past. The panel was locked, requiring a complex dual authentication sequence, a physical keypad code, and a specific light pattern signature. Kale's paws, trembling with cold and exertion, were too broad and clumsy for the tiny keys. Lyra, capable of projecting intricate light patterns, couldn't physically input the code. They stared at the panel, the cold biting deeper. The solution was so simple, yet required absolute trust. Kale looked at Lyra, seeing not a cold, alien crystal, but a being radiating effort and shared fear. Lyra looked at Kale, not a chaotic bundle of fur, but a creature of immense determination and warmth, shivering beside her. "Lyra," Kale said, his teeth chattering. "Guide me, tell me the keys, I'll press them. Then you do the light part." Lyra pulsed warm gold, a color Kale hadn't seen before. It felt like gratitude. "Affirmative," sequence, Alpha 7 Gamma 3 Omega. Her chimes were slow, deliberate. Kale focused, his clumsy paws hovering. "Alpha 7. He pressed the large, then the 7. It was slow, painstaking. He miskeyed once, a frustrated whine escaping him. Lyra didn't chide, she merely chimed the sequence again, patiently. Finally, the code was entered. Kale stepped back. "Your turn." Lyra moved closer to the panel's sensor. From her core she projected a complex, shifting mandala of light blues, golds, and soft violets intertwining. It was the Lumion identification pattern, a part of her very essence. The sensor glowed green. With a hiss of releasing pressure, the access panel slid open. Inside, a tangle of fractured coolant lines and sparking relays greeted them. Repairing it was intricate work, requiring both sets of senses. Kale, with his dexterous paws and keen spatial awareness, could navigate the tight space and manipulate the small components. Lyra, with her ability to see energy flows and microscopic fractures in the materials, could diagnose the exact faults and guide his movements. "Left paw gently lift the blue conduit," Lyra would hum, projecting a tiny pinpoint of light onto the component. "Feel that vibration? Is that normal?" Kale would ask, his whiskers twitching near a relay. "Negative. Indicates microfracture in coupling. Requires reinforcement sealant, compartment B2. Hours passed in the freezing corridor. They worked in tandem, a silent ballet of fur and light, paw and resonance. Kale shared his emergency thermal blanket, draping a corner over Lyra's base to shield her from the worst cold. Lyra, in turn, directed her internal warmth towards him in gentle waves, a subtle, comforting radiance. They passed tools, shared sips of recycled water, warmed slightly by Lyra holding the container, and offered quiet words of encouragement. The fear receded, replaced by a shared focus, a mutual reliance that felt deeper than the cold around them. Finally, with a soft click and a returning hum, the life support regulator flared back to life. Warm air, blessed and thick, began to flow through the vents. The red emergency lights dimmed, replaced by the soft, familiar glow of the ship's normal illumination. Exhausted, they sank down together against the corridor wall, the shared thermal blanket draped loosely over them. The silence now was comfortable, filled only by the steady thrum of the ship and their own breathing. Kale looked at Lyra, her light pulsing a slow, steady rhythm of pale gold and soft blue, like a contented heartbeat. He no longer saw jarring angles or blinding light. He saw the intricate beauty of her form, the gentle warmth she radiated. Your light," Kale murmured, his voice rough but warm. "It's beautiful, like the first sunrise on Veridia after the long rains." Lyra chimed softly, a melody like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. The translation interface, no longer needed, remained silent. Kale understood. It was a sound of peace. She shifted slightly, a facet catching the light and casting a prism of color onto Kale's fur. He reached out, slowly this time, not to pat, but to gently trace the edge of the facet where the warm light emanated. It felt smooth, humming with a gentle energy. Lyra didn't flinch. She resonated a low, harmonic note of acceptance. "Your fur," Lyra chimed, the sound translating softly in Kale's mind, a direct connection formed through shared ordeal. "It holds the scent of distant forests and warm earth. It is comforting, like the deep bedrock of Lumina." They sat there for a long time, two beings from different stars, sharing warmth under a shared blanket, surrounded by the quiet miracle of breathable air. The misunderstandings had been bridges, burned away in the crucible of shared peril. The challenges hadn't just brought them closer, they had woven their strengths together, creating something new and resilient. Later, back in the cozy observation pod, the nebula of whispers swirling outside like a cosmic lullaby, Kale found himself humming a soft Viridian tune, a song about roots finding strength together in stormy weather. Lyra, beside him, resonated a gentle counter-melody, her internal light pulsing in time, painting the pod with soft, shifting hues. They didn't need words to share the story of the jammed crate, the frozen corridor, the shared warmth. It was written in the quiet harmony between them, in the way Kale now instinctively dimmed the pod lights for Lyra's comfort, and the way Lyra gently warmed Kale's tea mug with a touch. They had discovered, amidst the cold vastness of space, the true, warm, resilient meaning of friendship. It wasn't about being the same. It was about seeing the unique light in the other, offering your own strength where theirs faltered, and finding that together, you could weather any storm, repair any breach, and make the silent void feel like a home filled with starlight and shared song. And as the Stardust Weaver sailed on, its engines humming their lullaby, the two unlikely companions drifted into peaceful sleep, wrapped in the quiet understanding that their friendship, forged in challenge and sealed in warmth, was the most precious discovery of all, a beacon brighter than any star in the nebula of whispers. Story 6. Deep in the heart of the ancient Whisperwood, where sunlight dripped like liquid gold through emerald canopies, lived creatures who understood the forest's silent songs. Here moss grew thick as velvet cushions, and the air hummed with the magic of shifting seasons. On the edge of a brook that giggled over smooth stones, a young fox with fur like smoldering autumn leaves watched a peculiar sight, maple seeds twirling in a windless breeze, forming intricate patterns before settling gently on the water's surface. The stream, usually clear and singing, now flowed sluggish and murky. Ferns along its banks curled inward, their vibrant green fading to ashen whispers. Rusty, for that was the fox's name, felt a tremor in the earth beneath his paws, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. His grandmother had often spoken of the great balance, how every dewdrop, every rustling beetle, was woven into a tapestry older than memory. When the seasons bleed into each other too soon, she'd say, her voice a soft crackle like distant thunder, the heartstone's rhythm falters. The heartstone was no ordinary rock, but a crystalline core hidden in the forest's deepest grove, pulsing with the magic of spring rains, summer suns, autumn mists, and winter frosts. It was tended by the keepers, ancient beings who wore the forms of nature itself. Guided by unease, Rusty followed the brook upstream, his nose filled with the scent of damp soil and decaying petals, a sweetness gone sickly. He found old Mother Elm, her bark gnarled like time-carved stone, roots cradling the troubled waters. "Child," she murmured, her voice the sound of leaves brushing together, "the frost sprites have not come. The autumn winds blow cold too early, and the heartstone weeps." She explained how the frost sprites, tiny beings of glimmering ice, always danced at summer's end to cool the land for harvest. Without them the soil grew feverish, and the magic binding the seasons unraveled. Determined to help, Rusty sought his friends, Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with dawn's first light, and Thistle, a badger whose fur held the deep, comforting scent of rain-soaked earth. Together they journeyed toward the starlight glade, where the heartstone lay. The forest grew stranger as they walked. Bluebells chimed winter carols in the humid air, and fireflies traced snowy patterns though no frost touched the ground. At a clearing carpeted in moon-pale mushrooms, they met the keepers, guardians shaped from the elements. There was Brook, whose body rippled like clear water, Ember, who flickered with gentle warmth, Gale, a breeze-given form, and Terra, solid and steady as bedrock. Their light dimmed, strained by the imbalance. "The frost sprites slumber too deeply," sighed Ember, her warmth waning. "Their dreams are trapped in unseasonal heat. They must be woken by the chill-whisper bloom, a flower that opens only under the first true autumn moon." Gale swirled anxiously. "But the bloom grows on the mist peak where the sky eagles nest. They guard it fiercely." Undeterred, the trio climbed Mist Peak at twilight. The path steepened into sheer rock, slick with unseasonal rain. Pip scouted ahead, her feathers catching the last crimson streaks of sunset, while Thistle dug paw-holds into the stone. Rusty's muscles burned, and the air grew thin, tasting of ice and pine. Halfway up, a ledge crumbled beneath Thistle. Rusty lunged, gripping the badger's paw as Pip darted to brace them with woven vines. Friendship, thick as oak roots, held them fast. At the summit, the chill-whisper bloom glowed like captured starlight, its petals crystalline blue. But above it circled the sky eagles, feathers like storm clouds, eyes sharp as glaciers. Terra's wisdom echoed in Rusty's mind, "All beings love a story. Share yours." So Rusty bowed low, telling of the wilting ferns, the brook's sadness, and the keeper's fading light. He spoke of balance, how eagles needed healthy forests for prey, how frost sprites kept rivers flowing for fish. Moved, the eldest eagle gifted a single petal. "Harmony serves us all," she rumbled, her voice the roll of far-off thunder. Back at the starlight glade, the first autumn moon rose, silver as a teardrop. Rusty placed the petal on the heartstone. It melted into light, spreading through the crystal like veins of frost. A sigh trembled through the woods. Then came the frost sprites, 1,000 glittering specks descending from the stars. They danced across leaves and streams, weaving lacework of ice, their laughter tinkling like frozen bells. Warmth retreated gently, the air crisped with the scent of apples and wood smoke. Brook's waters ran clear again, singing over stones. Ember's glow brightened, casting cozy amber light on Tara's mossy shoulders. Gale twirled joyfully, scattering acorns for Pip to find. By dawn, the whisperwood had settled. Maple seeds twirled only when the wind commanded, and ferns unfurled lush and green. Rusty curled beneath old Mother Elm, listening to the brook's rejuvenated song. Pip nestled in his fur, and Thistle snored softly nearby. The keeper's lights pulsed steadily, a constellation rooted in earth. Grandmother's words returned, warm as hearth light. Balance is not still but a dance, and every step matters. High above, sky eagles circled in the crisp blue, their cries blending with the rustling leaves. The forest breathed whole once more, cradled in the quiet magic of belonging. And as sleep claimed him, Rusty knew, in dreams woven with frost and firefly glow, that harmony would always find its way, one kind act, one shared story at a time. Story 7. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning, a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flower-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. Like fairy tears, she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the Moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread-stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the Mossglens left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the Mossglens' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. Story 8. On the humming orbital station Nebula's Cradle, where starlight streamed through crystal viewports and hydroponic gardens breathed sweetness into recycled air, two souls drifted into each other's path like asteroids caught in the same gravity well. Kale, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged fingers, tended his beloved luminous orchids. His companion was Pip, a small, six-legged mechanoid resembling a copper spider, who whirred softly as it adjusted nutrient feeds. They were content in their quiet routine, until the day a shudder rattled the station's bones. Alarms blared, a containment breach in Sector Gamma. Kale sprinted toward the disturbance, Pip skittering at his heels. What they found wasn't radiation or fire, but a creature curled beneath a fractured coolant pipe, trembling. It resembled a living nebula, translucent skin shimmering with internal constellations, limbs like braided starlight, and eyes like molten silver pools. Kale gasped. Pip extended a delicate probe, chirping a diagnostic. The creature flinched, emitting a sound like cracking ice. Fear. Communication was impossible. Kale offered water. The being recoiled, mistaking the gesture for aggression. Pip displayed holographic schematics of the station. The alien blinked, overwhelmed. Its name, they learned days later through painstaking gestures, was Lyra, from the water world Thalassar, where thoughts flowed like currents and touch conveyed meaning. Here, stranded after her scout pod collided with debris, Lyra felt adrift in a desert of harsh lights and jarring sounds. She perceived Kale's attempts to help as clumsy intrusions, Pip's whirs as threatening buzzes. Loneliness was a cold, suffocating tide. The misunderstanding deepened when the station's core life support faltered. Lights dimmed, the air grew thin and stale. Kale, deciphering schematics with Pip, realized only thalassarian biogel, a substance Lyra secreted when calm, could reseal the fractured oxygen recyclers. But Lyra, sensing the panic around her, had retreated into a defensive shell, her skin hardening into opaque crystal. Kale approached with tools. Lyra saw weapons. Pip extended a welder. Lyra hissed, mistaking it for a predator's mandible. She thinks we're attacking her. Kale realized, heart sinking. Their survival depended on trust, yet an ocean of fear lay between them. Then Pip did something extraordinary. The little mechanoid didn't approach Lyra. Instead, it scuttled to Kale's abandoned orchid tray, its delicate limbs carefully plucking a wilting bloom. With agonizing slowness, Pip placed the flower before Lyra, then retreated. It began to hum, not its usual mechanical whir, but a gentle, melodic vibration that echoed the station's distant harmonic stabilizers. The sound was familiar. Lyra uncurled slightly. Thalassarians communicated through resonant frequencies in water. This dry, artificial hum carried a ghost of home. Hesitantly, Lyra reached out. Her crystalline fingertip touched the orchid's petal. Kale held his breath. Lyra's skin softened, glowing faintly. She touched the flower again, then looked at Pip. A soft, chiming note escaped her, a question. Pip responded with two ascending tones. A conversation began, fragile as spun glass. Pip became the bridge, translating Lyra's resonant pulses into binary flashes Kale understood, converting his words into vibrational patterns Lyra felt. They learned her gel wasn't harvested, but shared in moments of deep connection. Survival wasn't about taking, it was about giving. Working together, they became a symphony. Kale rigged a hydration mist to mimic Thalassar's humidity, soothing Lyra. Pip calibrated sonic emitters to amplify her calming frequencies. As the station groaned around them, Lyra closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the fragile trust blooming between them. Her skin shimmered and luminous gel, warm as sunlight, pooled in her palm. Kale, guided by Pip's precise instructions, applied it to the recyclers. With each seal repaired, the air grew sweeter, the light steadier. When the final breach closed, Lyra slumped, exhausted. Kale caught her, not with tools but with open hands. Her skin pulsed softly against his, a language beyond words saying, "I am safe with you." Weeks later, Lyra's repaired pod prepared to depart. Nebula's cradle gleamed, its gardens thriving under Kale's care, Pip polishing viewports with quiet pride. At the airlock, no words were needed. Lyra pressed her forehead to Kale's, a Thalassarian gesture of eternal bond. To Pip, she offered a single, perfect luminous orchid grown from their shared garden, its roots entwined with a strand of her starlight hair. Pip stored it carefully within its chassis, a warm light glowing where its heart might be. As Lyra's pod vanished into the star-flecked velvet, Kale felt not emptiness but fullness. He understood now, friendship wasn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same sky. It was the quiet hum in the darkness that says, "You are not alone." It was the flower offered instead of a weapon, the gel given freely, the light held safe within a metal chest. Pip chirped softly, projecting a hologram of Lyra's orchid beside Thalassar's swirling oceans. Together, human and mechanoid watched the stars, their silence a comfortable, lasting warmth, like embers in a hearth after a long journey. Some bonds, they knew, stretched farther than light years, anchored not in sameness, but in the brave, gentle choice to understand. And in the vast, whispering cosmos, that made all the difference. Story 9. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. but the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar filled the air. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the ancient oak tree beside the cottage. Tonight, we journey to a place where moss feels like velvet underfoot and moonlight paints pathways only the heart can see. Maya had always felt the woods behind her grandmother's cottage held more than just trees and birds. While other children chased butterflies in the sunlit meadows, Maya would linger near the old stone bridge where the stream chuckled over smooth pebbles, her fingers tracing the cool, damp moss. She felt a quiet kinship with the shadows beneath the ferns and the rustling in the undergrowth, a world that felt both mysterious and strangely welcoming. Yet a lingering shyness like a thin veil often kept her from venturing too deep. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for the perfect crimson leaf for her grandmother's collection, Maya noticed something glinting beneath the gnarled roots of the Sentinel oak, a tree so old, its bark looked like folded leather. Kneeling, she brushed away damp earth and decaying leaves to reveal a small, perfectly round object. It was a compass, but unlike any she'd ever seen. Its casing was smooth, cool silver, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dappled light. Instead of a needle, a tiny, luminous blue stone pulsed faintly at its center. As Maya's fingers closed around it, a gentle warmth spread up her arm, carrying with it a sense of calm wonder. The swirling pattern seemed to brighten, and the blue stone pulsed more strongly. Curious, she held it flat in her palm. The stone didn't point north. Instead, it glowed steadily towards a thick curtain of ivy, clinging to the rocks behind the Sentinel oak. A path she'd never noticed before seemed to shimmer faintly beneath the dense green. Hesitantly, heart fluttering like a trapped bird, Maya pushed aside the ivy. Hidden behind it was a narrow passageway, barely wider than her shoulders, leading into the hillside. The air that sighed out was cool, damp, and smelled of deep earth, and something else, something sweet and ancient, like forgotten honey. The blue stone in the compass flared brightly, bathing the dark entrance in an ethereal glow. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath, the scent of moss and damp stone filling her lungs, Maya stepped inside. The passage sloped gently downwards, the silver compass lighting her way. Its light revealed walls covered in luminous like in soft greens, gentle blues, and pale golds that shimmered like captured starlight. The air hummed faintly, a low, soothing vibration that seemed to resonate in her bones. She walked for what felt like both moments and hours, the outside world fading into a distant memory. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavern so vast, Maya gasped, the sound swallowed by the immense space. Above, the sky wasn't rock, but a swirling nebula of glowing moss and phosphorescent fungi, casting a soft, dreamlike twilight over everything. Below lay the whispering glade. Towering mushrooms taller than Maya glowed with internal light amethyst, topaz, and emerald. Giant ferns unfurled fronds like delicate lace, and crystal-clear streams chuckled over stones that sparkled with embedded minerals. Flowers bloomed with petals that seemed woven from moonlight, releasing a fragrance that made Maya feel light-headed with joy. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a hidden heart of the forest. But the true wonder was the inhabitants. Tiny winged creatures with gossamer wings flitted like living jewels among the glowing flowers. Small furry beings with large, intelligent eyes peered curiously from behind mushroom stems. And sitting on a large, flat quartz crystal beside a gently bubbling pool, looking rather perplexed, was a small, russet-brown hedgehog. He wore a tiny, lopsided cap made of acorn shell and was muttering to himself while poking a complicated knot in a piece of silvery vine with a small twig. "Botheration and burrs," he grumbled, his voice surprisingly deep for his size. Stuck tighter than a walnut in its shell. Maya, her initial awe momentarily overtaken by the hedgehog's predicament, took a tentative step closer. The silver compass pulsed warmly in her hand. "Hello," she whispered, her voice echoing softly in the vast glade. The hedgehog jumped, nearly tumbling off the quartz. He blinked large, dark eyes at her, then at the compass. "Well, bless my spines," he exclaimed, his whiskers twitching. "A walker, and with the Heartstone compass, no less. Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than I care to count on my prickles." He scrambled upright, adjusting his cap. "Name's Pippin Quill, at your service, Walker, though service might be a stretch until I get this confounded knot undone." He gestured helplessly at the tangled vine attached to a small, woven satchel. Maya knelt beside the crystal, the cool, smooth surface beneath her knees. "I'm Maya, what's a walker, and what is this place?" Pippin beamed. "Why, the whispering glade, o' course, heart of the verdant vale, and a walker, that's someone the compass chooses, someone who listens with more than just their ears." He tapped his own small ear. "Usually means you're needed for something, usually involves untangling messes," he added glumly, eyeing the vine. Like this one, my gathering bag, snagged it on a sneezewort root, and now it's tied itself into a puzzle only a spider with 8 headaches could love. Maya felt a strange warmth bloom in her chest. Needed. The compass had led her here, to this bewilderingly beautiful place, to this grumpy, endearing hedgehog. "Can I help?" she offered softly. Pippin looked skeptical but hopeful. "Know much about glimmernot vines, do you? Trickier than a greased badger, they are. Pull the wrong strand and it tightens worse." Maya shook her head. "No, but I'm good at seeing patterns." She leaned closer, the soft, bioluminescent light falling on the intricate tangle. The vine itself seemed to shimmer with faint silver threads. She noticed one particular loop that seemed looser than the others. "What if you hold this bit here?" she suggested, pointing to a thicker section. Pippin, puffing out his chest a little, held the section firmly with his small paws. With careful, gentle fingers, mindful not to prick herself on Pippin's spines, Maya teased at the loose loop. She didn't force it, she followed the path it seemed to want to take, guided by the subtle interplay of tension and slack. It reminded her of untangling her grandmother's knitting wool. Slowly, painstakingly, the knot began to loosen. With a final, almost musical ping, the vine fell free. Ah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Pippin did a little jig on the quartz, his satchel swinging. "Patterns, you see them, just like a true walker." He beamed at her, his earlier grumpiness vanished. "Well, Maya Walker, seems the compass knew what it was about. Now, how about a spot of moonberry tea, best brew in the vale, my burrow's just over yonder." He pointed towards a cluster of giant toadstools, nestled beside a waterfall that cascaded down like liquid crystal. As they walked, Maya carefully navigating the giant roots and glowing moss carpets, Pippin trotting confidently beside her, he explained more. The verdant vale existed alongside the human world, a hidden layer of magic sustained by the life force of the forest above. The Hearthstone compass wasn't for finding north. It resonated with places and beings where the veil was thin or where balance was needed. "It points towards Nade," Pippin said sagely, sipping fragrant tea from a tiny acorn cup in his cozy, root-lined burrow. "Sometimes it's a tangled vine, sometimes it's bigger things." He told her of the glimmerlings, the tiny winged folk who tended the glowing flowers and whose laughter sounded like wind chimes. He spoke of the Mossglen, shy, slow-moving creatures who mended tears in the vale's fabric with threads of moonlight. He mentioned the deep roots, ancient and wise tree spirits who slumbered beneath the glade, and the whispering stones that carried messages on the breeze. It was a world of intricate connections and quiet magic. Maya spent enchanted hours with Pippin, helping him gather luminous moon petals for a glimmerling festival, her shyness melting away in the hedgehog's straightforward company. She learned to listen to the subtle hum of the glade, the different pitches indicating the health of a mushroom cluster or the direction of a hidden spring. The Hearthstone compass pulsed warmly on her chest, a constant, comforting presence. But one afternoon, as they rested near the crystal pool, the gentle hum of the glade changed. A discordant note crept in, a low, grinding vibration that made the water ripple unnaturally. The soft light seemed to dim, and the fragrant air grew heavy and stale. The glimmerlings flitted nervously, their usual bright colors muted. Pippin's spines bristled. "The deep wellspring," he whispered, his voice tight with worry. "It's the heart of the glade's magic, fed by pure water from the world above. It sounds choked." The Hearthstone compass, which had been resting calmly against Maya's tunic, suddenly flared with an intense, urgent blue light. Its warmth turned almost hot, and the swirling patterns on its surface seemed to spin frantically. It wasn't pointing towards a path anymore. It was pulling Maya, almost physically, deeper into the glade, towards the source of the discordant hum. Following the compass's insistent pull, Maya and Pippin journeyed further than Maya had ever been. The glowing flora grew sparse, replaced by twisted, thorny growths that seemed to drink the light. The air grew colder and carried a faint, unpleasant smell of decay. The comforting hum was now a painful thrumming in their bones. They reached a cavern dominated by a massive, natural stone basin, the deep wellspring. Crystal-clear water should have bubbled vigorously from a fissure in the rock, feeding sparkling streams that vanished into glowing channels in the cavern floor. But now only a sluggish, murky trickle emerged. The basin itself was clogged with thick, slimy black algae that pulsed with a sickly purple light. Thick, thorned vines, unlike the gentle glimmernot, snaked over the rocks, their roots burrowing into the fissure, choking the flow. The discordant grinding noise emanated from the choked fissure itself. "Oh, roots and ruin," Pippin breathed, his small body trembling. The blight vine, and it's reached the source. He pointed a quivering paw. "See the cracks in the basin wall. If the wellspring fails, the veil weakens. The glimmerlings fade, the mosskin can't mend, the verdant veil could unravel." Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Maya. This was so much bigger than a tangled vine. She wasn't a warrior or a powerful mage. She was just Maya, who liked quiet corners and tracing moss patterns. The blight vine looked menacing, its thorns like dark claws. The discordant hum vibrated through her, sapping her courage. She clutched the compass, its light flickering erratically against the oppressive gloom. "I can't do this," the thought whispered. "It's too big. I'm too small." Pippin nudged her leg gently. "The compass brought you here, Maya Walker," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "It doesn't make mistakes, it doesn't point towards what's easy, but towards what's needed. Remember the knot, you saw the pattern, look for the pattern here, look for the weakness." His words, simple and true, cut through the fog of her fear. The compass had warmed to her touch, led her to Pippin, guided her hands with the vine. It resonated with her quiet way of seeing. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the smell of decay strong in her nostrils. She forced herself to look, really look, at the blight vine. Not just at its terrifying thorns, but at how it grew. She saw how its thickest roots were concentrated near the clogged fissure, but the vines spreading over the basin wall seemed thinner, less established. She noticed places where the sickly purple light pulsed stronger, likely vital points, and places where it flickered weakly. "It's strongest at the source, choking it," she murmured, thinking aloud. "But the vines spreading out, they look newer. Maybe weaker, if we could, clear the vines off the basin wall, maybe the mosskin could mend the cracks before the wellspring fails completely, stop it spreading further." Pippin's eyes lit up. "A containment, yes, the mosskin can mend stone, but not with that vile vine sucking the life out of it. But how to clear it? Those thorns look sharp enough to pierce dragonhide." Maya looked around the gloomy cavern. Her gaze fell on the sluggish, murky water trickling from the choked fissure. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. "Water," she said. "The wellspring's water is pure magic, right? But it's blocked. What if we could get some clean water, just enough to wash over the vines on the wall? Maybe the blight vine hates pure water." Pippin scampered to the edge of the murky pool, where the sluggish trickle collected. He dipped a paw in and shuddered. "Ugh, tastes like mud and misery, but—" He looked up at the choked fissure high above. "There, see that tiny ledge, just below the main blockage. A little clean water is still seeping through there. Just a dribble, but it's pure." Hope flared. The ledge was high and narrow, slick with slime. The blight vine thorns bristled dangerously close. Maya knew she was the only one who could reach it. The compass pulsed encouragingly against her chest, its light steadying. "Pippin," she said, her voice finding a strength she didn't know she possessed, "I need you to guide me. Tell me where the thorns are thickest. Warn me." She slipped off her soft leather shoes, feeling the cold, slimy stone beneath her bare feet for better grip. Slowly, painstakingly, Maya began to climb. The stone was treacherously slick. Blightevine thorns snagged at her clothes and scraped her skin. The discordant hum was a physical pressure, making her teeth ache. Pippin scurried below, his voice a constant, reassuring stream. Left a bit, careful thorn cluster, hold there, that root looks rotten, up now, steady, there, the ledge, see the clean water. Maya reached the narrow ledge. True enough, a thin, pure stream of water, no thicker than her finger, wept from the rock just above the main clog of blightevine and algae. It trickled down, immediately fouled by the slime below. Using her hands, ignoring the sting of scrapes and the cold, Maya carefully scooped the clean water before it touched the contamination. She didn't have a container. She had only her cupped hands. Quickly, Maya, to the wall. Pippin called. Holding her hands carefully, water trembling but miraculously unspilled, Maya shuffled sideways along the narrow ledge towards the basin wall where the newer blightevine clung. Below, Pippin directed her to a patch where the vine seemed thinnest, its purple glow flickering weakly. There, pour it there. With a prayer whispered on her breath, Maya poured the handful of pure wellspring water onto the blightevine clinging to the cracked stone. A hiss, sharp and sibilant, filled the cavern. Where the pure water touched the blightevine, the sickly purple light sputtered and died. The vine itself recoiled like a burned serpent, shriveling and turning brittle black ash in an instant. A small, clean patch of stone was revealed beneath. It works. Pippin cheered, doing another frantic jig. It works more, Maya, hurry. Hope surged, burning away the last dregs of fear. Maya became a conduit. Again and again she scooped the precious trickle of clean water, each handful a small victory. Each journey along the ledge was perilous, each scoop a race against the water seeping through her fingers. Her arms ached, her hands grew numb with cold, and thorns scratched her legs, but she didn't stop. Pippin remained her constant guide, his voice a lifeline in the gloom, shouting warnings and encouragement. Slowly, painstakingly, they cleared a widening circle on the basin wall. The discordant hum lessened fractionally, replaced by a strained, gasping sound from the fissure, the wellspring struggling. Finally, a patch large enough was cleared, revealing deep, jagged cracks spiderwebbing the stone. Now, Pippin. Maya gasped, clinging to the ledge, exhausted. Pippin didn't hesitate. He scampered to the edge of the cleared patch, took a deep breath that puffed out his small chest, and let out a series of high-pitched, chittering whistles, surprisingly loud and complex. It was a call, a summons woven from ancient hedgehog lore. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from crevices in the cavern walls, from beneath mossy stones, small, slow-moving shapes emerged. The Mossglen. They were no taller than Pippin, covered in soft, velvety green fur, the exact shade of deep forest moss, with large, solemn eyes like polished river stones. They moved with deliberate slowness, but there was a profound sense of purpose about them. Silently they gathered before the cleared patch of cracked basin wall. One Mossglen, slightly larger and with a cap of tiny, glowing white fungi, stepped forward. It raised small, three-fingered hands towards the cracks. From its fingertips, threads of pure, cool moonlight began to weave through the air. Other Mossglen joined, their own threads adding to the shimmering tapestry. They didn't speak. Their work was a silent song of mending. The threads of moonlight touched the cracked stone, flowing into the fissures like liquid silver. Where they touched, the cracks sealed seamlessly, the stone knitting itself back together with a soft, sighing sound, like wind through healed leaves. The sickly purple light emanating from the cracks faded completely. As the last crack sealed, a profound change swept through the cavern. The grinding discord ceased abruptly, replaced by a deep, resonant thrum of pure power. The clogged fissure above Maya gave a mighty shudder. With a sound like a mountain sighing in relief, the thick plug of blightvine and black algae was violently expelled, showering down in harmless, disintegrating clumps. A powerful geyser of crystal-clear, radiant water erupted from the fissure, filling the deep wellspring basin in moments. It overflowed, sending pure, sparkling streams rushing down the newly cleared channels in the cavern floor. Light exploded. The oppressive gloom vanished as the bioluminescent lichen and fungi throughout the cavern flared with renewed, vibrant life. The air became sweet and fresh, washed clean. The blightvine recoiled from the cascading clean water, shriveling and crumbling to ash wherever it touched. Within moments the vile growth was gone, dissolved like a bad dream. Maya, still perched on the ledge, was soaked by the clean spray. It wasn't cold, it was invigorating, filling her with warmth and a profound sense of peace. She looked down. Pippin was jumping and cheering, soaked but ecstatic. The Mossglen bowed solemnly towards the wellspring, then towards Maya and Pippin, their large eyes reflecting the restored light before they silently melted back into the shadows. The glimmerlings zipped through the cavern, their laughter like crystal bells, trailing sparks of joy. The heartstone compass on Maya's chest pulsed once, a deep, satisfied blue, then settled into its gentle, warm glow. The job was done. Balance was restored. Later, dry and warmed by the ambient glow of the revitalized glade, Maya and Pippin sat by the now vigorously bubbling wellspring pool. Pippin produced 2 surprisingly large, juicy moonberries. For the heroes, he declared proudly. Maya bit into the berry. It tasted like starlight and sweet relief. She felt different. The lingering shyness hadn't vanished, but it felt quieter, less like a cage. She had climbed a treacherous ledge. She had faced a darkness choking a magical heart. She had trusted a prickly hedgehog and been trusted in return. She had seen patterns in fear and found strength in gentleness. The compass lay warm against her skin, a reminder not just of magic, but of the courage she had discovered within herself. "The veil is safe again, thanks to you, Maya Walker," Pippin said, munching his berry contentedly. The compass chose well. "It showed me the way," Maya said softly, looking around at the vibrant, humming glade. "But we did it together, Pippin. You, me, the Mossglen." She understood now. The compass pointed towards need, but it was friendship, trust, and seeing the pattern, the connection that truly mended what was broken. As the ethereal twilight of the glade deepened, Maya knew it was time to return. The compass, as if sensing her thoughts, pulsed gently, its light now pointing back towards the tunnel entrance. Saying goodbye to Pippin was bittersweet. He pressed a small, smooth stone into her hand, etched with a tiny, glowing fern. "So you remember the glade and the hedgehog who owes you a lifetime supply of moonberry tea," he said gruffly, but his eyes were bright. "Come back when the fireflies dance high in the human woods. The veil will remember you, Maya Walker." Holding the fern stone tightly, the heartstone compass warm against her chest, Maya retraced her steps through the luminous tunnel. The passage felt shorter this time, filled with the comforting scent of earth and the fading echo of the glade's hum. She pushed through the ivy curtain behind the Sentinel oak, just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky in the world above. The familiar scent of autumn leaves and wood smoke filled her lungs. Back in her grandmother's cozy cottage, the fire still crackled in the hearth. Maya's grandmother looked up from her knitting, her kind eyes twinkling. "There you are, little leaf, find a good one." She gestured to the empty space beside her collection of pressed leaves. Maya smiled, a warm, quiet smile that held the secret of glowing caverns and brave hedgehogs. She placed the smooth, fern-etched stone from Pippin beside the leaf press. "Not a leaf, grandmother," she said, her voice steady and calm. "But something even better." She sat by the fire, the compass a comforting weight beneath her nightdress. She told her grandmother about searching for the leaf, about the glint under the Sentinel oak, about the cool silver compass and the hidden path. She described the whispering glade in all its luminous wonder, the glowing mushrooms like fairy towers, the chuckling crystal streams, the tiny, jewel-like glimmerlings. She spoke of Pippin Quill and his acorn cap, his grumbling over the knotted vine, and the warm, fragrant moonberry tea in his cozy burrow. She recounted the creeping dread of the blight vine, the terrifying climb on the slick ledge, the desperate scoops of pure water, the solemn mossglen weaving moonlight, and the triumphant rush of the healed wellspring. Her grandmother listened, her knitting needles still, her eyes reflecting the firelight and a deep, knowing warmth. She didn't express disbelief, she simply nodded, her smile deepening as Maya spoke of courage found in quiet places, of strength in friendship, and of seeing patterns that others might miss. When the tale was done, the fire had burned low, casting deep, peaceful shadows. The fern stone glowed softly on the table, a tiny beacon of another world. Maya felt the comforting weight of the compass against her skin, no longer just a magical object, but a symbol of the journey she'd taken and the person she discovered she could be. Sometimes, her grandmother murmured, her voice as soft as the settling embers, the greatest adventures aren't found on maps but within ourselves, and the bravest hearts are often the quietest ones. She reached over and gently brushed the stray hair from Maya's forehead. You found more than a compass today, little leaf. You found your own true north. Maya snuggled deeper into the worn armchair, the lingering scents of cedar smoke and distant moonberries mingling in the air. The fear that had once been a constant whisper was now just a quiet memory, replaced by a deep, resonant peace. She had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a creeping darkness not with force, but with observation, cooperation, and a handful of pure water. She had made a friend in a prickly hedgehog and earned the silent respect of ancient menders. She had discovered that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to act despite it, guided by kindness and the ability to see the pattern hidden within the chaos. As sleep gently tugged at her eyelids, the images of the whispering glade vibrant, safe, and humming with restored life filled her mind. The heartstone compass pulsed once, a soft, warm rhythm against her heart, a silent lullaby of magic and connection. She knew the path back to the glade was always there, hidden behind the ivy, waiting for when she was needed again, or simply when she wished to visit a friend. But for now, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and her grandmother's love, Maya felt a profound sense of home, both in the familiar cottage and within her own, quietly transformed heart. The wind sighed softly outside, carrying the whispers of the verdant vale, a gentle promise in the night, as she drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep, perfectly at peace. Story 11. The village of Willowmere nestled in a fold of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled through ancient oaks, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and sweet honeysuckle. Life there was a gentle hum of contentment, woven with small magics, lanterns that glowed with captured fireflies, kettles that sang softly when the water boiled, and gardens where moonflowers bloomed under the stars. Yet one crisp autumn morning, a ripple of quiet puzzlement stirred the peace. It began with Master Thorne, the baker. His famous sunbeam bread, known for its perfect golden crust and fluffy interior, refused to rise properly. Instead of plump loaves, he pulled flat, dense bricks from his enchanted oven. "It's like the yeast forgot its purpose," he murmured, scratching his flour-dusted head. Then Old Man Hemlock found the water in his wishing well had turned inexplicably murky overnight, tasting faintly of mint instead of its usual crystal clarity. Miss Petal, the weaver, discovered her vibrant threads, dyed with sunset hues and dawn pinks, had tangled themselves into impossible knots overnight, defying her gentle coaxing. Even the usually cheerful glow lanterns lining the main path flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that felt just a little uneasy. Young Finn, an apprentice to the village herb woman, Alara, though everyone just called her Granny Alara, noticed the subtle shift. He saw Master Thorne's worried frown, heard Old Man Hemlock's puzzled muttering, and felt the unusual quiet replacing the usual morning bustle. Curiosity, as bright as a captured firefly, sparked within him. He mentioned the strange happenings to Granny Alara as they sorted bundles of dried lavender and chamomile in her cozy, herb-scented cottage. Granny Alara, her face a map of kind wrinkles, her eyes holding the deep calm of a forest pool, listened intently. She stirred a pot of soothing tea that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "Hum," she murmured, her voice like rustling leaves. "When many small magics falter at once, Finn, it often speaks of a larger whisper in the woods. Not a shout of trouble, mind you, but a murmur that needs listening to." She tapped her temple. "Observation is the key to any gentle mystery. Keep your eyes open, your heart quiet, and see what the world tells you." Taking her words to heart, Finn set out after his chores. He didn't rush, he simply moved through the village with heightened awareness. He watched the flickering lanterns, noting they dimmed most noticeably near the ancient yew tree at the village square. He tasted the murky well water, the minty tang was faint but undeniable. He examined the knotted threads in Miss Petal's workshop, seeing how the tangles seemed almost purposeful, intricate rather than chaotic. Near Master Thorne's bakery he noticed something else. The usually busy sparrows that hopped about for crumbs were unusually still, perched high on the eaves, their heads cocked. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Finn sat on a mossy stone beneath the great yew tree, pondering. The flickering lanterns cast shifting patterns on the roots. He recalled Granny Alara's lesson about interconnected magics, how the health of the land, the plants, the creatures, and the village's small enchantments were all threads in the same tapestry. What could affect the bread, the water, the threads, the lights, and the birds? He closed his eyes, focusing not just on sight, but on feeling. He felt the cool earth beneath him, listened to the sigh of the wind in the yew's branches. And then he felt something else, a faint, persistent vibration, like a deep, silent hum resonating up through the stone and into his bones. It was coming from under the yew tree. He pressed his ear to the gnarled root. The hum was clearer, a rhythmic pulse that felt strangely familiar, yet out of place. Just then, a soft glow appeared beside him. It was Lumina, a wise old firefly spirit who often visited Granny Alara. Lumina's light pulsed gently, a soft green gold. "Trouble in the roots, young sapling," her voice chimed like tiny bells. "Lumina, do you feel that?" Finn whispered. "That humming, it's coming from below the tree." Lumina hovered closer to the roots, her light intensifying. "Ah," she chimed knowingly. "The deep dwellers stir, but why so restless? Their song is usually a lullaby for the roots, not a drum beat." The deep dwellers. Finn remembered Granny Alara's stories about the gentle, earth-loving creatures who lived far below the village, tending the deep roots and underground streams. Their harmonious vibrations were said to nourish the land and subtly support the village's minor magics. But this hum felt agitated, uneven. What could disturb them? Finn wondered aloud. Lumina's light dimmed thoughtfully. "Their harmony is delicate. A sharp noise, a jarring vibration, something loud and unnatural deep in the earth could scatter their song like frightened minnows." Something loud and unnatural, Finn's mind raced. Then he remembered the old, disused quarry on the far edge of the Whispering Woods, beyond the village boundaries. Just yesterday he'd heard distant, rhythmic thumping echoing through the trees while gathering mushrooms. He'd thought little of it at the time, assuming it was woodcutters. "Thumping," he exclaimed. "From the old quarry, could that be it? Could that noise be traveling through the rock, disturbing the deep dwellers?" Lumina pulsed brighter. "Like a stone dropped in a still pond, the ripples travel far. A persistent thump, yes, that could fray their harmony. Their distress vibrates upward, unsettling the smaller magics tied to the land, the yeast seeking rise, the water seeking clarity, the thread seeking smooth paths, the light seeking steady glow. Even the birds feel the tremor in their perches. It made sense. The strange occurrences weren't malicious. They were symptoms of a deeper discomfort rippling through the very foundation of Willowmere. Finn hurried to Granny Alara, Lumina bobbing beside him like a worried ember. He explained his observations and his theory about the quarry noise. Granny Alara's eyes twinkled. Wisely reasoned, Finn. Observation and connection, that's the heart of it. She stroked her chin. But the quarry has been silent for years. Who would be causing such a commotion now? The next morning, Finn, Granny Alara, and a few concerned villagers, Master Thorne, Old Man Hemlock, and Miss Petal made their way towards the old quarry, guided by Lumina and a few of her firefly kin. As they neared the rocky outcrop, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump grew louder, vibrating through the soles of their boots. Peering over the quarry's edge, they saw the source. Not men with hammers, but a magnificent, albeit slightly clumsy, stone-backed tortoise. Easily as large as a cottage, its moss-covered shell glittered with embedded quartz. It was rhythmically butting its massive head against a particularly stubborn section of the quarry wall. With each powerful thump, small rocks tumbled down. By the whispering winds breathed Old Man Hemlock. Its boulder, Old Man Hemlock Sr.'s companion tortoise. He went wandering years ago after Hemlock Sr. passed. Indeed, the tortoise bore a distinctive pattern of emerald moss on its shell, matching stories Finn had heard. Boulder wasn't being destructive, he was trying to dig. His large, mournful eyes were fixed on the rock face. He's trying to reach something, Granny Alara murmured. She stepped forward cautiously, her voice soft and soothing. Peace, great boulder, peace, what do you seek? The tortoise paused, turning its massive head slowly. A low, rumbling sound emanated from its throat, more felt than heard. It nudged its snout towards a deep crack in the rock face it had been pounding. Finn, encouraged by Granny Alara's calm, scrambled down the loose scree. Peering into the crack, he saw a glint of metal. Carefully, he reached in and pulled out a small, tarnished locket on a broken chain. Engraved on its surface was a tiny, intricate carving of a tortoise and an oak tree, the symbol of Old Man Hemlock Sr. He wasn't causing trouble, Finn called up, holding the locket aloft. He was trying to retrieve this. It must have fallen in years ago when Old Man Hemlock Sr. was last here. Understanding washed over the villagers. Boulder, loyal even after all this time, had returned to the place he last saw his beloved human companion and had sensed the lost treasure trapped in the stone. His powerful but rhythmic thumping was his determined, if heavy-handed, rescue attempt. Old Man Hemlock the Younger descended, tears welling in his eyes. Father's locket, he always wore it. He gently took the locket, then placed a weathered hand on Boulder's massive foreleg. Thank you, old friend, thank you. Granny Alara approached Boulder. The treasure is found, great one, your task is done. Your strength is mighty, but your song shakes the deep places. Could you dig more gently now, or perhaps rest? Boulder blinked slowly, then rumbled again, a softer, more contented sound. He nudged the ground near the base of the quarry wall, away from the solid rock, and began to scoop earth with surprising delicacy, creating a comfortable hollow. The jarring thumps ceased. As the group walked back to Willowmere, a palpable sense of calm settled over them, deeper than before. By the time they reached the village square, the glow lanterns burned with a steady, warm light. Master Thorne, peeking into his bakery, gasped. His dough was rising beautifully, filling the air with the warm, yeasty scent of promise. Old Man Hemlock lowered his bucket into the well and drew up water clear as crystal, tasting pure and sweet. Miss Petal found her threads lying smooth and untangled, their colors vibrant once more. The sparrows chirped happily, flitting down to the cobbles. That evening the villagers gathered under the great yew tree, its branches now radiating serene strength. Lanterns cast soft circles of light, fireflies like lumina danced in the air, and the scent of Master Thorne's fresh sunbeam bread mingled with Granny Alara's starlight tea. Old Man Hemlock wore his father's locket, now cleaned and gleaming. Boulder rested contentedly in the soft hollow he'd made at the quarry edge, his deep, slow breaths now a soothing counterpoint to the night sounds, harmonizing with the restored song of the deep dwellers far below. Finn sat beside Granny Alara, feeling the gentle, healthy thrum of the earth beneath him. It wasn't a problem, he murmured, just a misunderstanding. A loyal heart making a little too much noise. Granny Alara patted his hand, her touch warm and dry. Indeed, Finn, the world often speaks in whispers and vibrations. What seems like trouble can sometimes be a call for help or a lost treasure waiting to be found. True wisdom lies in listening deeply, observing carefully, and approaching mysteries with a kind heart. Remember, even the gentlest creature can stir the earth, and even the deepest disturbance can be soothed with understanding. She smiled, watching the fireflies weave patterns in the dark. And now all is harmonized once more. Rest well, little listener. The night is peaceful, the village is safe, and the magic of Willowmere hums its gentle, contented song. The soft sounds of the night, the warm glow of the lanterns, and the feeling of quiet resolution wrapped around Finn like a blanket, inviting peaceful dreams under the watchful stars. Story 12. The distant hum of the Wayfarer's Rest Station always deepened at twilight cycle, when the observation deck's synthetic windows dimmed to mimic a Terran sunset. Warm amber light pooled across the hydroponic gardens where Zara, a human botanist with soil still under her nails from her last planetary expedition, tended glowing moon vines. Their silver tendrils curled toward her, drinking in the soft melody she hummed. Across the deck, Kale stood motionless near the viewport. His crystalline form, native to the diamond caves of Krillos, refracted the dying light into fractured rainbows across the floor. To Zara, he seemed as cold and unapproachable as the asteroids drifting outside. To Kale, the human's constant vibrations and wet-eyed smiles felt chaotic, even invasive. They'd shared this deck for weeks, orbiting each other like binary stars, close, yet separated by the void of misunderstanding. One evening, as Zara pruned a sonic bloom fern, its petals chiming with each snip, Kale abruptly pulsed a harsh, jagged beam of indigo light from his core. The sound-sensitive fern recoiled, petals clanging discordantly. "Must you shatter the peace?" Zara snapped, mistaking his light language for aggression. Kale's facets dimmed. He'd only meant to inquire about the fern's unusual resonance, a compliment in Krillian culture. Before he could shimmer an apology, claxons blared. Crimson emergency lights bathed the deck. Containment breach in Sector Gamma, droned the AI. All non-essential personnel evacuate. The station shuddered. A power surge had crippled environmental controls, and now a creeping frost glazed the gardens. Zara's breath plumed in the sudden cold as she frantically gathered heat lamps for her tropical flora. Kale observed, perplexed. Why prioritize plants when life support faltered? Then he noticed her tears freezing on her cheeks, the way her trembling hands cradled a tiny star orchid seedling. Her sorrow vibrated through the deck plating, a frequency he felt in his crystalline lattice. Hesitantly, he extended a faceted hand. A soft, warm beam of topaz light enveloped the orchid. The frost retreated instantly. Zara gasped. You can generate heat." Kale pulsed a gentle affirmative blue. In that silent exchange, the first thread of trust spun between them. Their challenge deepened when the AI announced secondary failures. The station's oxygen recyclers were failing, and the only backup parts were stored in the frozen cargo bay, now sealed behind malfunctioning doors. "We'll suffocate in hours," Zara whispered, her voice thin in the thinning air. Kale's internal temperature plummeted with dread. Krillians consumed ambient radiation, not oxygen, but Zara's fragile biology needed breathable air. He projected a map onto the wall with precise laser light, highlighting a maintenance shaft leading to the cargo bay. "Too narrow for me," Zara said, despair thick in her throat. Kale pulsed a determined violet. He couldn't fit either, but his light could travel where matter couldn't. He'd guide her. The shaft was a claustrophobic maze of icy conduits. Zara crawled, her gloves slipping on rime, guided only by Kale's steady beam projected ahead like a beacon. When she faltered, lungs burning, he'd envelop her in a brief corona of warmth, his light humming a low, soothing frequency that steadied her heartbeat. Halfway through, a collapsed pipe blocked their path. "No going back," Zara coughed, frost feathering her eyelashes. Kale focused his entire energy into a single, searing beam. With a groan, the pipe melted just enough to squeeze through, but the effort drained him. His light sputtered, facets dulling to smoky quartz. "You're freezing," Zara realized. Krillians needed ambient energy to survive, and the shaft was leaching his heat. Without hesitation, she pressed her thermal blanket against him, the one she'd saved for herself. Human warmth, alien to his kind, seeped into his core. His light flickered back brighter, awash in astonished gold. Mutual support had become their lifeline. In the cargo bay, they found the oxygen filters and a greater peril. The main power conduit had ruptured, spewing lethal radiation. "It'll fry the filters if we touch them," Zara said. Kale trembled. Radiation sustained him, but this concentrated burst would overwhelm even his crystalline body. Yet Zara couldn't approach it. He pulsed a question, "Trust me." She nodded, her eyes holding his light. As Kale stepped into the radioactive stream, agony seared through him, his facets screamed in silent light. But carefully, slowly, he used his body to shield Zara, redirecting the radiation while she grabbed the filters. When she pulled him to safety, his form was cracked and flickering weakly. "Why?" she wept, cradling his damaged facets. He managed one faint pulse, a Krillian symbol for friend. Back in the garden, with filters installed and warmth returning, they sat beneath the now thriving moon vines. Zara had patched Kale's fractures with bio-gel, her touch gentle. He in turn had taught her to interpret his light, not as random flashes, but as a language of starlight and emotion. She shared stories of Earth's forests, he pulsed tales of Krillos's singing crystals. When Zara offered him a cup of steaming chai, he learned to absorb its heat not just as energy, but as a gift. And when Kale made the sonic bloom fern erupt in a symphony of color by harmonizing with its petals, Zara laughed, a sound he now understood as joy, not chaos. Months later, as the Wayfarer's Rest prepared to depart, Zara boarded her earthbound ship, a star orchid from Kale glowing in her hands. He remained, his facets shimmering with reflected starlight, holding a terrarium of Terran soil she'd given him. Distance would test them, but they'd forged something unbreakable in the cold dark, friendship born not of sameness, but of the courage to cross the void between worlds. For in the silence between heartbeats and light pulses, they'd discovered that true companionship is a garden, tended with patience, watered with kindness, and blooming brightest when two unlikely souls choose to warm each other against the chill of the universe. And as their ships sailed toward separate stars, the memory of shared warmth lingered, a quiet promise written in light and breath. Story 13. The village of Hearthwood was known for two things: the warm, golden light that always seemed to linger on its cobblestone streets, even at dusk, and the remarkable kindness of its people. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet curiosity, lived above his grandfather's bakery, where the air always smelled of cinnamon, yeast, and warm sugar. His favorite place, however, was the dusty attic, crammed with forgotten things, trunks of faded clothes, chipped porcelain dolls, and boxes of yellowed letters whispering of times long past. One rainy Tuesday, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Leo rummaged through a particularly battered wooden crate. Beneath a pile of moth-eaten velvet curtains, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He pulled out a simple kitchen whisk. It wasn't fancy, just well-worn copper wire twisted around a sturdy, dark wooden handle, worn smooth by generations of hands. But as the rain drummed a steady rhythm on the attic roof, Leo noticed something peculiar. Tiny, almost invisible sparks, like captured fireflies, flickered deep within the copper coils whenever he turned it just so in the dim light. A faint, sweet hum, like the vibration of a plucked harp string, seemed to emanate from it. Intrigued, Leo took the whisk downstairs. Later, while helping his grandfather knead dough, he idly gave the whisk a gentle flick. Swish, swish, swish. To his astonishment, the flower dust motes dancing in a sunbeam didn't just swirl. They sparkled, forming tiny, intricate constellations for a fleeting second before vanishing. A warm, comforting feeling, like sinking into a soft armchair after a long walk, washed over him. This was no ordinary whisk. That night, unable to sleep, Leo sat by his window, the whisk cool in his hand. He gave it another experimental twirl, thinking of the constellations he'd seen in the flower. Swish, swish, swish. The air before him shimmered, like heat rising off summer pavement. The shimmer deepened, swirling into colors deep indigo, swirling silver, and streaks of luminous green. Before Leo could gasp, a gentle whoosh pulled him forward, not unkindly, but with the insistence of a welcoming tide. He tumbled through the shimmering gateway, landing softly on a path made of it looked like tightly woven moonbeams. He was in the glimmering glade. Trees with bark like polished obsidian soared overhead, their leaves shimmering discs of mother-of-pearl that cast soft, shifting rainbows on the ground. Flowers glowed with their own inner light, soft blues, gentle pinks, and warm yellows filling the air with a scent like crushed mint and honeydew melon. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet strangely silent, save for a distant, discordant chime that sounded sad and out of tune. Leo wasn't alone for long. From beneath a giant, luminous toadstool, a small creature emerged. It looked like a hedgehog, but its spines were delicate, crystalline shards that refracted the pearly light, and its eyes were large, kind, and the deep green of forest moss. It blinked at Leo. "Lost the path, have you?" it chirped, its voice like tiny bells. "Name's Bramble, keeper of the quiet corners. That's a fine traveler's twirl you've got there." It nodded at the whisk. "Traveler's twirl?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Oh yes," Bramble said, shuffling closer. "Old magic whispers forgotten wishes, stirs up hidden paths, but something's amiss in the glade. The song is broken. Listen." The discordant chime sounded again, louder this time, sending a shiver through the luminous leaves. It felt wrong, like a beautiful painting with a jagged tear down the middle. Before Leo could ask more, a soft sigh drifted down from above. A wispy figure, seemingly woven from luminous mist and tiny, floating dandelion seeds, coalesced beside him. It had large, mournful eyes that shifted color like opals. "The harmony bell," it murmured, its voice a soft breeze through reeds. "I am Nimbus, its keeper, but it will not chime true. The heartstone deep within the whispering caves has grown dim. Without its light the bell cannot find its song, and the glade fades." Nimbus gestured sadly towards the edges of the glade, where the vibrant colors were indeed starting to dull, like paint left in the sun. Leo understood his journey. He had to help restore the heartstone's light so the harmony bell could sing again. Bramble offered to guide him to the whispering caves, his crystalline spines clicking softly as he trotted ahead on the moonbeam path. Nimbus floated beside Leo, a comforting presence like a warm shawl. The path wound deeper into the glade, past rivers of liquid starlight and fields of singing bluebells. The discordant chime grew fainter, replaced by an unsettling silence. As they neared the dark mouth of the whispering caves, carved into the side of a glittering quartz mountain, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from within. A shadow detached itself from the cave entrance, a creature unlike any Leo had imagined. It wasn't fierce-looking, but immensely sad. It resembled a giant badger sculpted from smooth, dark stone, but its eyes were pools of deep, troubled twilight, and tangled roots seemed to grow from its massive paws, anchoring it heavily to the ground. This was Grawl, the Guardian. "Leave," Grawl rumbled, the sound vibrating deep in Leo's chest. "The Hearthstone is dim, its light hurts no more, but the dark is heavy. I guard the silence now." He shifted, the roots groaning, blocking the cave entrance completely. Bramble bristled slightly. "He won't listen to reason, Leo. Thinks the dark is safer. Tried telling him the glade needs the light." Nimbus sighed, a mournful drift of mist. "Force is not the way. Grawl is strong as the mountain, and he is afraid." Leo looked at the traveler's twirl in his hand. It hummed softly, almost reassuringly. He remembered his grandfather's words when the bakery ovens sometimes wouldn't light. "Sometimes, Leo, you don't need more fire. You just need to understand why the spark won't catch." He looked at Grawl's troubled twilight eyes, the heavy roots, and the immense sadness radiating from the stone creature. He didn't need to move Grawl, he needed to understand him. Stepping forward cautiously, Leo spoke softly, his voice barely louder than the rustle of the luminous leaves. "Grawl, why does the dark feel safer? What hurts?" Grawl blinked his enormous twilight eyes, surprised. No one had asked before. His rumbling voice was lower, less defensive. "The light, it was too bright. After the Hearthstone dimmed, it was loud. Shouting, then silence, heavy silence. The roots hold me, keep the quiet." He nudged one of the thick roots anchoring him. Leo understood. The Hearthstone hadn't just dimmed. Its final flickers had been chaotic, painful bursts of light and sound before failing. Grawl, tasked with guarding it, had been overwhelmed, hurt by the very thing he protected. The silence wasn't peace, it was the aftermath of trauma. The roots weren't just anchors, they were Grawl's way of protecting himself and the cave from further hurt. "It wasn't the light that hurt you," Leo said gently. "It was the light breaking, like the harmony bell's broken song. The glade needs the true light and the true song back. Gentle light, gentle song, not the broken kind." He held up the traveler's twirl. "It helps find hidden things, gentle things. Maybe it can help the Hearthstone remember how to shine gently again, with your permission." Grawl stared at the whisk, then at Leo's earnest face. He saw Bramble's hopeful glitter and Nimbus's soft, encouraging glow. The deep twilight in his eyes seemed to swirl thoughtfully. Slowly, ponderously, the stone badger shifted. The roots groaned but loosened their grip slightly, creating just enough space for Leo to slip past into the dark cave. "Gentle," Grawl rumbled, a plea more than a command. Inside the cave, the air was cool and still. The walls glittered faintly with embedded crystals. At its very center, resting on a natural pedestal of pure amethyst, lay the Hearthstone. It was a large, smooth crystal, but its inner light was weak, flickering erratically like a dying candle, casting jagged, unsettling shadows. Leo could almost feel the echoes of its distress sharp, discordant notes of fear and pain. He approached slowly, the traveler's twirl humming more insistently in his hand. He didn't know any spells. He just thought of gentle things, the warm glow of the bakery oven, the soft purr of his grandfather's cat, the comforting smell of rain on dry earth, the soothing rhythm of kneading dough. He thought of Bramble's kind eyes and Nimbus's soft sigh. He thought of understanding Grawl's fear. Holding the whisk aloft, Leo began to stir the air slowly, deliberately, right in front of the flickering Hearthstone. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't force it, he coaxed. He stirred the air like he was folding flour into cake batter gently, patiently. Tiny golden sparks, softer than the flower motes had been, drifted from the Whisk's coils, swirling around the hearthstone like benevolent fireflies. They didn't attack the jagged light, they wove around it, soothing it. As Leo stirred, he whispered not commands but reassurances. It's safe now. The guardian watches, the glade waits, gentle light, quiet song. Slowly, miraculously, the erratic flickering of the hearthstone began to steady. The jagged shadows softened. The weak, painful pulses deepened into a warm, steady, golden glow. It grew brighter, not harshly, but with the serene radiance of a full moon, filling the cave with a comforting, buttery light. The sharp notes of distress faded, replaced by a deep, resonant hum of contentment that vibrated through the crystal floor, up Leo's legs, and filled him with profound peace. Outside, a single pure, sweet note rang out across the glimmering glade. The harmony bell. Then another and another, weaving together into a melody of breathtaking beauty, a song of restoration, of gentle strength, of understanding. The discordant chime was gone, replaced by pure harmony that made the pearly leaves shimmer brighter and the glowing flowers pulse with joy. Grawl let out a deep, rumbling sigh that sounded like stones settling comfortably. The roots anchoring him loosened completely, sinking back into the earth. The deep twilight in his eyes softened, now holding the warm reflection of the hearthstone's light. Gentle, he rumbled again, but this time it was filled with relief and gratitude. Bramble danced in a circle, his crystalline spines flashing rainbows. You did it, Leo, with wisdom and a whisk. Nimbus floated closer, a soft smile in its misty form. The song is whole, the glade remembers its heart. Thank you, Leo Whisker Wielder. The journey back through the glade was a celebration. The moonbeam path seemed brighter, the colors more vibrant. The singing bluebells harmonized with the bell's melody. When they reached the shimmering gateway where Leo had entered, Bramble nudged his hand. The twirl will always remember the path, should you need gentle wonders. Nimbus added, and remember, true strength often lies in listening and understanding the quiet hurts. With a final, grateful look at his extraordinary friends and the restored glade, Leo stepped through the shimmering gateway. He landed softly back in his attic room, the traveler's twirl warm in his hand. Outside his window, the rain had stopped, and the village of Hearthwood slept peacefully under a sky dusted with real stars. The next morning, as Leo helped his grandfather in the bakery, he picked up a regular whisk to beat some eggs. He gave it a little flick. Swish, swish, swish. Ordinary flower motes danced in the sunbeam. No sparks, no constellations. But Leo smiled. He could still feel the echo of the hearthstone's warm glow within him, the memory of the harmony bell's pure song, and the profound peace that came from gentle understanding. He knew now that the world was full of extraordinary secrets hidden within ordinary things, not just magical whisks, but also in kindness, in patience, and in listening to the quiet stories even stones might tell. As the scent of baking bread filled the cozy bakery, warm and comforting as a hug, Leo felt changed. He had journeyed beyond moonbeam paths and returned, carrying a quiet wisdom that glowed softly inside him, as steady and reassuring as the light from a perfectly risen loaf, golden and warm, ready to share its gentle comfort with the world. And the traveler's twirl. It rested on his windowsill, a simple copper whisk catching the morning sun, humming a contented, almost inaudible tune, a quiet keeper of a wondrous secret, waiting patiently for the next gentle stirring. Story 14. The forest beyond Rowanwood village had always whispered. Not with words exactly, but with rustles that lingered too long in still air, shadows that danced without sunlight, and breezes carrying scents of moss and mystery even on windless days. Young Finn felt those whispers deep in his bones. While other children chased frogs by the mill pond or helped gather apples in the orchards, Finn would sit beneath the oldest oak at the forest's edge, sketching the gnarled roots in his worn notebook. He felt different, like a puzzle piece from another box, observant, quiet, and filled with a restless longing he couldn't name. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the silver veins of a fern, Finn's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth buried in the loam. He unearthed a stone unlike any he'd seen, oval as a hen's egg, its surface swirling with colors like trapped twilight, deep violets, emerald greens, and flecks of gold that shimmered when tilted. As he held it, a gentle warmth spread through his palm, and the forest whispers grew clearer, almost melodic. That night beneath his quilt, the stone pulsed softly against his chest, and Finn dreamed of luminous paths winding beneath ancient trees. Driven by a compulsion he couldn't ignore, Finn returned to the oak at dawn, the stone tucked safely in his pocket. This time the whispers formed words, soft, urgent sighs. Follow, awaken. Hesitantly, he stepped beyond the tree line. Where once stood familiar birches, a hidden archway of intertwined hawthorn now glimmered, visible only when the stone's light touched it. Heart pounding, Finn ducked through. The world transformed. Sunlight filtered through leaves the size of wagon wheels, glowing jade and amber. Flowers chimed like tiny bells as butterflies with stained glass wings sipped their nectar. This was the Glimmerwood, a realm folded within his own forest, vibrant and alive with magic Finn felt humming in the air. Yet beneath the beauty, something felt frayed. Patches of moss lay dull and brittle, tree bark cracked like parched earth, and the melodic breeze carried a faint, sorrowful note. His awe was interrupted by a low growl. A badger, larger than any Finn had seen, blocked the path. Its fur was thick and silver-tipped, but one eye was clouded, and it moved with a limp. Human, it rasped, voice like stones grinding. You trespass, the Glimmerwood weakens, and your kind brings only blight. Finn, trembling but determined, held up the stone. Its light flared gently. I mean no harm, I found this. It led me here. I hear the forest's sadness. He saw pain in the badger's good eye, not just anger. My name is Finn. The badger sniffed the air, scrutinizing the stone's glow. HMPH thistle, it grunted finally. And that's the heartstone, belonged to the last keeper, vanished seasons ago. Thistle's gruffness wavered. Without the keeper, the heart of the wood, the source of our magic, fades were withering. A tiny light zipped past Finn's ear. A firefly, but its glow sputtered weakly. Thistle speaks true, it piped in a voice like tinkling crystal. I'm Spark, even our light dims. Spark landed on Finn's shoulder, her tiny form radiating warmth and worry. An unlikely trio formed, a wary, wounded guardian, a fading spark of light, and a boy holding a sliver of forgotten power. The heartstone pulsed, projecting a faint image, a towering tree crowned with crystal leaves, its roots cradling a pulsing orb of pure light, the heart of the wood. But the image flickered, showing deep cracks snaking through the orb. The heart is damaged, Finn breathed. Can we mend it? Thistle's snout wrinkled. The way is perilous, the echoing river steals memories, the bramble of doubts ensnares the fearful. The cavern of whispers drowns hope in lies, only the keeper knew the path. He eyed Finn skeptically. A human child. But the heartstone chose him. Spark insisted, her light flaring bravely. See how it brightens near him. Indeed, the stone's colors swirled more vividly against Finn's palm. Their journey began. The whispering brook guided them at first, its waters murmuring encouragement over smooth, singing stones. Yet the forest's decay deepened. They passed a family of tree sprites, their bark-like skin ashen, huddled around a spring that bubbled lethargically. The heart's pain is ours, their elder sighed, touching a wilting bluebell. Hope felt fragile. The first trial came at the echoing river. Its waters flowed silver, reflecting not sky but fragments of the past. Finn sketching alone by the oak, Thistle valiantly fighting a poacher's trap that left him lame, Spark's brightest night dimming. As they waded in, the cold bit deep, and the reflections surged. Finn's own voice echoed, "Why are you different? You don't belong anywhere." Doubt, cold and heavy, threatened to pull him under. He gripped the heartstone. Its warmth surged, not just physical, but a wave of certainty. His quiet observation was a gift. His sketches captured beauty others missed. Focusing on Thistle's determined paddling and Spark's encouraging glow ahead, he pushed through. Emerging, shivering but resolute, he saw understanding in Thistle's good eye. The badger gave a curt nod. Bonds strengthened. Next rose the bramble of doubts, a wall of thorns taller than houses, shifting and groaning. Reaching out felt like touching icy fear. It feeds on hesitation, Thistle warned. Finn remembered village children mocking his solitary walks. Weird. Dreamer. The thorns thickened. Spark, however, darted forward. "Watch me, Finn, tiny things find cracks." She wove a frantic, glowing dance, highlighting a narrow, winding path where thorns momentarily shrank back from her light. "Trust your friends," she chimed. Finn, pushing aside old hurts, focused entirely on Spark's path, Thistle's sturdy presence at his back a bulwark against the bramble's psychic chill. Thorns snagged his tunic, whispering failures, but the heartstone pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, steady, insistent. Step by careful step they emerged, scratched but whole. Thistle nudged Finn's hand with his snout, a silent gesture of respect. The deepest darkness awaited them in the cavern of whispers. Stalactites dripped icy water that echoed like mocking laughter. Shadows slithered, forming cruel shapes and hissing voices. The keeper abandoned them, why wouldn't they, useless creatures, the shadows taunted Thistle. "Your light dies tonight, little ember," they hissed at Spark. For Finn, the shadows became villagers' faces, distorted and dismissive, lost boy, head in the clouds. The despair was suffocating. Spark's light flickered dangerously low. Thistle growled, low and pained, his old wounds seeming to ache. Finn sank to his knees, the heartstone's warmth dimming under the onslaught. Then he remembered the tree sprite's wilting flowers, the sorrow in the whispering brook. This wasn't just about him. He clutched the stone, pouring into it not just his own fragile hope, but his empathy for Thistle's pain, his admiration for Spark's courage, his love for the Glimmerwood's fading beauty. "No," he shouted, his voice ringing clear against the whispers. "Thistle protects, Spark inspires, the Glimmerwood is worth saving, and I see it." He held the stone aloft. It blazed not just with light, but with pure, defiant belief, a golden radiance that tore through the shadows like sun through storm clouds. The cavern fell silent, then filled with a soft, genuine echo of Finn's own words. "Worth saving, see it," the shadows dissolved into harmless mist. Emerging, they found themselves in a hidden grove bathed in ethereal moonlight. At its center stood the heart tree, majestic but wounded. Its crystal leaves were dull, many shattered on the ground. Beneath its immense roots pulsed the heart of the wood, a sphere of light, yes, but fractured, its glow weak and erratic, dark veins of shadow pulsing within it. The source of the blight was clear. A jagged shard of cold, dark iron plunged deep into the heart's core, leaking an Inkai corruption. "The keeper, they fought the shadow sower who poisoned the heart," Thistle murmured, grief raw in his voice. "They fell, protecting it." Finn understood the keeper's sacrifice and the stone's choice. He approached the wounded heart. The corruption pulsed, radiating malice and despair. Finn felt its icy touch seep into his bones, whispering of futility. The heartstone flared hot in his hand, a beacon against the dark. He knew what to do. "Thistle," Finn said, voice steady, Your strength held the glimmerwood together when hope faded. Spark, your light guides even in the deepest dark. He placed the heartstone gently on the moss before the great root. And this remembers the keeper's love. He took Thistle's paw and held out his other hand to Spark. Together. Thistle pressed his paw firmly over the stone, his gruffness replaced by solemn resolve. Spark landed upon it, pouring every flicker of her remaining light into the swirling colors. Finn placed his hand atop them both, closing his eyes. He didn't just push his own hope. He focused on Thistle's fierce loyalty, Spark's infectious joy, the keeper's sacrifice, the sprite's gentle sorrow, the forest's ancient song. He poured out his own quiet love for the hidden beauty he'd always sensed. The heartstone erupted. A column of pure, harmonious light, gold, silver, and vibrant green, shot upwards, enveloping the corrupted heart. The dark shard resisted, hissing like steam, but the combined light was relentless. It wasn't force but healing, a symphony of courage, friendship, and belonging washing over the wound. With a sound like 1,000 sighs of relief, the dark shard dissolved. The cracks in the heart sealed with seams of living gold. Light exploded, warm, pure, and utterly silent. It washed over the grove, up the heart tree, and outwards in a visible wave through the glimmerwood. Above, the crystal leaves blazed back to life, refracting light into rainbows that danced on the forest floor. The moss plumped up, lush and emerald. Flowers straightened, chiming clear, strong notes. Spark shot into the air, her glow now a steady, brilliant star, leaving trails of gold dust. It's back, she sang, looping joyously around the rejuvenated heart tree. Thistle let out a deep, rumbling sound Finn had never heard before, a purr of pure contentment. His clouded eye seemed clearer, his stance stronger. He nudged Finn gently. The stone chose well Finn, keeper of the heart. Finn looked at the heartstone, now pulsing with a calm, deep rhythm against his chest, inseparable from him. He understood his longing now. He belonged here, in this space between worlds, a bridge. As the wave of light reached the forest's edge, back in Rowanwood, villagers gasped. The ancient oak at the boundary blazed with an inner light, showering harmless sparks like benevolent fireflies. People gathered, pointing in wonder at the suddenly vibrant, whispering forest, feeling an inexplicable warmth and peace. Finn knew his journey wasn't over. He had a village to gently guide, a glimmerwood to nurture, and friends to cherish. Sitting beneath the radiant heart tree, Spark nestled in his hair like a living jewel, Thistle a warm, solid presence at his side, Finn opened his notebook. He sketched not just roots and leaves, but the luminous wave, the joyful firefly, the steadfast badger, and the pulsing heart. A story of quiet courage, unexpected friendship, and the magic found when one truly sees. The heartstone glowed softly against his chest, a warm, steady beat synced with his own, a lullaby of belonging that promised countless peaceful tomorrows in the enchanted embrace of the glimmerwood. The whispers now were contented sighs, weaving a cocoon of safety and wonder around the boy who listened, the friends who stood with him, and the forest that had finally found its voice and its heart once more. Story 15. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of pine needles and warm cinnamon buns. Mist curled around chimneys in the mornings, and fireflies danced like tiny lanterns in the evenings. It was a place of quiet magic, where garden gnomes occasionally winked, and the old oak tree by the stream hummed a low, comforting tune. 10-year-old Ben lived there with his grandfather, a clockmaker with kind eyes and hands that could fix anything, tick or talk. For 3 nights, strange things happened. Not scary things, mind you, but puzzling ones. On Monday, Mrs. Thistlewick's prize-winning rose quartz teapot vanished from her windowsill, only to reappear the next morning perched high in the branches of the humming oak, transformed into a beautiful bird feeder filled with sparkling seeds. On Tuesday, Old Man Hemlock's collection of smooth river stones, painstakingly gathered over years, disappeared from his porch. They were found Wednesday morning lining the path to the village well, each stone glowing with a soft, internal light like captured moonlight. On Wednesday night, Ben's own favorite blue woolen scarf, drying by the hearth, went missing. Ben wasn't scared, but he was deeply curious. He loved puzzles. Sitting by the crackling fire that evening, the smell of wood smoke and grandfather's pipe tobacco filling the cozy workshop, he recounted the odd events. "Grandfather, it's like someone's borrowing things but making them better, or useful in a different way." Grandfather polished a tiny gear with a soft cloth, his eyes twinkling like the stars just beginning to appear outside the frost-kissed window. Borrowing with purpose, it seems. The world, Ben, especially our little corner of it, is full of unseen helpers. They often work best when we don't stare too hard, but observe with a quiet mind and an open heart. What connects these things, I wonder? Ben thought. The teapot became a bird feeder. The stones became lights. His scarf, well, what could his scarf become? They were all outside things, he murmured. And they were all kind of plain before, useful but not magical. Perhaps, Grandfather said softly, our mysterious borrower sees a different kind of use, a need we haven't noticed yet. He handed Ben a small brass spyglass. "Keep your eyes open, lad, and your ears. Sometimes the quietest sounds tell the loudest stories." The next morning, Thursday, dawned crisp and clear. Ben bundled up, borrowing Grandfather's spare scarf, and went searching. He started near the humming oak. Kneeling by the trunk, he noticed something he'd missed before, tiny, delicate footprints in the frost-dusted moss. They were no bigger than his thumbprint, shaped like little stars. Nearby, caught on a thorny rose bush Mrs. Thistlewick had planted after her teapot adventure, was a single strand of vibrant blue wool. His wool. His heart beat a little faster, not with fear, but excitement. He followed the star-shaped footprints. They led away from the village, down towards the whispering stream that bordered Willowbrook. The air grew colder near the water, the frost thicker on the reeds. The footprints became clearer, heading towards a cluster of large, moss-covered boulders huddled together like sleeping sheep. Ben crept closer, Grandfather's words about quiet observation echoing in his mind. He crouched behind a fallen log, peering through the brass spyglass. At first he saw nothing but frosty rocks and icy reeds. Then movement. Tiny, flitting movements near the base of the largest boulder. Peering intently, Ben focused the spyglass. His breath caught. 3 little creatures, no taller than his hand, were bustling about. They had shimmering, moth-like wings in shades of frost blue and silver, and wore tunics woven from dried reeds and spider silk. Their faces were pointed and kind, with eyes like dark, polished berries. Winter sprites. Grandfather had spoken of them in stories, shy guardians of the coldest months, rarely seen. They were working with intense focus. And they were using Ben's blue scarf. Or rather, parts of it. One sprite was carefully unraveling the wool, its tiny fingers impossibly deft. Another was humming a soft, crystalline tune that made the unraveled wool glow faintly. The third was weaving the glowing strands into nests. Small, intricate, cup-shaped nests, lined with fluffy milkweed down and anchored securely within crevices in the cold boulders. Ben understood instantly. The deep cold snap had come early. Birds like the tiny snow finches and frost wrens, who usually nested deeper in the woods, were struggling to find shelter near the water where they fed. The sprites were repurposing things to help them. The teapot became a feeder offering special warming seeds. The glowing stones lit a safe path to unfrozen water. And his scarf. Its warm wool was being transformed into insulated hidden nests to protect the smallest, most vulnerable birds from the biting cold. It wasn't theft, it was resourceful kindness, a quiet effort to mend a need the villagers hadn't fully grasped. The sprite saw the shivering birds, saw unused or misplaced human items, and saw a solution. Ben didn't reveal himself. He watched, a warm feeling spreading through him, warmer than any fire. He saw the care in their movements, the gentle way they placed the finished nests, the soft chirps of unseen birds seeming to thank them from the icy reeds. He quietly backed away, leaving the sprites to their vital work. Returning to the village, Ben went straight to Grandfather's workshop. He described everything, the sprites, the nests, the shivering birds. Grandfather listened, a slow smile spreading across his face. Ah, the winter weavers, shy as starlight and kind as spring rain. They see the needs the rest of us might overlook. So, we shouldn't be mad about the missing things? Ben asked. Not mad, Ben, grateful, Grandfather corrected gently. They reminded us to look beyond our own windowsills. Now, how can we help? Ben had an idea. He spoke to Mrs. Thistlewick, who promptly donated several old chipped cups and saucers. Old Man Hemlock offered smooth stones he hadn't yet painted. Ben gathered spare bits of yarn and fabric scraps from the villagers. That evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender and rose, Ben and Grandfather carried a basket down to the cluster of boulders by the whispering stream. They placed the items neatly near the large rock where Ben had seen the sprites, whispering a quiet thank you into the chilly air. The next morning, Ben's blue scarf was back on his doorstep, neatly folded. But it was different. Woven subtly into the familiar wool were shimmering threads of silver and frost blue, making it softer and warmer than ever. And near the humming oak, where the sprites had left the transformed items before, a new sight greeted the villagers. Small, beautiful bird feeders crafted from Mrs. Thistlewick's old china, glowing stones embedded in the path leading deeper into the woods where more birds roosted, and patches of vibrant, frost-resistant moss growing where the yarn scraps had been. The mystery was solved not with shouts or traps, but with observation, understanding, and a shared desire to help. Willowbrook learned to leave small offerings by the stream rocks during the cold months, bits of bright wool, smooth pebbles, shiny buttons. And often on the frostiest mornings, villagers would find unexpected little comforts. A patch of ice cleared from a path, a frozen pump thawed, or the faint, sweet sound of crystalline humming on the wind, a lullaby of kindness from unseen friends. Ben wore his transformed scarf with pride, a cozy reminder that sometimes the most magical mysteries are solved simply by seeing the world through eyes of gentle wonder, and that the greatest magic often lies in quiet acts of care, woven together like warm wool on a winter's night. And as he drifted to sleep, listening to the comforting tick-tock of Grandfather's clocks, he felt the deep, peaceful certainty that their cozy valley was watched over by the kindest of unseen hands. Story 16. Grandma Willow's cottage always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, a scent that wrapped around young Leo like a warm blanket. Nestled deep in the whispering woods, it was a place where time seemed to slow, filled with the gentle tick of the grandfather clock and the soft snores of Juniper, the ginger cat. Leo spent every summer here, but this year felt different. A quiet restlessness stirred within him, a feeling like a half-remembered melody just out of reach. One rainy afternoon, while the downpour drummed a soothing rhythm on the roof, Grandma Willow beckoned Leo towards the shadowy corner of the attic. Dust motes danced in the single beam of light, filtering through a small, round window. "There's something," she began, her voice as soft as the cobwebs clinging to the rafters, "that's been waiting for you, Leo. Something of your roots from long before I was even a sapling." She moved aside an old quilt, revealing a wooden chest bound with tarnished copper bands. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns, swirling vines, crescent moons, and tiny, watchful owls. Leo knelt, his fingers tracing the cool wood. It felt strangely familiar, like the echo of a lullaby sung long ago. With a gentle click, Grandma Willow produced a small, oddly shaped key from her apron pocket. It looked like a twisted oak leaf cast in silver. "The chest of echoes," she murmured. "It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Rowan. She was a keeper, like her mother before her and her mother before that. Keepers of the grove." Leo's heart thumped softly against his ribs. He'd heard whispers of the grove, a place spoken of in hushed, reverent tones by the elders in the nearby village, but always veiled in mystery. The key turned smoothly. Inside the chest, nestled in folds of faded blue velvet, lay 3 objects. First, a small, smooth stone, deep gray like storm clouds, cool to the touch and humming with a barely perceptible vibration. Second, a dried sprig of lavender, its scent faint but still sweet, evoking images of sun-drenched fields. And third, a circular object made of pale, polished wood, inlaid with silvery lines that formed complex constellations. In its center was a small, clear crystal that seemed to hold a captured spark of moonlight. "This," Grandma Willow said, lifting the wooden circle with reverence, "is the moon compass. Rowan used it to find the hidden grove, a place sacred to our ancestors. It hasn't been seen in generations." She placed it gently in Leo's hands. It felt warm, alive. The silvery lines shimmered faintly as his fingers brushed them. "The stone holds the grove's memory," she continued, touching the gray rock and the lavender, its enduring peace. "They are keys, Leo, but the true journey is yours." That night, under a sky scattered with diamond-bright stars, Leo sat on his window seat, the moon compass resting in his lap. Juniper curled beside him, purring contentedly. As the moonlight streamed in, bathing the compass in its silvery glow, the crystal at its center began to pulse with a soft, internal light. The silvery constellation lines glowed brighter, shifting subtly. One star pattern, shaped like a tiny owl in flight, seemed to detach itself, pointing insistently towards the deepest part of the Whispering Woods. A thrill not of fear but of deep recognition shot through Leo. He knew with a certainty that settled into his bones that he needed to follow that light. Grandma Willow, sensing his resolve, simply smiled and handed him a small woven satchel. "Take the stone and the lavender too," she said, her eyes twinkling like the stars outside. "Listen to the woods, Leo. Listen with your heart, not just your ears, and trust Juniper. She knows the old paths." The next morning, dawn painted the sky in soft hues of peach and lavender. Leo, with the moon compass warm in his pocket, the humming stone and fragrant lavender sprig in his satchel, and Juniper trotting confidently ahead, stepped into the embrace of the Whispering Woods. The air was cool and damp, smelling of earth, pine, and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dancing dust motes. Birdsong wove a complex tapestry of sound chirps, whistles, and the soft coo of a wood dove. Following the compass was less about walking a straight path and more about feeling a gentle pull. The owl-shaped light would glow brighter when he faced the right direction, dimming if he strayed. Juniper seemed to understand perfectly, weaving between ancient oaks and moss-covered boulders, occasionally pausing to glance back at Leo with her wise green eyes. They crossed babbling brooks on stepping stones worn smooth by time, their surfaces cool and damp beneath Leo's boots. The deeper they went, the quieter the woods became, not with silence, but with a profound, peaceful hum, the sound of life deeply rooted. The compass led them to a sheer rock face, thickly curtained with ivy. The owl light pulsed urgently. Leo gently pushed aside the heavy vines, his fingers brushing cool, damp stone. Behind them, hidden like a secret, was a narrow crack in the rock, just wide enough for him and Juniper to slip through. Inside, the air changed. It was cooler, sweeter, carrying the unmistakable scent of the lavender sprig in his bag, but infinitely fresher and more alive. They emerged into a hidden valley, bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. Leo gasped. Before him lay the hidden grove. Ancient gnarled trees, their bark silvered with age, formed a protective circle around a clearing carpeted in impossibly green moss. In the center stood a small, clear spring, its water bubbling up from the earth with a gentle, musical sound. Around the spring, half hidden by ferns and wildflowers, were smooth stones arranged in concentric circles. And on the largest stones, facing inward, were intricate mosaics made of colored pebbles, depicting scenes. People gathering herbs under a crescent moon, sharing stories by a fire, tending saplings with gentle hands, watching constellations wheel overhead. This was the legacy. Not gold or power, but a profound understanding. Leo felt it wash over him, a sense of deep peace, of belonging not just to a family, but to this land, to the rhythm of the seasons, to the quiet wisdom of nature. He knelt by the spring, dipping his fingers into the cool, crystal-clear water. It felt like touching time itself. He placed the humming gray stone beside the water's edge. Its vibration deepened, harmonizing with the gentle thrum of the grove. He tucked the dried lavender sprig into a patch of vibrant purple lavender growing nearby, its fresh scent mingling instantly with the old. Juniper padded silently to a flat stone near the spring and sat, washing a paw, utterly at home. Leo sat beside her, the moon compass resting on his lap. He traced the constellations with his finger, the same ones depicted on the grove stones. He understood now. The artifacts weren't just keys, they were echoes. The stone echoed the grove's ancient memory, the lavender its enduring peace, and the compass echoed the connection, the way the ancestors navigated not just the woods, but life itself, by the steady light of wisdom, harmony, and respect for the natural world. The life lessons whispered from the mosaics were gentle but profound. Listen to the small voices, the rustle of leaves, the song of the stream, the quiet thoughts of your own heart. Share what you have, for community is your root. Tend the growing things, for they sustain you. Look to the stars, for they remind you of your place in the vast, beautiful pattern. It wasn't a list of rules, but a feeling, a resonance deep within his spirit. Hours slipped by like minutes. Leo explored the grove, running his hands over the cool mosaics, feeling the wisdom embedded in the stones. He drank from the spring water, tasting of pure earth and sky. He watched a family of rabbits emerge cautiously from the ferns, unafraid. He listened to the wind sighing through the ancient trees, a sound like the breath of the earth. A profound sense of belonging settled upon him, warm and heavy as Grandma Willow's quilts. He wasn't just Leo visiting Grandma, he was Leo, descendant of Rowan, keeper of the grove. He was part of this unbroken chain of gentle guardianship. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in streaks of amber and rose, the moon compass glowed softly in the gathering twilight, its central crystal mirroring the first evening star. Juniper stretched and yawned, signaling it was time. Leo carefully collected the gray stone, its hum now a contented purr, and the moon compass. He left the lavender sprig nestled amongst its living kin. He knew he would return. Often. The journey back through the crack in the rock and the whispering woods felt different. Leo moved with a quiet confidence. He saw the woods not just as trees and paths, but as a living, breathing entity he was connected to. He noticed the way the light fell on a patch of wild strawberries, the intricate pattern of a spiderweb beaded with dew, the comforting call of an owl beginning its night watch. He carried the grove's peace within him now, a warm ember glowing softly in his chest. Grandma Willow was waiting on the cottage porch, rocking gently in her chair, a cup of chamomile tea steaming beside her. She didn't ask questions as Leo approached. She simply smiled, her eyes seeing the newfound stillness in his gaze, the quiet understanding that radiated from him. He sat on the step beside her, Juniper curling instantly into his lap. The scent of cinnamon and old paper mingled with the cool evening air, and the lingering memory of lavender from the grove. He placed the humming stone and the moon compass on the small table between them. They glowed faintly in the twilight, a soft, shared light. "It's beautiful, Grandma," Leo said, his voice filled with a quiet awe. "It's home, a different kind of home." Grandma Willow reached out and covered his hand with hers, her skin warm and papery. "It always was, my dear," she murmured, her voice as soft as the owl's wing outside. "The grove isn't just a place, it's the knowing that you belong to the earth, the sky, the stars, and to the long, gentle line of those who walked softly before you. You carry it now, Leo, carry its peace, its wisdom, its quiet song. That is your true inheritance." Leo leaned his head against Grandma Willow's knee, looking up at the first stars piercing the velvet sky. He thought of the constellations on the compass, the mosaics by the spring, the ancestors who had sat under these same stars, listening to the same owls. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, anchoring calm. He was Leo, keeper of the grove. And as Juniper's purr rumbled against him and Grandma Willow's hand rested gently on his head, he knew that the most powerful legacy wasn't found in chests or compasses, but in the quiet heart, listening, belonging, and holding the peaceful light of the past to guide the way forward. He closed his eyes, the scent of lavender and the hum of the ancient stone lulling him towards sleep, wrapped in the profound comfort of roots that reached deep into time, and a belonging as vast and peaceful as the starlit sky. Story 17. The nebula outside the viewport swirled like spilled watercolors, violet, emerald, and a deep, comforting indigo. Inside the cramped escape pod, the air hung heavy with the scent of ozone, burnt wiring, and the faint, earthy aroma of dried moss spice. Pip, a small, fur-covered being from the verdant planet Veridia, huddled against the cold metal wall. His large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight moss, darted nervously. Opposite him, perched on a storage crate like a living geode, was Kale. Kale's body was composed of interlocking, translucent crystals that refracted the nebula's light into soft rainbows on the pod's walls. He emitted a low, resonant hum, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, a sound Pip found utterly alien and vaguely unsettling. Their meeting had been pure, chaotic accident. Pip's botanical survey vessel had collided with debris from a collapsing asteroid field, while Kale's crystalline transport, caught in the same gravitational ripple, had shattered moments later. Their escape pods, flung together by the cosmic turbulence, had automatically docked in a desperate bid for survival. Now they were adrift, far from any known trade route, with limited power and dwindling oxygen. Pip shivered, pulling his thick, moss-green fur tighter around himself. Viridians thrived in warmth and humidity. The pod's recycled air felt thin and frigid. He watched Kale, whose facets seemed to shimmer with an internal, cool light. "Cold," Pip ventured, his voice a soft chirp. Kale's crystals shifted with a sound like tinkling glass. A series of complex light patterns flickered across his surface. Pip's universal translator implant struggled, spitting out fragmented words. Thermal equilibrium maintained. External temperature irrelevant, the tone sounded dismissive, almost arrogant to Pip's ears. He misinterpreted the precise, unemotional language as coldness. Typical crystallite, Pip thought glumly, recalling stories of their logical, detached nature. Probably thinks my shivering is inefficient. Kale, meanwhile, perceived Pip's constant movement and shivering as nervous energy, perhaps even aggression. On Kale's homeworld, xylos, stillness, and precise communication were valued. Pip's soft chirps and expressive eyes were baffling, almost chaotic. He detected the scent of moss spice pleasant, but utterly foreign and slightly overwhelming to his mineral-based senses. This organic is unpredictable, Kale reasoned silently, his internal hum vibrating at a slightly higher, anxious pitch. Its needs are illogical. Their first true challenge came swiftly. A power surge, a remnant of the collision damage, flickered through the pod systems. The primary oxygen recycler sputtered and died. A harsh red light began pulsing on the console, accompanied by a shrill, insistent alarm. The air instantly felt thinner, sharper. Panic seized Pip. He needed oxygen-rich air. He scrambled towards the console, small paws fumbling with unfamiliar controls. "The recycler, it's failed. We need to bypass the secondary coupling," he chirped frantically, pointing a clawed finger at a complex diagram. Kale observed Pip's frantic movements. The panic was tangible, a wave of distress that vibrated through the very air Kale subtly manipulated for internal resonance. He understood the danger oxygen depletion would be fatal for the organic. He also understood the console. Crystallites interfaced with technology through precise light pulses and harmonic resonance. While Pip saw confusing wires and circuits, Kale saw patterns of energy flow. In efficient method, Kale's lights pulsed, aiming a precise beam at a specific node Pip hadn't noticed. A low, resonant tone emanated from Kale, vibrating the console panel. A hidden access port slid open. "Focus here." Kale's translated voice stated calmly, projecting a beam of light onto a cluster of glowing filaments within the newly revealed compartment. Resonance required specific frequency. Pip stared, momentarily stunned. Kale wasn't being dismissive. He was offering a solution in the only way he knew how. Pip's knowledge was practical, hands-on. Kale's was abstract, based on energy manipulation. Taking a shaky breath, Pip pushed his fear aside. He carefully inserted a slender tool into the compartment Kale indicated. "Like this?" he asked, trying to mimic the steady tone Kale projected. Kale adjusted his hum, shifting the pitch minutely. Pip felt the vibration through the tool, guiding his hand. Affirmative. "Now modulate gently." Pip focused, his small paws surprisingly steady as he followed the subtle sonic guidance. He applied pressure, adjusted angles, all while Kale maintained the stabilizing resonance. There was a soft click, a surge of clean, cool air, and the red light faded, replaced by a steady, comforting green glow. The recycled air carried the scent of damp earth again. Pip slumped back, panting. It worked. He looked at Kale, his large eyes wide with relief and newfound respect. "Thank you." Kale's facets shimmered in a complex, slow wave. The dismissive hum Pip had misheard earlier was replaced by a deeper, warmer resonance. Cooperation efficient, survival probability increased. But the light patterns held a softer glow, a hint of something beyond pure logic. He had felt Pip's focused determination, his willingness to trust Kale's guidance. It was unexpected. Days drifted by, marked only by the shifting nebula outside and the slow drain on the pod's batteries. They faced smaller challenges, rerouting power, rationing water, a substance Kale absorbed sparingly through his base facets, while Pip drank eagerly, and repairing minor hull fractures using a sealant Pip concocted from emergency rations and a bonding agent Kale identified through spectral analysis. One evening, as measured by Pip's internal chronometer, the pod drifted near a cluster of luminous asteroids. Pip, gazing out, sighed. "Those look like the glow moss fields back home on Veridia. On summer nights, we'd lie in them and watch the sky pythons weave stories with their lights." His voice was soft, tinged with longing. Kale turned his facets towards the view. His internal light pulsed gently. Narratives formed by stellar bodies. The concept was alien. Crystallites shared knowledge through resonant memory crystals, precise and unchanging. "Not exactly stories," Pip explained, warming to the topic. "More like feelings, the way the lights move, the colors, they make you feel things. Joy, wonder, loneliness." He glanced at Kale. Do your people feel things like missing home? Kale was silent for a long moment. The only sound was his soft, resonant hum. Then a complex cascade of light flowed across his surface, shifting through blues, deep violets, and finally settling into a warm, golden amber. Designation Home Xylos Caverns, resonance unique, stability profound. The amber light pulsed slowly. Absence creates dissonance, a longing for harmonic stability. It was the closest he could come to expressing the deep, resonant ache of homesickness Pip understood perfectly. Pip shuffled closer, not touching, but near enough that Kale could feel the faint warmth radiating from his fur. Yeah, Pip whispered. Dissonance, that sounds about right. He didn't offer platitudes, just sat in shared silence, watching the luminous asteroids drift past, their glow reflecting softly in Kale's facets and in Pip's large, understanding eyes. The scent of moss spice hung gently in the air, no longer alien but familiar. The final challenge came as the pod's main power core began to fail. They needed to reach a small, marginally habitable moon on the edge of the nebula before the life support gave out completely. But the pod's navigation system was damaged, its star maps corrupted. We need a fix, Pip said, his usual chirp subdued by exhaustion. But the nav comp is scrambled. It's like trying to read a map underwater. Kale extended a cluster of fine, needle-like crystals towards the navigation console. He emitted a series of complex, high-pitched tones, scanning the corrupted data streams. Patterns fragmented, requires external reference. Pip's ears perked up. External like the stars. He remembered his grandfather teaching him stellar navigation, using Veridia's unique constellations. I know some star patterns, not your Xylos ones, but maybe I can describe them. It was a leap of faith. Pip described shapes, the Weaver's Loom, a cluster of 5 bright stars, the Mosscat's Leap, a jagged line of red giants, the Dewdrop Cluster, a faint, shimmering spray. He used his paws to sketch shapes in the air, his voice animated with the effort. Kale listened, his facets absorbing Pip's descriptions. He translated the organic shapes and names into precise angular coordinates and luminosity values his crystalline mind could process. He cross-referenced Pip's descriptions against the fragmented data in the nav comp, using Pip's Dewdrop cluster to anchor a corrupted sector, Pip's Weaver's Loom to triangulate their position. It was a dialogue of sight and sound, feeling and calculation. Coordinates acquired. Kale finally pulsed, his light flaring with a triumphant golden hue. Trajectory plotted. He projected the course onto the main screen, a clear path towards the small, gray moon. Pip whooped, a sound like rustling leaves. You did it, we did it. He bounced on his padded feet, then stopped, looking at Kale. Thank you, Kale, for listening, for understanding. Kale's resonance deepened, filling the pod with a sound like a mountain singing softly. Your perception provided necessary data. Your descriptions held unexpected clarity. The warmth in his tone was unmistakable now. He had learned the value of Pip's organic perspective, his intuitive connection to the cosmos. Pip had learned the strength in Kale's precision, his ability to find order in seeming chaos. The descent to the moon was bumpy, the pod groaning in protest. Pip manned the controls under Kale's precise, light-guided instructions. When a thruster misfired, Kale instantly calculated the compensation, his hum steadying Pip's nerves. When the landing gear jammed, Pip, remembering the sealant trick, crawled into a tight access hatch Kale illuminated, his small size suddenly a vital asset. They landed with a jarring thud, but safely on a dusty plain under a sky streaked with the nebula's fading colors. As the pod systems whirred down, silence settled, thick and profound. They stood by the viewport, looking out at the barren, yet strangely beautiful, landscape. Pip felt the comforting warmth of Kale's proximity, like standing near sun-warmed stone. Kale felt the gentle rhythm of Pip's breathing, a soft counterpoint to his own internal resonance. "We made it," Pip breathed, the scent of moon dust filtering in, mingling with the familiar moss spice. Affirmative. Kale pulsed, his light projecting a soft, encompassing glow around them both. Survival achieved. He paused, the light shifting into complex, slow-moving patterns of deep blue and warm amber. More than survival, partnership formed, understanding achieved. Pip nodded, leaning his furry shoulder lightly against the cool, smooth crystal of Kale's base. It wasn't Viridia's warmth, nor Xylos's profound silence. It was something new. Something built from shared cold, repaired circuits, navigated star patterns, and the quiet understanding that bloomed in the space between their differences. They had started as wary castaways, bound only by circumstance. Now they were companions. Friends. Outside, the first stars of the unfamiliar moon's night began to prick through the nebula's veil. Inside the battered pod, warmed by shared resilience and the soft glow of crystalline light, two beings from different worlds sat in comfortable silence. The universe was vast and often cold, but here, in this small sanctuary forged by unlikely friendship, they had found something as warm as a sunbeam and as solid as a mountain. They had found their way home, not to a place, but to each other. And for now, under the watchful stars, that was more than enough. The gentle hum and the soft breathing intertwined, a lullaby of companionship in the quiet night. Story 18. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages crowned with thatch, lived a shy bookbinder's apprentice named Leo. His world smelled of aged paper and binding glue, a comfortable rhythm disturbed only by his longing for something extraordinary. One rainy Tuesday, while mending a water-damaged atlas in the shop's dusty attic, Leo discovered a curious object tucked inside the hollow spine, a simple brass compass no larger than a walnut, etched with constellations instead of directions. When Leo's thumb brushed the North Star engraving, the compass hummed warmly, and its needle spun wildly before pointing insistently toward the fireplace. Curiosity overcoming hesitation, Leo pressed the compass against the soot-stained bricks. To his astonishment, the stones rippled like water, revealing a hidden passage smelling of damp earth and cedar. The compass now glowed with soft amber light, illuminating a tunnel that sloped gently downward. "Well," murmured Leo to the empty attic, "ordinary days are over, I suppose." The tunnel opened into Whisperwood, a forest where trees swayed in silent harmony and ferns unfurled like sleeping cats. Here the compass guided Leo to his first companion, a badger named Bramble, whose fur shimmered like polished coal and who spoke in low, gravelly tones. "Lost little wayfarer," Bramble rasped, nudging a mushroom cap with his snout. "That trinket you carry, it's a star-seeker, shows hidden paths and truest hearts, but beware, it dims when fear clouds your intent." As days passed, the trio, Leo, Bramble, and the pulsing compass, ventured deeper. They crossed rivers on bridges woven from living ivy and slept in clearings where fireflies danced in slow, deliberate patterns. The Starseeker's light waned whenever Leo doubted, its glow shrinking to a flicker when they faced the Mirror Marsh, a vast bog where reflections showed not faces but deepest insecurities. Leo saw himself as insignificant, a boy too timid to matter. The marsh waters thickened, threatening to trap them. "Look beyond the surface, lad," urged Bramble, his voice steady as bedrock. "Reflections lie, truth is in the touch, the scent, the sound." Taking courage, Leo knelt and plunged his hand into the murky water. Instead of cold sludge, he felt smooth, sun-warmed stone. The bog was an illusion. Beneath lay solid stepping stones, invisible to the eye. By trusting touch over sight, they crossed safely. The Starseeker blazed anew, its light now tinged with silver. Their journey led to the Valley of Echoing Stones, where wind-carved monoliths sang haunting melodies. Here they met Piper, a tiny owl with feathers like crushed violets, who nested in a hollow geode. Piper's wisdom flowed in musical riddles. "The greatest magic," she hooted, "isn't in seeing hidden things, but in hearing unspoken needs." The valley trembled as an ancient rock slide blocked their path, a challenge no strength could move. The Starseeker's needle spun frantically, pointing not at the rocks, but at a crack in the cliffside where a sapling struggled for light. Piper fluttered to Leo's shoulder. The stones mourned the tree's silence. "Listen." Leo pressed his ear to the rock. Faint vibrations hummed beneath the surface, a slow, pained rhythm. The boulders hadn't fallen randomly. They'd shifted to shield the sapling from a landslide higher up, sacrificing themselves. They don't need moving, Leo realized. They need gratitude. He placed his palm on the largest stone and whispered, "Thank you for protecting life." The rock sighed, settling into a stable archway. The sapling stretched toward the sun and the path cleared. At last they reached the Starlight Basin, a crater where waterfalls cascaded like liquid crystal into a pool, scattered with floating lanterns made of dandelion fluff. Here the Starseeker's true purpose awakened. It wasn't meant to find places, but people. Its light split into countless beams, each touching a lantern, revealing faces of villagers from Meadowshire, lonely elders, worried farmers, children nursing secret dreams. The compass pulsed with gentle urgency, helped them see wonder in ordinary days. Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand quests, but in kindling hope where it had dimmed. He returned home as leaves turned gold, the Starseeker now quiet but warm in his pocket. In the bookshop he began leaving small surprises, a compass-drawn map in a restless child's primer, a pressed starlight flower in a widow's gardening journal. Bramble settled in the wood behind Leo's cottage, and Piper's songs drifted through open windows on crisp evenings. Years later, villagers would speak of Meadowshire's quiet magic, how lost things found their way, how courage sparked in unlikely moments. Leo, now the bookshop owner, would smile as children gathered for stories, their eyes wide as he described whispering forests and kind-hearted badgers. And sometimes, when moonlight struck the shop's old atlas just so, the brass compass would glow softly, a reminder that extraordinary secrets bloom where kindness roots deepest, and every ordinary heart holds starlight waiting to be seen. Story 19. The scent of cinnamon and yeast always clung to Oliver, a warm perfume earned from helping his mother in the cozy bakery nestled on the edge of Willow Creek. His world was one of kneading dough, the cheerful clang of the oven door, and the comforting rhythm of the village. Yet Oliver often found his gaze drifting towards the dense, ancient woods that bordered their town, the Whispering Woods, where shadows seemed to dance and secrets rustled in the leaves. Villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, a place of forgotten paths and watchful trees. One crisp autumn morning, while rummaging in the dusty attic for spare sacks of flour, Oliver's hand brushed against something cool and smooth tucked behind an old spinning wheel. It wasn't flour. Pulling it free, he discovered a wooden spoon, unlike any he'd seen before. It was carved from a single piece of wood, dark as walnut but shimmering faintly with veins of silver that seemed to shift when he tilted it. The handle felt perfectly balanced in his hand, humming with a gentle warmth. Curious, Oliver took it downstairs. While stirring a bowl of thick apple batter for pies, he absent-mindedly tapped the spoon's silver-veined side against the rim. Instead of a dull thud, a pure, clear note rang out, shimmering in the air like sunlight on water. And as the note faded, Oliver noticed something astonishing. Where the spoon had touched the bowl, a tiny, intricate map had appeared, etched in faint, glowing lines directly onto the wooden surface. It showed a path winding deep into the whispering woods, marked with a symbol like a curling leaf. His heart hammered with a mixture of fear and thrilling curiosity. This was no ordinary spoon. It was a key whispering of the wood's secrets. That night the map glowed brighter beneath his pillow, pulling at him. By dawn, with the spoon tucked safely in his apron pocket and a small satchel of bread and cheese, Oliver slipped quietly out the back door, the cool morning air sharp in his lungs as he stepped onto the path leading into the trees. The whispering woods lived up to its name. Ancient oaks groaned softly, leaves rustled secrets he couldn't quite decipher, and shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy like golden spears. The map on the spoon glowed softly, guiding him deeper. He hadn't gone far when a low, rumbling voice startled him. "Lost little baker." A large, rather grumpy-looking badger peered from beneath a mossy root. His fur was thick and striped, his eyes sharp but not unkind. "Name's Thistle, these woods aren't for wandering, too many tangled roots and tricky shadows." Oliver explained about the spoon and the map. Thistle sniffed the air. "HMPH, the silver stirrer, haven't seen that in many a moon. Belonged to an old keeper of the woods, long gone. If it's showing you the way, then something's stirring it shouldn't be. The Hearthwood glade is troubled. I'll come. Badgers know the solid ground." His gruffness hid a deep loyalty to the forest. Further along the path, where sunlight dappled through ferns, they met Pip. A tiny squirrel with fur the color of burnished copper, she chattered excitedly, her tail a blur. "Ooh, visitors and the silver stirrer, shiny, are you going to the glade? The glimmer flies are all a-flutter, something's wrong." Pip bounced from branch to branch, her boundless energy infectious. "I know the high paths, follow me, quick, quick." Her perspective from the treetops proved invaluable, spotting obstacles Oliver and Thistle couldn't see from below. The woods grew stranger. Trees leaned closer, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed faintly. The air hummed with unseen energy. The map on the spoon flickered erratically. As dusk painted the sky lavender, they reached a clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient willow tree. Beneath its sweeping branches sat a figure made of woven moonlight and shadow and owl, immense and serene, with eyes like deep, still pools reflecting stars. This was Elderwood. "Greetings, seekers." Elderwood's voice was the sound of wind through distant pines, calm and ancient. "The silver stirrer has brought you, and not a moment too soon. The Hearthwood glade, the source of the forest's balance, is fading." The owl explained that the glade's twin guardians, Lumina, a spirit of light and warmth, and Umbra, a spirit of cool shadow and rest, had fallen into discord. Their quarrel, born of misunderstanding and loneliness, was causing the glade's magic to fracture. Light blazed too harshly in some places, while others were plunged into unnaturally deep, cold darkness. Plants withered or grew wild and chaotic. The forest's gentle song was turning dissonant. "Force will only deepen the rift," Elderwood murmured, his starry eyes fixed on Oliver. "Only understanding, a bridge woven from empathy, can mend what is broken. The silver stirrer holds a memory of harmony. Remember its song." The path to the Hearthwood glade was treacherous. Patches of blinding, scorching light forced them to shield their eyes, while pools of chilling, clinging darkness threatened to swallow them whole. Thistle used his strong claws to dig tunnels under unstable patches of blazing light. Pip scouted safe routes through the shifting canopy, calling out warnings. Oliver, clutching the warm spoon, felt its gentle hum, a counterpoint to the chaotic energies around them. Finally, they reached the glade. It was a place of breathtaking, heartbreaking beauty marred by conflict. At its center stood two magnificent trees, one radiant with golden light, the other cloaked in cool, deep indigo shadows. But their branches were tangled in a painful embrace, light and shadow warring violently. Lumina blazed with angry heat, her light scorching the grass. Umbra's shadows writhed like cold, dark serpents, freezing the air. Their voices, once harmonious, clashed, Lumina's bright and accusing, Umbra's deep and mournful. They hide the truth. Lumina shimmered fiercely. They shroud everything in cold secrecy. They burn away all peace. Umbra rumbled, shadows deepening. They leave no room for quiet. Oliver's heart ached. He saw not angry spirits, but two profoundly lonely beings, each believing the other had rejected them. He remembered Elderwood's words, a bridge woven from empathy. And he remembered the spoon's song. Stepping forward, ignoring the searing heat and biting cold that lashed out from the quarreling spirits, Oliver took a deep breath. He raised the silver stirrer high. Not to command, but to remember. He focused all his thoughts on the spoon's warmth, the gentle hum it had always carried, the memory of harmony Elderwood spoke of. He tapped it gently, not against a bowl, but against the charged air itself. Ting. A single pure note rang out, clear and calm as a mountain stream. It cut through the dissonance. Lumina's blazing light flickered. Umbra's writhing shadows stilled. Both spirits turned their immense presence towards the small boy and the glowing spoon. Ting. Oliver tapped again, pouring his feelings into the sound feelings of the cozy bakery's warmth, the comfort of his mother's embrace, the quiet peace of watching dawn break. He thought of Thistle's gruff protectiveness, Pip's exuberant joy, Elderwood's deep wisdom. He thought of the forest's gentle whispers, the need for both sunlight and shadow for life to thrive. Ting. With each pure note, the violent clash softened. The harsh light mellowed into a gentle golden glow. The biting cold shadows deepened into a soft, velvety indigo. Oliver walked slowly towards the center, the spoon held aloft like a beacon of peace. He didn't speak words, but let the spoon's song speak for him, a song of understanding, of connection, of the deep need for both light and shadow, warmth and coolness, day and night. See. Oliver finally whispered, his voice barely audible over the now gentle hum of the spoon in the forest. You're not alone, you belong together. The glade needs your light, he looked at Lumina, and your cool shadows, he looked at Umbra. It needs dawn and dusk. It needs both. Lumina's light pulsed softly, bathing Oliver in warmth that felt like forgiveness. Umbra's shadows flowed gently, a cool caress of gratitude. Slowly, tentatively, the golden light and the indigo shadows began to weave together around the intertwined trees, no longer fighting, but dancing. A soft, harmonious melody rose from the glade itself, a song of balance restored. The fractured ground healed, flowers bloomed where scorched earth had been, and the unnaturally dark patches filled with soft twilight. The silver stirrer glowed brilliantly for a moment, then settled back into its warm, wood-and-silver hum, the map fading from its surface. Its work was done. The journey back through the whispering woods was different. The air felt calmer, the whispers friendlier. Thistle walked with a proud swagger. Pip chattered happily about the beautiful new flowers blooming, and even the trees seemed to sigh with contentment. Elderwood met them at the forest's edge, his starry eyes filled with quiet approval. You stirred more than batter today, young baker. You stirred understanding into the heart of the woods. Remember this harmony. Oliver returned to Willow Creek as the first stars blinked awake. The bakery was warm, filled with the familiar, comforting smell of rising dough. His mother hugged him, relieved, noticing a new calmness in his eyes, and the faint, warm shimmer of the simple wooden spoon now hanging proudly above the hearth. From that day on, Oliver understood the extraordinary secrets hidden within ordinary things. He knew the woods held its breath sometimes, needing balance. And whenever he stirred a bowl of batter with the silver stirrer, the gentle ting it made wasn't just a sound. It was a reminder, a soft echo of the harmony that exists when light understands shadow, when warmth respects coolness, and when kindness weaves a bridge between lonely hearts. As he drifted to sleep each night, the scent of cinnamon and the memory of the glade's restored song wrapped around him, a lullaby of wonder and peace, whispering that even the smallest hands, guided by empathy, can stir the world towards balance. And in that knowing, he found a deep, comforting rest. Story 20. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched their gnarled fingers toward the sky and moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy, lived a young pine marten named Rowan. His fur was the color of autumn bark, and his eyes held the spark of curiosity passed down through generations of forest guardians. Here the air hummed with unspoken magic, a place where dew droplets held starlight and the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than time. One crisp evening, as Rowan scampered along a mossy branch, he noticed something amiss. The forest's breath, usually warm and earthy, turned sharp with frost. Crystal tendrils crept over fern fronds, silencing the cricket's twilight chorus. Even the fireflies, whose golden dances painted summer nights, flickered weakly behind veils of ice. Rowan's grandmother, a wise old marten with fur like storm cloud shadows, had warned of such signs. When the frost without wind comes, she'd murmured by the hearth of their hollow tree, the heartstone weeps. The heartstone was the forest's silent pulse, a moss-crowned boulder nestled in the glimmering glen, where seasons bled into one another. In spring it shimmered with cherry blossoms, in autumn it glowed like molten copper. But now its surface was dull and fractured, leaking wisps of winter into the balmy September air. The balance was unraveling. Rowan knew he couldn't mend it alone. He sought Elder Mossfoot, a badger who sat burrowed beneath the roots of the elder tree. The path there wound through meadows where clover exhaled sweetness, and past brooks that giggled over polished stones. As Rowan traveled, he met Fern, a rabbit whose ears twitched at every whisper. Her warren's carrots had frozen solid overnight. The earth shivers, she fretted, joining him with a hop. Further on they found Sorrel, a stag beetle whose iridescent shell reflected the fading moon. His wings hummed a dirge for the vanishing warmth. The heartstone's song is broken, Sorrel sighed. Together they journeyed toward the elder tree, where roots plunged deep into the world's memories. Elder Mossfoot awaited them in a cavern woven from tapestries of roots and glowworm light. His voice, like stones tumbling in a creek, filled the space. Long ago, he began, the first rains carved the heartstone to anchor the seasons, but magic fades when forgotten. To heal it, we must reweave the threads of harmony. He explained that each season's essence lived in sacred treasures. Spring's breath, a dewdrop from the first dawn, summer's embrace, a sunflower seed kissed by noonday sun, autumn's whisper, a maple key spun in equinox winds, and winter's hush, a snowflake crystallized under the solstice moon. Only by returning these to the heartstone could the fracture mend. Their quest led them through wonders and perils. In the meadow of mists they gathered spring's breath, a dewdrop clinging to a spiderweb, cool and bright as liquid diamond. Fern's nimble paws plucked it gently, her nose quivering at its honeysuckle scent. Next, the sunken orchard, where eternal summer ripened fruits in perpetual amber light. There Sorrel scuttled up a towering sunflower, retrieving a seed that radiated warmth like a tiny hearth. As he placed it in Rowan's paw, the air sighed with the fragrance of sun-baked soil. Autumn's whisper awaited in the wind tunnel pass, where gales sculpted sandstone into flutes. Maple keys spiraled down in a bronze ballet, but one, dappled with crimson and gold, hovered midair, humming. Rowan leaped, catching it as the wind tousled his fur, tasting of cinnamon and wood smoke. Last came winter's hush, hidden in the silent peaks where ice never melted. A sheer cliff glistened under the moon, and at its zenith rested a snowflake intricate as lace. Fern trembled at the cold, but Rowan climbed, his claws finding purchase in frost-feathered crevices. When he touched the snowflake, its quiet melody seeped into his bones, crisp and clean as starlight. With all treasures gathered, they raced to the glimmering glen. The forest grew quieter, frost swallowing color and sound. The hearthstone's cracks had widened, leaking gusts that wilted late-blooming heather. As the friends arranged the treasures in its fissures, Elder Mossfoot's words echoed, "Harmony needs many voices." Rowan, Fern, and Sorrel pressed their paws to the stone and sang, a wordless melody woven from rustling leaves, buzzing wings, and thumping hearts. The treasures flared, dewdrop blue, seed gold, leaf orange, snowflake silver. Light spiraled up, knitting the stone whole. Warmth bloomed outward. Frost retreated like a sigh, revealing emerald moss and unfurling ferns. Crickets resumed their symphony, fireflies wove constellations in the dusk. The hearthstone pulsed, its surface flowing with the season's hues, a living mosaic of cherry pink, sunflower yellow, maple red, and frost white. Under the mended magic, the creatures gathered. Elder Mossfoot nuzzled Rowan's head. You remembered the oldest truth. Balance is kept not by strength alone, but by listening, to the earth, to each other, to the wisdom in our bones. As moonbeams dappled the clearing, Rowan led his friends to a soft bed of clover. They curled together, watching the hearthstone breathe in time with the forest. Its light painted their fur in gentle patterns, and the air hummed with the promise of tomorrow's sunrise. High above, the stars blinked like kindled lanterns, and the whispering woods settled into a deep, dreamless peace, a tapestry woven anew where every creature, every leaf, and every season belonged. Story 21. The old house on Willow Lane creaked with secrets, but Oliver noticed things others missed. While his busy family rushed past dusty corners, he'd linger, tracing the whorls in the wooden banister or watching dust motes dance in afternoon sunbeams. His favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of forgotten things under a sloped, cobweb-draped ceiling. One rainy Tuesday, seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Oliver climbed the creaky stairs. Rain drummed a soothing rhythm on the roof. He rummaged through a trunk overflowing with yellowed lace and mismatched buttons. Beneath a faded quilt patterned with stars, his fingers touched something cool and smooth. He pulled out a teacup. It wasn't particularly grand. Made of plain white porcelain, slightly chipped on the rim, with no saucer to match. Yet as Oliver held it, a faint warmth pulsed against his palm, like a tiny heartbeat. He turned it over. On the bottom, written in faded blue script, were the words, "For listening." Curious, Oliver carried the cup downstairs to the quiet kitchen. The rain had softened to a gentle patter. He filled the kettle, wondering what made this cup feel special. As the water boiled, he absent-mindedly placed the cup on the worn oak table. Steam curled from the spout when he poured the hot water, but instead of just steam, a delicate, shimmering mist rose from the cup itself. It smelled faintly of cinnamon and cedar wood. Within the mist, tiny, fleeting images flickered the flutter of a moth's wing against a window pane, the silent unfurling of a fern in the garden, the distant, mournful call of a dove. Oliver gasped. The cup wasn't for drinking from, it was for hearing. Hearing the quiet, overlooked voices of the world. That night, nestled in bed, Oliver held the cup. He focused on the rustling leaves outside his window. As he concentrated, the cup grew warm again. The rustling transformed into soft, whispering voices. The wind is kind tonight, carrying seeds so tired. It was the old oak tree sharing its weary, ancient thoughts. Over the next few days, Oliver discovered the cup's magic deepened with quiet attention. He heard the cheerful gossip of sparrows planning their nests, the grumbling of the garden gate needing oil, the contented sigh of the sun-warmed stones on the patio. But he also heard whispers of unease carried on the breeze from the nearby whisperwood forest, a tremor of fear, a sense of something fading. One evening the cup's mist swirled intensely, showing a clearer image, a hidden glade deep within Whisperwood, where a cluster of luminous, silver-leafed plants drooped sadly. Their usual gentle light was dimming. A feeling of profound sorrow washed over Oliver through the cup. The forest itself was whispering a plea. Oliver knew he had to go. The journey felt immense, but the cup's warmth in his hands was a constant, comforting companion. Packing a small knapsack with biscuits and a flask of water, he slipped out at dawn, the cup carefully wrapped in soft cloth. Whisperwood lived up to its name. Ancient trees murmured overhead, their voices a low, constant hum Oliver could now understand without the cup, though holding it amplified the feeling. Careful steps, small one roots can trip, a mossy boulder rumbled kindly. The path winds follow the ferns, they point the way, chimed a cluster of delicate maidenhair ferns. His first helper appeared near a gurgling brook. Thistle was a stout, elderly badger, with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished river stones. He was meticulously repairing a section of displaced moss near the water's edge. "Ho now," Thistle grunted without looking up, his voice a low rasp. "The forest hums with your purpose, boy, and that cup, it carries the old warmth, rare thing." He explained he was the keeper of roots, tending the unseen connections beneath the soil. "The glimmer blooms are sickening," he confirmed sadly. "Their light feeds the heartwood of the oldest trees. Without it—" He trailed off, the worry heavy in the air. "But force won't mend this. You need understanding. Seek Hoot. She sees the patterns from above." Guided by Thistle's directions and the increasingly anxious whispers of the plants, Oliver climbed higher. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. He found Hoot perched on a high branch of a lightning-struck pine. She was a large, tawny owl with feathers edged in silver, her eyes vast and knowing pools of amber. "Ah," Hoot breathed, her voice soft as falling snow. "The listener arrives, the cup chose well." She swiveled her head nearly all the way around, observing everything. "The glimmer blooms wither not from malice, young Oliver, but from silence. The deep spring beneath their glade, the one that sings to their roots, its song is choked. Stones have fallen, mud has slid, its voice is muffled, and the flowers grow weak without its melody." Her wisdom was clear. The problem wasn't attacking the blockage, but restoring the song. "You'll need Pip," Hoot advised. "She knows the hidden waterways." Deeper still Oliver ventured, the forest floor thick with velvet moss and spongy fungus. Here, near a tumble of moss-covered boulders, he met Pip. She was a tiny field mouse with fur like spun moonlight and eyes bright as dewdrops. She darted fearlessly over roots and stones. "Hello, listener." Pip squeaked, her voice quick and cheerful. Hoot sent word, the spring of whispers, "I know its tunnels, follow me." Pip led Oliver through a labyrinth of ferns and under giant toadstools to a small, dark opening beneath the largest boulder, partially obscured by mud and fallen leaves. A faint, strained trickle of water could be heard, but no song. "It's blocked inside," Pip explained, whiskers twitching. "Big stones and sticky mud, too small for you, too heavy for me." But she looked thoughtfully at Oliver's cup. "The cup listens, maybe it can remind the spring how to sing." Oliver knelt by the dark opening. He felt the fear emanating from the blocked spring, a feeling of suffocation, of being forgotten. He understood. Wisdom wasn't about digging with force, it was about connection, about reminding something of its own true voice. He carefully placed the chipped teacup on the damp earth, right at the entrance of the spring's tunnel. He closed his eyes, pouring all his quiet attention, all the love he felt for the whispering world, into the cup. He remembered the sound of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of the brook, the deep hum of the earth thistle tended, the clear call of Hoot, all the voices that made the forest alive. The cup began to glow with a soft, silvery light. it grew warm, then almost hot. Instead of mist, a pure, clear tone rang out from it, like the chime of a tiny crystal bell. It wasn't loud, but it resonated deep into the earth, vibrating through the stones. Oliver felt it as much as heard it, a wave of pure, gentle sound flowing into the blocked tunnel. For a long moment, nothing happened. Oliver held his breath. Pip clutched a blade of grass. Then a deep subterranean groan echoed, not of pain, but of release. A gurgle, then a rush, then a sudden, joyful spurt of clear water burst from the opening, washing over the cup in Oliver's hand. It wasn't just water, it was song. A bright, bubbling melody filled the air, clear and strong, weaving around the trees, dancing on the leaves. The sound was pure, liquid joy. Up in the hidden glade, the effect was immediate. As Oliver, Thistle, Hoot, and Pip arrived, they saw the drooping silver leaves of the glimmer blooms begin to shimmer. Their faint light strengthened, pulsing gently in time with the spring's newly freed song. A soft silver radiance spread outwards from the flowers, washing over the ancient trees, making their bark glow faintly. The forest sighed, a collective exhalation of relief and gratitude. The fear vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant peace. The journey back felt different. The forest hummed with restored vitality. Ferns waved happily, stones felt settled, and the birdsong held an extra note of cheer. Thistle grumbled contentedly about roots drinking deep. Hoot observed the restored patterns with serene satisfaction. Pip darted ahead, relaying the good news to every beetle and blossom. Back home, the teacup felt cool and ordinary in Oliver's hands once more. The chip on its rim seemed like a smile. He placed it on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it. He didn't need its magic to hear the world anymore, not in the same way. He had learned to listen with his whole heart. He heard the contentment of the house settling for the night, the sleepy murmur of his family downstairs, the distant, healthy song of whisperwood carried on the breeze, a symphony of ordinary things holding extraordinary wonder. Oliver drifted to sleep that night wrapped in profound peace. He knew the cup's secret wasn't just magic, it was a reminder. The greatest wonders weren't found in loud proclamations, but in the quiet spaces between breaths, in the gentle act of listening, and in the wisdom that blooms when friendship and kindness work together to mend what is broken. The world was full of hidden songs, waiting for a patient ear and a caring heart to hear them. And as the moonlight silvered the chipped teacup on his sill, it seemed to hum softly, a lullaby of secrets kept and wonders shared, promising that even the smallest listener could change the world, one gentle, understanding moment at a time. Story 22. Leo always felt the world hummed with hidden songs. While other children chased frogs by the mill pond or climbed the ancient oak in the village square, 10-year-old Leo preferred quiet corners. He'd trace the whorls in weathered fence posts or watch dust motes dance in sunbeams slanting through the attic window of his grandmother's cottage. It was there one rainy Tuesday while searching for a missing button that his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth tucked behind a box of faded lace. Not a button, but a compass, or so it seemed. Its brass casing was tarnished, the glass face cloudy, and instead of pointing north, its single, slender needle quivered aimlessly. Curious, Leo polished it on his sleeve. As the grime cleared, he saw tiny, intricate symbols etched around the rim, a curling leaf, a teardrop, a laughing sun, a closed eye. The moment his thumb settled on the cold metal, warmth spread through his palm. The needle snapped upright, not pointing to the door or the window, but directly at Mrs. Bramble, his grandmother's tortoiseshell cat, curled asleep on a patchwork quilt. As Leo watched, astonished, the needle didn't waver. He crept closer. The compass grew warmer, almost pulsing. Hesitantly, he reached out and touched Mrs. Bramble's velvety ear. A rush of sensations flooded him. The deep, rhythmic contentment of a sun-warmed stone, the faint, fizzy excitement of spotting a sparrow outside the window, a soft, woolly longing for the scratch behind the ears his grandmother gave each morning. Leo gasped, snatching his hand back. The feelings vanished instantly, leaving only the compass humming gently in his grasp. It didn't point directions, it pointed feelings. This ordinary-looking compass could sense the hidden hearts of living things. That night, sleep wouldn't come. The compass lay under his pillow, a secret warmth. What about people? Could it sense their hidden songs too? The next morning, clutching the compass hidden in his pocket, Leo ventured into the village. He aimed it at Old Man Hemlock, the grumpy woodcarver. The needle spun wildly before settling, trembling. Leo edged closer. As his hand brushed the old man's workbench, a wave of sharp, prickly loneliness washed over him, like splinters in soft wood, mixed with the sweet, aching scent of pine, resin the memory of a son long gone to sea. Leo pulled back, his own heart aching. The compass didn't just reveal feelings, it made him feel them. His journey began not with footsteps, but with understanding. He discovered the baker's assistant, cheerful Freya, hid a nervous flutter like trapped moth wings beneath her smiles. The stoic blacksmith radiated a steady, forge-hot pride in his work. But one day the compass needle led him not to a person, but to the edge of the whispering woods, pointing insistently into the shadowed green. And it wasn't pointing to a feeling of joy or sadness, but to a strange, hollow absence, a feeling of being utterly, profoundly lost. Driven by a tug in his chest mirroring the compass's pull, Leo stepped beneath the ancient trees. Sunlight dappled the mossy floor, but the deeper he went, the cooler the air became, filled with the rustle of unseen things. The compass needle quivered, pulling him off the path. Soon he was hopelessly turned around, the village sounds swallowed by the forest sigh. Panic fluttered in his throat. That's when he heard a soft chittering above him. Perched on a gnarled branch was a squirrel, but unlike any in the village. His fur was a deep, iridescent russet, and his eyes held an unnerving intelligence. He twitched his magnificent tail. "Lost your way, little listener?" the squirrel asked, his voice surprisingly melodic. "The woods don't take kindly to heavy boots and hurried hearts. I'm Oliver." Leo stammered his name, showing the compass. "It brought me here, to a feeling of being lost." Oliver tilted his head. "Lost or found, the woods whisper secrets, but only to those who listen slowly. Your shiny thing feels old, deep-rooted." He scampered down. "That hollow ache you sense, that's young Wisp, been drifting for days, poor spark." Following Oliver's flickering tail through thick ferns, Leo soon saw the source of the hollow feeling. Beneath a giant, weeping willow, its leaves trailing like green tears, hovered a firefly. But her light was dim, flickering weakly, casting more shadow than glow. She wasn't just lost, she seemed faded, her tiny form trembling. "Wisp," Oliver said gently. "This is Leo, he has a heart tool." The firefly pulsed a faint, sad blue. Leo knelt, the compass warm in his hand, its needle fixed on Wisp. He touched a drooping willow leaf near her. Instantly the hollow feeling intensified, a chilling emptiness that stole his breath. Underneath it, though, was a fragile thread of hope, like the last ember in a dying fire. He also sensed the willow's ancient sorrow, a deep, slow ache like water-wearing stone. "She's forgotten her song," Oliver explained, his bushy tail drooping. "Fireflies carry their light from the heart of the oldest star moss deep in the glimmer caves. Without her song to guide her back, her light fades. She needs to remember." Leo understood the challenge. He couldn't carry Wisp, he couldn't fight the forest. Force was useless here. Wisdom and the compass were his only tools. "Maybe," he said slowly, "if she feels something strong enough, something connected to her light, it might spark her memory." He touched the willow again, focusing not on its sorrow, but on its enduring strength, its deep roots holding fast through centuries of storms. He let that solid, patient resilience flow through him and into the compass. The needle glowed faintly. Wisp pulsed, a slightly warmer yellow. Oliver chattered excitedly. Yes, feelings, show her more, heart listener. He darted off, returning moments later with a dewdrop cupped in a leaf. Morning's first tear, he said proudly. Full of new beginnings. Leo touched the dewdrop. A fresh, cool sparkle filled him, the promise of dawn, the clean scent after rain. He directed this feeling towards Wisp. Her light brightened, casting a small, hopeful circle on the moss. She drifted closer to Leo's hand. But it wasn't enough. The hollow ache remained. She needed her own essence. Leo remembered the compass's etchings, the leaf, the teardrop, the sun, the eye. He touched the sun symbol. Warmth spread. He closed his eyes, thinking of the hottest summer day, the feeling of sunlight soaking into his bones, pure, golden energy. He poured this feeling, amplified by the compass, towards the tiny firefly. Wisp's light flared, brilliant gold. A faint, high-pitched hum filled the air, like a crystal bell ringing underwater. It was hesitant, broken, but it was a sound. Her song. Oliver squeaked. But it's weak. She needs the heart of the woods. The compass needle tugged Leo deeper, past the willow, towards a rocky outcrop veiled in thick moss and ferns. Oliver guided him to a hidden crevice, the entrance to the Glimmer Caves. Inside, the air shimmered with cool, blue-green light emanating from pulsating moss clinging to the walls. In the center of the small cavern grew a cluster of star moss, its tendrils glowing with soft, silver pinpricks of light. The feeling here was ancient and peaceful, like the deep breath of the earth itself. Wisp hovered near the star moss, her light pulsing in time with its glow, but her song was still fragmented, the hollow ache persisting. Leo touched the cool cave wall. He felt the star moss's patient, eternal light, but also sensed a barrier within Wisp, a fear of the darkness she'd been lost in. Wisdom whispered to Leo. It wasn't about showing her more light, it was about acknowledging the dark. He knelt, the compass cool against his palm. He thought of his own moments of fear, the first night alone in his room, the time he'd gotten lost in the market. He let himself feel that vulnerability, that shiver of uncertainty, and through the compass, shared it not as a weakness, but as a truth, a part of being alive. He touched the teardrop etching. Then he thought of the comfort of his grandmother's hand, the safety of home. He touched the leaf-etching growth, shelter. He directed this complex feeling towards Wisp, the acceptance of fear, the warmth of safety. The compass glowed with a soft, encompassing light. Wisp's trembling ceased. She hovered perfectly still for a moment. Then her light blazed, not just gold, but swirling with silver and blue. From her tiny form poured a song pure, clear, and strong. It wasn't a melody of words, but of feelings, the joy of light, the peace of home, the courage found in connection. It filled the cave, echoing off the glowing moss, making the star moss pulse brighter in response. The hollow ache vanished, replaced by a radiant warmth that washed over Leo and Oliver like sunlight. Wisp danced around them, her light now steady and strong, her song a constant, gentle hum. She brushed against Leo's cheek, a feeling of profound gratitude flowing into him, warmer than any summer sun. Oliver chattered with glee. She remembers, the song is whole. He scampered up Leo's arm. The woods thank you, heart listener. You listened slow and deep. Guided by Wisp's now unwavering light and Oliver's sure path, Leo found his way back to the village edge as dusk painted the sky in peaches and purples. He felt changed, not just by the magic of the compass, but by the journey. He understood now that feelings, even the difficult ones, weren't things to fear, but paths to understanding, bridges to others. he stopped by the baker's window. Freya was closing up, her usual smile looking strained. Leo, holding the compass hidden, felt the frantic moth-wing flutter of her anxiety. He didn't need to touch her. Instead, he simply smiled, a warm, steady smile filled with the quiet certainty he'd found in the woods. "Good evening, Freya. That berry tart smelled amazing today." His calmness, genuine and kind, washed over her. He saw it in her eyes. The moth wings stilled for a moment, replaced by a flicker of surprise and warmth. Her return smile was less forced, more real. Later, under a blanket of stars, Leo held the compass. It no longer felt like just a magical object. It felt like a friend, a reminder. It had led him into the woods, into the heart of loneliness, and shown him the way out wasn't through force, but through listening to the forest, to a squirrel, to a fading firefly, and to the quiet songs within himself and others. He traced the etched symbols: leaf, teardrop, sun. Understanding now they represented growth, empathy, joy, and awareness. The needle rested peacefully, pointing nowhere and everywhere, humming with the gentle rhythm of the sleeping world. As Leo drifted off, the compass warm beneath his pillow, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in finding hidden things, but in understanding the extraordinary secrets held within every ordinary heart. And with that comforting warmth wrapped around him like a second blanket, he slipped into dreams filled with the soft glow of fireflies and the wise chatter of squirrels, knowing the world was full of songs just waiting to be heard. Story 23. Deep in the valley of Thistledown Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight, lived a quiet boy named Leo. While others chased fireflies or played stickball, Leo found wonder in forgotten corners: the dusty attic, the overgrown garden shed, the cobwebbed shelves of the village library. It was there, tucked behind a crumbling atlas, that he found the teacup. Not just any teacup. It was the palest blue, like a winter morning sky, with a single silver star painted inside its bowl. The handle felt warm to the touch, even in the library's chill. And when Leo, his curiosity piqued, whispered hello, into its delicate curve the star shimmered. A tiny, perfect snowflake drifted up from the porcelain surface, dancing in the air before dissolving into cool mist against his cheek. That night, as rain drummed against his window pane, Leo held the cup. "Show me something wonderful," he murmured. The star pulsed softly, and the cup filled with clear water. But it wasn't water, it was a window. Leo saw a towering mountain peak, impossibly high, its summit crowned not with snow, but with what looked like shards of frozen moonlight. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the cup, trembling in his bones. It wasn't a sound of menace, but of profound loneliness, like a bell ringing in an empty cathedral. The vision faded, leaving Leo breathless. He knew, with the quiet certainty of a dandelion seed catching the wind, that the mountain needed him. The teacup's magic wasn't just for pretty snowflakes, it was a call. His journey began at dawn, the teacup wrapped carefully in soft wool and tucked into his pack. The path out of Thistledown Hollow wound through whispering barley fields, then climbed into the ancient gnarled woods. Here sunlight filtered through the canopy in dusty gold beams, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine resin. It was under a giant, moss-covered oak that Leo met his first helper. "Lost little sapling," rumbled a voice like stones tumbling in a brook. A badger broader than Leo's pack, with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished amber, emerged from a burrow tangled with roots. He sniffed the air. Carrying sky-cold in your bag, curious." "I'm Leo," the boy said, kneeling. "And this teacup, it showed me a mountain that's lonely." The badger, who introduced himself as Thorne, blinked slowly. "Lonely mountains sing in frequencies only stones and starlight here. You feel its song in the cup, clever trinket." Thorne's gruffness hid deep wisdom. He knew every root path and hidden spring in the gnarled woods. "The peak you seek is the solstice spire," he explained as they walked. "Legends say its heart is a crystal that holds the dreams of the moon, but something silenced it. The woods feel thinner." He pointed with his snout to leaves curling brown at the edges, despite the season. Days turned into weeks. Thorne guided them through valleys where rivers sang lullabies over smooth stones, and across meadows where wildflowers nodded in colors so vibrant they seemed painted by rainbows. Leo shared stories of Thistledown Hollow, and Thorne spoke of the slow, deep language of trees and the patience of mountains. The teacup cradled in Leo's hands each evening showed only the silent spire, the hum growing fainter, tinged with a sorrow that made Leo's chest ache. One misty twilight, near a marsh where willows wept long green tears into still water, they encountered Flicker. Not a bird nor a bug, but a creature woven from reeds and dandelion fluff, with wings like spun moonlight. She darted around them, a blur of soft light, humming a tune like wind chimes. Lost song, she chimed, her voice a melody of sadness. The spire's heart song fades, the dream crystal sleeps too deep. Flicker, Leo learned, was a willow-wisp, a spirit born from marsh gas and starlight reflections. She felt the emotions of the land like currents in the air. "The crystal's dreams warm the roots deep below," she explained, her light dimming. "Without them, the land grows cold and forgetful." The silence, it hurts. Her delicate form trembled. Something heavy sits upon its light. Something that doesn't belong. The final ascent to the solstice spire was a landscape of stark beauty and growing cold. Jagged obsidian cliffs rose like frozen waves. The air grew thin and sharp, tasting of ice and ancient stone. Even Thorne's sturdy form moved slower, and Flicker's light flickered weakly, pressed down by the pervasive silence. The teacup's water now showed only a blurred image of the summit, the faint hum barely a whisper against Leo's palm. At the spire's base, they found the source of the silence. Not a monster, not a spell, but a colossal, perfectly smooth boulder of deep, dull iron. It sat directly over a fissure in the rock where a soft, crystalline light should have pulsed. This was the heavy thing Flicker sensed, a meteorite fallen long ago, its dense, alien nature smothering the dream crystal's resonance deep within the mountain. Thorne nudged the iron rock with his powerful shoulder. It didn't budge. Solid as despair, he grumbled. No badger, no bear could shift this. Flicker fluttered close to the fissure. "The light is faint, so faint, like a heartbeat under thick wool." She hummed a few hopeful notes, but they died against the iron's oppressive weight. "Wisdom, not strength," she whispered, echoing Leo's own thoughts. "The crystal needs connection, not force." Leo sat on the cold rock, the teacup cradled in his lap. He thought of Thistledown Hollow, of the warm library, of the lonely hum resonating through the porcelain. The cup showed beauty, connection, and profound loneliness. Just like the spire. He dipped his finger into the water. "Show me the crystal," he whispered. "Not the mountain, it—" The star shimmered. The water cleared, not to the summit, but deep within the mountain. He saw it, the dream crystal. Not huge but radiant, shaped like a frozen teardrop, pulsing with soft, moon-pale light. But the light was trapped, swirling weakly against walls of dark iron, the very substance of the meteorite crushing it from above. The crystal's song wasn't gone, it was muffled, isolated, unable to reach the world it nurtured. The answer bloomed in Leo's mind, quiet and sure as a snowflake landing. The teacup wasn't just a window or a snowflake maker. It was a bridge. A thing of delicate beauty, meant to hold warmth, to connect. He stood, the wind tugging at his coat. "Thorne, Flicker, I need your trust." He walked towards the iron boulder, not to push, but to kneel beside the narrow fissure where the crystal's trapped light faintly glimmered. Carefully, reverently, he poured the clear water from the teacup into the crack. The water, touched by the cup's magic, glowed with the same soft starlight as the painted star. It trickled down into the darkness. Then, holding his breath, Leo leaned close to the fissure and began to hum. Not a song he knew, but the simple, quiet tune that lived in his heart when he watched the sunrise over Thistledown Hollow. A tune of home, of small wonders, of not being alone. Thorne, understanding, rumbled a deep, grounding note from his chest, a sound like roots growing deep. Flicker, gathering her fragile light, fluttered above the fissure and sang, a high, pure chime like ice melting into spring water, weaving around Leo's humble melody and Thorne's earthy bass. The water in the fissure began to glow brighter. The faint pulse of the dream crystal below quickened, synchronizing with the melody flowing towards it. The silver star inside the teacup, now pressed against the cold rock near the fissure, blazed like a captured star. The mountain itself seemed to hold its breath. The colossal iron boulder didn't move. It didn't need to. Deep within the mountain, the dream crystal, feeling the connection, the shared song of friendship and understanding flowing through the magical water, found its voice again. It pulsed once, fiercely. A wave of pure, resonant light, not hot but intensely alive, surged upwards. It didn't shatter the iron, it simply harmonized. The dense metal resonated with the crystal's frequency, vibrating with a deep, cleansing chime that echoed through the peaks. The oppressive silence shattered like thin ice. The boulder remained, but it was no longer a smothering weight. It had become part of the mountain, humming softly, a new, deep note in the spire's ancient song. From the fissure, a fountain of pure, moon-pale light erupted, bathing the summit in gentle radiance. It flowed down the mountainsides like liquid starlight, washing over the cliffs, the meadows, the gnarled woods, all the way to the distant marsh. Leo felt the wave of warmth and resonance wash over him, filling him with a profound sense of peace and belonging. Thorne let out a satisfied rumble, the brown edges of his fur seeming to shimmer with renewed vitality. Flicker danced in the light, her form brighter than ever, singing a joyous, wordless carol. The teacup in Leo's hand was warm. He looked inside. The water was gone, and the painted silver star now glowed with a soft, steady light of its own. It wasn't just a bridge anymore, it was a keeper of the song, a piece of the spire's heart carried gently home. The journey back was filled with soft light and gentle warmth. Flowers unfurled in colors unseen for years, as the dream crystals restored dreams warmed the earth. Streams chuckled louder, and the air tasted sweet and clean. Thorne left them at the edge of the gnarled woods, giving Leo's shoulder a gentle nudge with his broad head. "Remember, little sapling," he rumbled, his amber eyes warm, "true strength listens, and sings back." Flicker accompanied Leo all the way to the outskirts of Thistledown Hollow, her light a cheerful beacon in the dusk. "The song is safe," she chimed, brushing a cool, gentle light against his cheek like a kiss. "You helped it remember." With a final, radiant sparkle, she zipped away towards the marsh, her melody lingering in the air like the scent of rain-washed earth. Leo slipped back into his quiet room as the first stars pricked the velvet sky. He placed the teacup on his windowsill. The painted star still glowed softly, a tiny, steady echo of the solstice spire's heart. He knew the mountain wasn't lonely anymore. Its song resonated through the earth, through the air, through the delicate blue porcelain in his hand. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the teacup shimmered. A tiny, perfect snowflake drifted up, not cold, but carrying the gentle warmth of shared dreams and the quiet, resonant hum of a mountain whose heart had been found again. It landed softly on his pillow, a silent lullaby of connection, wonder, and the enduring truth that even the smallest voice, raised in kindness and understanding, can heal the loneliest silence. And in the valley and beyond the mountains, the land dreamed peaceful, moon-pale dreams once more. Story 24. The twin moons of Gliza cast long, silver shadows across the whispering crags of planet Cryos. In a hollow carved by ancient glaciers, tucked beneath a shimmering curtain of luminescent moss, Kiri shivered. Her delicate, crystalline limbs trembled, not just from the pervasive cold, but from profound loneliness. Kiri was a Lithian, her body formed of light-refracting minerals, her thoughts resonating like faint chimes. To others she appeared fragile, almost statue-like, her emotions expressed through subtle shifts in the colors dancing within her core. Cryos was her home, but its vast, silent expanses echoed with solitude. 1,000 light-years away, aboard the massive freighter Iron Forge, Borland grunted as he secured a crate of volatile plasma coils. He was a Grum, hailing from the molten world of Ignis Prime. Thick obsidian-like hide covered his muscular frame, heat radiating from him in visible waves that distorted the air. His kind communicated through deep rumbles and percussive thumps, emotions conveyed in the intensity of vibrations. To outsiders, Grums seemed perpetually angry, their bluntness mistaken for aggression. Borland felt a different kind of heat, the burning frustration of exile. A misunderstanding during a docking procedure on Ignis Prime had escalated, resulting in his banishment. Now he was stranded on Cryos after the Iron Forge crash-landed during a freak ionic storm. Their paths collided near the thermal springs of the southern geysers. Kiri, drawn by the promise of warmth, was cautiously collecting heat-sensitive spores that glowed faintly pink near the vents. Borland, desperately seeking salvageable parts from the wreckage scattered nearby, stumbled clumsily through the delicate crystalline formations that surrounded the springs. His heavy foot landed with a crunch on a cluster of glowing blue ice flowers Kiri had painstakingly nurtured. A sound like shattering glass filled the air. Kiri's distress. Her core flared a deep, wounded violet. Borland, startled, spun around, mistaking the sound and light for an attack. He raised a heavy metal strut he'd been carrying, letting out a warning THOOM that vibrated through the ice beneath their feet. Kiri flinched, her colors dimming to a terrified gray. She saw only a hulking, hot beast destroying her garden, radiating hostility. Borland saw a cold, sharp creature making alarming noises, possibly poisonous. The misunderstanding was absolute. Kiri retreated, her steps leaving faint, chiming echoes on the ice. Borland lowered the strut, confused by the creature's apparent fear and lack of aggression. He felt the familiar pang of being misjudged. He hadn't meant to destroy anything, he just hadn't seen the delicate garden. He watched the small, crystalline figure vanish into the glittering maze of ice spires, a strange sense of regret settling over him, colder than Cryos' winds. Days passed. Cryos, however, had other plans. A monstrous storm descended. The locals called it a frost howler. Winds shrieked like tormented spirits, carrying ice shards sharp enough to score metal. Visibility dropped to 0. The temperature plunged to levels even Borland, radiating heat like a furnace, found dangerously uncomfortable. His makeshift shelter near the wreckage groaned under the assault. He needed better cover, fast. Driven by primal survival, Borland lumbered towards the only substantial structure he knew, the glacier-carved hollow Kiri called home. He arrived battered, ice clinging to his hide, steam rising where the cold met his intense heat. Kiri, huddled deep within her luminous moss sanctuary, saw the massive, steaming silhouette fill the entrance. Terror turned her core a blinding white. He'd found her. He meant harm. But Borland didn't charge. He simply stood there, battered by the storm raging outside the hollow's mouth. He let out a low, resonant rumble, not of anger, but of exhaustion and vulnerability. It was a sound Kiri hadn't heard before. Hesitantly, she chimed a series of soft, questioning notes. Borland tilted his massive head, listening. He responded with a softer thump of his fist against his chest, a grum gesture of non-aggression, of simply being. The storm raged for hours. Inside the hollow, an uneasy truce settled. Borland stayed near the entrance, his heat creating a small, welcome zone of warmth that pushed back the creeping cold. Kiri remained deeper inside, observing. She noticed how the steam rising from him gently melted the encroaching frost near the entrance. She saw the ice shards embedded in his tough hide. He wasn't attacking, he was sheltering, and he seemed hurt. Driven by a courage she didn't know she possessed, Kiri cautiously approached. She ignored the instinctive fear of his radiating heat. Using a slender, pointed finger of crystal, she gently tapped one of the larger ice shards lodged in his shoulder. Borland flinched, a grumble rising in his throat. Kiri chimed softly, a sound like falling snowflakes. She tapped the shard again, then mimed pulling it out. Understanding dawned, slow and warm, in Borland's chest. She wasn't attacking, she was helping. He lowered his massive head, giving a single, deep nod. Kiri carefully worked the shard free. It was difficult, his hide was incredibly tough, and the heat radiating from him made her own crystalline structure feel uncomfortably warm. But she persisted, her chimes soft and focused. Borland remained perfectly still, an act of monumental trust for a grum. When the shard came free, Kiri held it up. Borland looked at it, then at her, and let out a soft, vibrating hum, the grum equivalent of gratitude. Kiri's core pulsed a warm, surprised amber. The shared challenge forged the first fragile threads of understanding. Borland, realizing Kiri suffered from the cold he barely noticed, deliberately positioned himself so his radiating warmth reached deeper into the hollow. He used his strength to shift a large ice boulder partially blocking the entrance, improving their shelter. Kiri, in turn, used her knowledge of cryos. She showed Borland patches of the glowing moss that, when gently warmed, released a nourishing, sweet vapor he could breathe. She chimed warnings when the wind shifted dangerously outside. She pointed out hidden ice pockets that could collapse, her delicate gestures surprisingly clear. One evening, as the storm finally began to abate, leaving the world outside a glittering, treacherous wonderland, Kiri found Borland staring morosely at a small, cracked holo projector salvaged from the wreckage. It flickered, showing a distorted image of Ignis Prime's fiery mountains. A low, mournful rumble emanated from him, a sound thick with homesickness and regret. Kiri understood loss. She chimed softly, a melody that mirrored his sadness, then brightened her core to a comforting, steady gold. She pointed first to him, then to the image, then gently touched her own chest and pointed towards the entrance to cryos. You miss home. I understand. But here now we have each other. Borland stared, the complex sentiment slowly penetrating. He looked from the broken image of his fiery world to the small, luminous being beside him on this frozen one. He placed a massive, warm hand gently on the ice floor near her, not touching but sharing the warmth. He thumped his chest once firmly, then pointed at her. You, friend. The word conveyed not through sound Kiri could hear, but through the deep vibration and the intent radiating from him, resonated within her crystalline core like a perfect, clear bell. Her colors swirled into a joyous, radiant rainbow. She chimed a cascade of bright, harmonious notes, dancing a small circle on the ice. Borland's deep rumble shifted, becoming a contented purr that vibrated the ground, a sound as warm as his touch. Weeks turned into months. They learned each other's ways. Kiri learned to interpret the subtleties in Borland's rumbles and thumps the difference between frustration and amusement, concern and contentment. Borland learned to read Kiri's shifting colors and chiming scales, the soft blue of contemplation, the vibrant green of excitement, the gentle pink of affection. He built a more permanent, sturdy shelter near the thermal springs, incorporating Kiri's knowledge of ice stability. She cultivated gardens of luminous plants and hardy ice melons, using the warmth Borland naturally provided to create a tiny oasis. One day, exploring a newly thawed cavern system revealed by the shifting glaciers, they discovered the remnants of an ancient cryogenic observatory. Among the frozen debris, miraculously intact, was a subspace beacon. Hope, bright and fierce, flared in both of them. Borland, with his strength, cleared the ice. Kiri, with her delicate touch and understanding of the crystalline circuitry, managed to activate it. The beacon hummed to life, sending a faint signal pulsing into the void. Rescue came in the form of a small, cautious survey vessel. The crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the pair waiting for them, the massive, heat-radiating Grum standing protectively beside the small, luminous Lithian. Borland communicated their situation in his rumbling basic galactic, while Kiri chimed confirmation, her colors pulsing reassuringly. As they boarded the ship bound for a neutral spaceport, Kiri hesitated at the airlock. She looked back at the glittering expanse of cryos, the hollow, the gardens they'd nurtured together. Borland placed a warm hand gently on her shoulder, a touch that no longer frightened her, but felt like home. He rumbled softly, pointing first to the ship, then to her, then to himself. New place. You. Me. Together. Kiri chimed, a sound like starlight on snow, her core glowing the warm, steady gold of deep friendship. They weren't just rescued, they were together. They had learned that friendship wasn't about speaking the same language, or sharing the same climate, or even understanding each other's worlds at first glance. It was forged in shared cold and offered warmth, in misunderstood gestures leading to patient understanding, in protecting each other not out of obligation, but out of a connection that transcended form and origin. It was the quiet hum of acceptance in a frozen hollow, the vibrant glow of trust in the face of the unknown. As the ship lifted off, carrying them towards the stars, the unlikely companions settled beside a viewport. Borland radiated a gentle, comforting heat. Kiri leaned slightly towards him, her core pulsing a soft, contented blue. Below, the icy planet of Cryos shimmered, a testament to the warmth two different hearts had found within its frozen embrace. And in the quiet hum of the engines, a new journey began, side by side. Story 25. Story 26. The village of Twinklerbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced like golden ribbons, and the brook itself bubbled with laughter. Its houses were painted candy apple red, buttercup yellow, and minty green, with roofs that looked like upside-down teacups. And high above, on the softest, puffiest cloud anyone had ever seen, lived Orlo. Orlo wasn't just any cloud dweller. He was the official keeper of the fluff, responsible for tending the valley's drifting clouds. He had ears like slightly wilted daffodils that twitched when clouds were near, and fingers that felt like dandelion fluff. His best friend was a small, round tortoise named Barnaby, who wore a tiny, jaunty blue hat and moved at a pace best described as thoughtful. One morning, Orlo awoke to a sky far too blue. "Barnaby," he gasped, peering over the cloud edge. "The clouds, they are gone." Barnaby slowly tilted his head. "Gone," he rumbled, his voice like stones, gently tumbling in a stream. "All of them. Every single one." Orlo wailed, wringing his fluffy hands. "The forget-me-nots will wilt without gentle shade. The laundry-on misses. Gable's line will crisp like crackers. And worst of all, the afternoon cloud shapes, who will make the dragons and sailing ships for the children to dream upon." This was a catastrophe. Clouds didn't just vanish. They drifted, they puffed, they occasionally rained a little unexpectedly, but they never disappeared. Orlo knew he had to investigate. He grabbed his trusty cloud-tickling feather, made from the tail feather of a very obliging skylark, and with Barnaby securely perched on his shoulder, floated gently down to Twinklebrook. The village was in a fluster. Mrs. Gable was fanning her laundry with a pie tin. Old Man Hemlock squinted suspiciously at the blinding sun. Little Pip, the baker's daughter, looked up with wide, disappointed eyes. "No cloud bunnies today, Mr. Orlo." "Not yet, Pip," Orlo said bravely. "But we're on the case. Barnaby, any clues?" Barnaby surveyed the scene with ancient, wise eyes. He noticed something everyone else had missed, tiny, shimmering footprints, barely visible in the dew-kissed grass, leading towards the whispering woods. They sparkled faintly, like crushed stardust. "Ah," Barnaby rumbled. "Sparkly footprints, unusual." Following the sparkling trail, they ventured into the whispering woods. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on the mossy floor. Butterflies the size of teacups floated past, leaving trails of iridescent dust. They heard giggling high-pitched, tinkling giggles like wind chimes caught in a breeze. Pushing aside a curtain of luminous blue ferns, they discovered the culprits. 3 small, shimmering creatures, no taller than Orlo's knee, were bouncing energetically on a cluster of extremely grumpy-looking clouds. The creatures looked like they were made of pure, condensed moonlight, with large, luminous eyes and wings like spun sugar. They were giggling and shouting, more bounce, more bounce." Orlo gasped. "Moon sprites." One sprite, slightly larger with a crown of woven glowworms, paused mid-bounce. "Oh, hullo, are you here for the bouncing too? It's ever so much fun, much better than just floating." She wrinkled her tiny nose. "But those are my clouds," Orlo exclaimed, trying not to sound cross. "They belong to Twinklebrook. We need them for shade and laundry and cloud shapes." The Sprite Queen tilted her head. "Cloud shapes?" she asked, perplexed. "What are those?" "You mean," Barnaby said slowly, "you've never seen the pictures clouds make." The sprites all stopped bouncing. "Pictures," they chorused, their eyes wide with curiosity. Orlo saw his chance. "Oh yes, on sunny afternoons the clouds drift together and make wonderful shapes. Sometimes a great, roaring dragon breathing smoke rings, or a pirate ship sailing across a blue sea, or a whole herd of galloping cloud horses." The sprites buzzed with excitement, their light pulsing brighter. "Dragons, ships, horses, show us, show us." "Well," Orlo said gently, "I can't show you if the clouds are all trapped here, getting bounced into oblivion." The sprites looked at the flattened, slightly dizzy-looking clouds beneath them. "Oh," the Sprite Queen said, sounding small. "We didn't know they had other jobs. We just found them so delightfully springy after a long night of polishing stars. It gets dreadfully boring." Orlo's fluffy heart melted. "Polishing stars, that sounds important." "Terribly," sighed a smaller sprite. "All sparkle, no bounce." An idea, bright and warm, bloomed in Orlo's mind. "What if," he suggested, "we could arrange something, a sort of schedule? The clouds work during the day for Twinklebrook, providing shade, helping laundry dry just right, and making beautiful shapes for everyone to see. Then in the evening, when the stars come out and you finish polishing, the clouds could come here for a lovely bounce. They do enjoy a good bounce, you know, in moderation. Keeps them fluffy." The sprite's wings fluttered so fast they became a blur of light. "A bounce time just for us after star polishing." "Absolutely." Orlo beamed. The Sprite Queen zipped up to Orlo's face, her glow warm. "We agree, and to say thank you for sharing the bounce time. Would you like to see how we polish stars? It's quite spectacular." Orlo and Barnaby exchanged delighted glances. "We'd be honored." With a wave of the Sprite Queen's tiny hand, the clouds floated free, looking immensely relieved. Orlo guided them gently back towards Twinklebrook. As they drifted over the village, Orlo used his feather, tickling and nudging them. First, a magnificent dragon took shape, breathing puffs of pure white. Then, a galleon with billowing sails. Finally, a herd of horses galloping across the azure sky. Down below, cheers erupted. Pip jumped up and down, pointing at the dragon. Misses. Gable stopped fanning her laundry and smiled. Old Man Hemlock chuckled. That evening, as the first stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered on velvet, Orlo and Barnaby sat on their cloud, overlooking the edge of the Whispering Woods. True to their word, the moon sprites arrived, buzzing with happy energy. The clouds drifted down, and the bouncing began again, but this time it was joyous, not frantic. The sprites' laughter mingled with the soft pomp of clouds bouncing. And the stars. Oh, the stars. Orlo and Barnaby watched, mesmerized, as the sprites worked. They didn't just polish, they danced over the stars, their tiny feet leaving trails of shimmering dust that made each star gleam with an inner fire. They buffed Sirius until it shone like a beacon, gave the North Star an extra twinkle, and arranged the Pleiades into a perfect, sparkling cluster. "It's like watching fireflies weave constellations," Orlo whispered in awe. "Quite," rumbled Barnaby, his blue hat tilted back. "More efficient than expected." The sprites finished their work, the night sky ablaze with breathtaking brilliance. Exhausted but happy, they gave the clouds one last, gentle bounce before zooming off to their moonbeam hammocks. The clouds, pleasantly tired, drifted contentedly back to Orlo, ready for a good night's rest before their daytime duties. From that day on, Twinklebrook enjoyed the most perfect clouds, fluffy, cooperative, and always ready to form the most wondrous shapes. The laundry dried perfectly, the flowers bloomed happily, and the children's dreams were filled with dragons, ships, and galloping horses. And every night just after twilight, if you listened very carefully near the Whispering Woods, you could hear the soft, joyful pomp and the tinkling giggles of moon sprites, enjoying their well-earned bounce-time under a sky polished to dazzling perfection. Orlo would often drift off to sleep to the rhythm of it, Barnaby snoozing softly beside him, the scent of stardust and damp earth mingling in the cool night air, a gentle reminder that sometimes the best solutions are found not by taking, but by sharing the bounce. And all was peacefully, perfectly right in the valley under the watchful, sparkling stars. Story 27. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward the sky and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here the boundary between earth and enchantment thinned to a silken veil. Sunlight dappled the forest floor in liquid gold, carrying the scent of damp soil, pine resin, and the faintest hint of wild strawberries, a perfume that shifted with the seasons like a living breath. In this realm, the rhythm of life was guided by the Heartstone, a crystalline spire hidden beneath the roots of the elder tree, pulsing with the quiet magic of the natural world. It hummed in harmony with the wind, the rain, and the turning stars, ensuring each season unfolded with perfect grace. Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns, scampered along a hazel branch, his tiny paws sinking into velvety moss. Below, Badger Bramble snuffled through fallen leaves, her broad nose twitching at the earthy aroma of truffles. "Mind the dew, Pip," she rumbled, her voice a comforting bass note beneath the chorus of birdsong. "It's thick as cream today." Pip paused, whiskers trembling as he lapped at a dewdrop clinging to a spiderweb. It tasted of cold moonlight and clean air, a reminder that the frost moon would soon rise, signaling winter's gentle approach. All around, the forest thrived in quiet symbiosis. Beetles polished fallen leaves into nutrient-rich lace, while fireflies strung constellations in the dusk to guide night foragers home. This balance was the first lesson every creature learned, a song sung by the rustling leaves and the chuckling brook. But wisdom flowed deepest from Orla, the great horned owl who nested high in the elder tree. Her feathers held the silver gray of twilight clouds, and her eyes, wide and luminous, saw the threads of magic woven into every root and stone. On evenings when the auroras danced like liquid rainbows above the canopy, she'd gather the young ones, Pip, Fern the fawn with legs like spun willow, and Kit the fox Kit, whose fur held the blush of dawn. Listen, Orla would hoot softly, her voice a lullaby against the crackle of distant thunder. The heartstone's pulse is the forest's heartbeat. When spring comes, it quickens like a brook in thaw, coaxing seeds to stir. Summer makes it glow warm as honey, swelling fruits to sweetness. Autumn slows it to a drumbeat, painting leaves in farewell. And winter, winter stills it to a whisper, so all may rest. One year as the frost moon waxed, an unnatural chill gripped the woods. Snowflakes sharp as pine needles fell in midsummer's heat. Bluebells withered under icy blankets, and the brook's song choked into silence. Bramble dug her den deeper, grumbling of frozen earth. Fern shivered, her breath frosting the air. "The seasons are tangled," cried Pip, watching icicles dagger from his hazel branch. Even the heartstone's hum faltered, its light dimmed beneath a landslide of black shale, a wound torn by a howling gale that had split the elder tree's roots. Without the stone's warmth, the forest's magic frayed like old thread. Panic fluttered through the hidden communities. Glowworms dimmed their lanterns, and the air grew heavy with the scent of decay, a sour note in the once sweet symphony. Kit whimpered, nosing at the frozen earth. "Will the snow swallow us whole?" Orla spread her wings, her feathers brushing the worried faces below. "Fear is a winter without end, little ones, but remember the stories. Balance returns when hearts and paws work together." Her gaze, steady as the North Star, settled on Pip. "The stone needs sunlight to heal. Clear the shale, and spring will remember itself." Pip's heart drummed against his ribs. The landslide was colossal, the shale slick and biting cold. Yet Orla's words kindled a spark in him. He scurried to Bramble, whose powerful claws could fracture rock. "Help us dig," he pleaded. To Fern, whose delicate hooves could tread where others sank, "Guide us through the thinnest ice." To Kit, whose fiery pelt melted frost, "Warm the stones so they yield." And so the creatures gathered. Beetles pushed pebbles, spiders spun silk lines for climbing, and birds carried twigs to brace unstable slopes. Pip darted across treacherous ledges, his tail a rudder in the wind, while Bramble heaved aside boulders with grunts that echoed like distant thunder. Fern picked paths across frozen streams, her steps light as thistledown, and Kit pressed his body against the coldest rocks, steam rising where his fur touched ice. For 3 moonrises they toiled, their breaths pluming in the unnatural cold. Pip's paws grew raw, and doubt crept in like fog. "What if we're too small?" he whispered to Orla one night, as the auroras flickered weakly overhead. The owl nuzzled his head with her beak, soft as moth wings. "Even the mightiest river begins with a single drop, dear one, and see." She nodded to where Kit's warmth had melted a patch of shale, revealing a glimmer of crystal beneath, a shard of heartstone pulsing like a captured star. Hope, warm as sun-baked bark, spread through the weary workers. On the 4th dawn, as Pip dislodged a final slab, sunlight speared through the canopy. It struck the heartstone, and the forest gasped. The crystal flared amber for autumn, jade for spring, sapphire for winter, gold for summer, flooding the clearing with prismatic light. Warmth radiated outward, melting snow into rivulets that giggled down mossy banks. Buds swelled on frozen branches, and the air sweetened with the scent of thawing earth and newborn blossoms. Balance returned, soft as a sigh. That evening the creatures gathered beneath the mended elder tree. The heartstone glowed steadily, its hum a lullaby woven with cricket song and rustling leaves. Pip curled against Bramble's warm flank, Fern's breath gentle on his fur, Kit's tail draped over them all. Orla gazed down, her eyes reflecting the stone's peace. "Remember this night," she murmured. "Harmony is not the absence of storms, but the courage to rebuild together. Each season is a verse in the forest's song, and every creature, great or small, holds the tune." As the frost moon rose, silvering the woods in a quilt of light and shadow, Pip closed his eyes. The forest settled around him, the drip of melted ice into pools, the rustle of voles in dry grass, the distant hoot of Orla's kin. Here in the heart of the whispering woods, magic lived not in grand spells, but in the quiet pulse of shared purpose. A rhythm as old as the stars, as comforting as a hearth's glow, promising that even after the fiercest winter, spring would always, always return. And so, cradled by earth and friendship, they slept, dreaming of dewdrops and new leaves, forever part of the endless, gentle dance. Story 28. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunlight dripped like honey through ancient oaks. Chimneys puffed wood smoke that carried the scent of baking bread, and cobblestone paths wound past cottages with flower boxes bursting with late-blooming chrysanthemums. Here young Milo lived with his grandmother, a woman whose silver braids held starlight and whose hands could coax the shyest seedling from the earth. Their home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and dried lavender, a haven against the crisp autumn. For 3 mornings straight, Willowbrook awoke to gentle bewilderment. First, old Mrs. Gable's prize-winning pumpkins vanished overnight, leaving only dewy hollows in her garden. Next, the cobbler's leather boots, left neatly by doorsteps for polishing, were found laced together in intricate, unbreakable knots. Finally, the village's beloved moonbell flowers, whose petals chimed softly at dusk, fell utterly silent. No damage was done, no malice felt, only a quiet, persistent puzzle that rustled through the village like fallen leaves. Milo, a boy with curious eyes the color of forest moss, noticed patterns others overlooked. "Grandmother," he murmured over steaming chamomile tea one evening, the pumpkin patches were near the whispering willows. The boots were all left on bluestone doorsteps, and the moonbells, they only grow where the old stream's magic still lingers. His grandmother smiled, her knitting needles clicking like tiny crickets. "Troubles often leave footprints, dear one, even invisible ones. Perhaps they need a patient eye and a kind heart." That night, wrapped in a quilt stitched with constellations, Milo watched from his window. Moonlight painted the village silver. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a flicker of movement caught his eye near the silent moonbell patch, a tiny, shimmering disturbance in the air, like heat haze over a candle. It darted toward the ancient hollow oak at the meadow's edge. Milo's breath hitched. No footprints, just ripples. The next day he sought the counsel of Thistlewick, a venerable badger who lived beneath the roots of the hollow oak. Thistlewick's fur was grizzled, his spectacles perched on his snout, and his burrow smelled of parchment and peppermint. "Hum," he rumbled, examining a single, glistening moonbell petal Milo had brought. "This isn't mischief, it's distress. See how the petal's edge trembles, like a held breath, something disrupts the harmony." He nudged a dusty tome open with his paw. Long ago, Willowbrook was tended by glimmerkin tiny beings woven from starlight and dew. Shy as shadows, they mend small magics, flower songs, root whispers, the sparkle in morning frost, but they fade if their anchor points are disturbed. Thistlewick pointed a claw at a faded illustration of a wisp-like creature near a glowing stone. "Find where the magic feels thin. Listen not just with ears, but with stillness." Guided by Thistlewick's wisdom, Milo sat by the silent moonbells at twilight, emptying his mind like a still pond. Beneath the petal's silence, he sensed a faint, frantic vibration, a hum gone wrong. Tracing it led him not to the flowers, but to the mossy bank of the old, mostly dry stream. There, half buried under drifted leaves, lay a smooth, milky white stone, cracked clean through. It pulsed with a weak, irregular light. This was a heartstone. Thistlewick had set a focus for a glimmerkin's magic. As Milo gently lifted the broken stone, a sound like a sob echoed not in the air, but in his bones. The shimmering disturbance appeared again, frantic now, swirling around the stone in his hands. It was barely visible, a tear-shaped blur of pale light with trembling, wispy limbs. "You're hurt," Milo whispered, understanding dawning. The Glimmerkin hadn't stolen pumpkins or tied laces. It had tried to fix things. Pumpkins were moved to shield them from an unseen, creeping rot only it could sense. Boots were knotted to protect the leather from a spell of sudden dryness. And the moonbells. Their song stopped because the Glimmerkin poured all its fading strength into holding the village's small magics together after its heartstone shattered. Milo rushed to his grandmother, the broken stone cradled like a wounded bird. Her wise eyes softened. "Ah, little guardian, overlooked, overworked." She placed the stone fragments in a mortar, adding dewdrop, a strand of her starlit hair, and a whisper of song. As she ground them with a pestle of Rowan wood, the powder glowed like captured moonlight. "A bridge needs both sides, Milo. The stone is its home, but kindness is its mortar." Together they returned to the stream. Milo knelt, the glowing powder cupped in his hands. The Glimmerkin hovered nearby, a quivering star. "We see you now," Milo murmured. "Thank you for caring for us." He sprinkled the powder over the broken stone. The Glimmerkin drifted down, touching the fragments. Light flared warm, golden, and silent. The stone fused whole, its pulse steady and strong. Instantly the moonbells chimed a soft, clear chorus that washed over Willowbrook like a benediction. Mrs. Gable's pumpkins reappeared larger and brighter, free of rot. The knotted boots loosened gently, the leather supple. And everywhere tiny, benevolent magics returned. Cobwebs glittered with harmless frost diamonds, bread rose higher, and firelight cast cozier shadows. That night, as Milo lay in bed, a soft glow appeared on his windowsill. The Glimmerkin had come, visible now as a tiny figure of woven light, holding a perfect miniature pumpkin. It placed the tiny gift beside a humming moonbell bloom Milo had placed in a vase, then bowed. Milo smiled, warmth spreading through him like sunlight. Outside, the village slept peacefully under a sky dusted with stars, the stream murmuring its ancient song beside the healed heartstone. The greatest mysteries, he realized drowsily, weren't solved by grand spells or loud proclamations, but by noticing the quiet ones, listening to the unseen, and mending things with patience and care. And as the moonbell's gentle chime blended with his grandmother's soft snoring from the next room, the world felt deeply, perfectly whole. Story 29. The old oak wardrobe in Finn's attic creaked whenever the wind blew, a sound like a tired sigh. Most days, Finn barely noticed it. But tonight, as rain pattered against the roof and shadows danced long in the dim light of his single candle, the sigh seemed deeper, almost expectant. Curiosity, a small, warm spark in his usually quiet chest, nudged him forward. He pushed aside dusty trunks and forgotten hat boxes until his fingers brushed against something smooth and cool tucked away in the farthest corner. It wasn't treasure, not in the usual sense. It was a teapot. Not silver or gold, but simple, sturdy ceramic, glazed a deep, comforting blue like twilight. It had no fancy patterns, just a single, slightly crooked handle and a lid that fit snugly. It felt strangely heavy for its size, and holding it sent a gentle thrum, like a sleeping cat's purr, up Finn's arm. He blew off a layer of fine dust, revealing the glaze's true depth. On the bottom, etched in tiny, almost invisible script, were the words, "For the thirsty heart." Back in his small, cozy room, Finn placed the teapot on his worn desk. He filled it with water from his jug, not expecting much. But as the water settled, a faint, sweet aroma, like warm cinnamon and sun-baked earth, began to drift from the spout. Intrigued, he rummaged for a tea bag, finding only a sad, forgotten chamomile pouch. He dropped it in. Almost instantly, the water within began to swirl, not with heat but with a soft inner light, shifting from pale gold to deep amber. Steam rose, curling into shapes, a tiny bird, a blooming flower, a winding path. The scent intensified, filling the room with an impossible feeling of comfort and quiet joy. Finn poured a cup. The liquid shimmered, tasting not just of chamomile, but of honeyed sunlight and the quiet peace of a summer afternoon. As he sipped, a strange sensation bloomed within him, a gentle pull, a quiet yearning that seemed to resonate with the teapot's soft hum. It wasn't a sound he heard with his ears, but a feeling deep in his bones. Follow the steam. The next morning, Finn packed a small knapsack, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his water flask, and carefully wrapped in his softest scarf, the blue teapot. The pull was stronger now, a compass needle pointing not north, but towards the ancient, whispering woods beyond the village meadow. Finn, usually content with his books and solitary walks, felt a flutter of both excitement and trepidation. He was thirsty, he realized, not for water, but for something more. The woods welcomed him with dappled sunlight and the rustle of unseen creatures. The path was faint, overgrown. After hours of walking, doubt began to creep in. Had he imagined it all? He sat on a moss-covered log, unwrapped the teapot, and poured a little water in. Instantly the steam swirled, forming a distinct arrow pointing deeper into the woods. As he watched, a small, prickly shape emerged from the ferns beside him. It was a hedgehog, its spines tipped with dewdrops that caught the light like tiny diamonds. It blinked bright, intelligent eyes. HMMPH, it sniffed, its voice surprisingly clear and a little gruff. Lost are we, or just unusually fond of crockery? It eyed the teapot with keen interest. I think it's showing me the way, Finn explained hesitantly. Showing, is it? The hedgehog shuffled closer. Name's Prickwick, keeper of shortcuts and knower of knobbly roots. That path you were on leads straight into bramblethorn thicket. Nasty business. Follow me. Prickwick moved with surprising speed, darting along a nearly invisible trail beneath low-hanging branches. Finn followed, the teapot's steam arrow now confirming Prickwick's direction. The hedgehog chattered about mushroom circles and the best places to find juicy slugs, his practical, no-nonsense chatter oddly reassuring. As evening painted the sky in lavender and rose, they reached a clearing dominated by a towering, ancient oak. High in its gnarled branches, nestled like a feathered moon, perched a large, tawny owl. Its eyes, wide and luminous, fixed on Finn and Prickwick. Who seeks the wisdom of the twilight hour? The owl hooted, its voice deep and resonant, like wind through hollow reeds. This one's got a talking teapot, Sela's, Prickwick announced. Says it's for thirsty hearts. Sela's, the owl swiveled his head, fixing his gaze on the blue teapot. Ah, he breathed, a sound like rustling parchment. The vessel of shared warmth, rare indeed, its magic is subtle, young traveler. It does not conjure storms or move mountains. It brews understanding, it steeps connection, but its power grows only when shared freely. He tilted his head. Where does it lead your thirsty heart? Further, Finn said, the pull within him undeniable. Towards the singing stones, I think. He'd heard tales of standing stones that hummed on solstice nights. Silas nodded slowly. A journey of seeking, but the path beyond the whispering brook is troubled. The water complains, it cannot sing, something heavy sits upon its heart. He fluffed his feathers. Wisdom suggests you rest here tonight. The journey requires clarity. They made a small fire. Finn shared his bread and cheese with Prickwick and offered Silas a crumb, politely declined. Then, feeling the owl's words about sharing, Finn poured water into the teapot. He had no tea, only clear water. Yet as it swirled, the steam rose, forming shimmering constellations above them. Finn poured tiny cups for Prickwick and Silas, and one for himself. The water tasted crisp and pure, yet carried the profound silence of the starlit sky and the deep, ancient peace of the forest. Silas closed his eyes, a soft hoo of contentment escaping him. Prickwick sighed, his prickles seeming to soften. Finn felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, a connection to the ancient trees and the vast sky above. The next day, guided by Silas flying overhead and Prickwick navigating the undergrowth, they reached the Whispering Brook. But Silas was right. Instead of its usual gentle murmur, the water flowed sluggishly, choked by thick, thorny vines that seemed to pulse with a dull, unhealthy light. They coiled around the stepping stones, blocking the way to the singing stones visible on the far hill. The air felt heavy and sad. HMPH, nasty bindweed, Prickwick grumbled, trying to nip at a vine only to have it recoil and tighten further. Grows where joy withers, can't just cut it, makes it mad. Silas landed on a nearby branch. Force feeds its bitterness, its roots are deep in sorrow. Finn felt the teapot hum gently against his chest. The pull was strong, pointing across the brook. He unwrapped it, looking at the choked water, the despairing vines. For the thirsty heart. The brook itself seemed thirsty for flow, for song, for freedom. Silas's words echoed, it brews understanding. It steeps connection. Its power grows only when shared freely. An idea, fragile as a spiderweb, formed. Not force. Understanding. Connection. He filled the teapot with water from his flask. He didn't drop in a tea bag. Instead, he knelt by the brook's edge, scooped up some of the sluggish, troubled water, and poured it carefully into the teapot. He closed the lid and waited. The teapot grew warm. A soft, golden light pulsed within the blue ceramic. Steam began to rise, not in playful shapes, but in slow, heavy tendrils that smelled of damp earth and forgotten tears. Finn poured the steaming liquid not into a cup, but back into the brook, right at the edge where the thickest vines gripped the bank. Something extraordinary happened. Where the steaming water touched the choked flow, the murkiness cleared, spreading like liquid light. The thick, pulsing vines nearest the spot shuddered. The dull light within them flickered, then softened. Finn poured another measure of the brook's own water into the teapot, waited, and poured it back out. He repeated this, moving slowly along the bank, pouring the warmed, magically steeped water back into its source. Prickwick watched, wide-eyed. Silas hooted softly in approval. The teapot wasn't cleaning the water with magic. It was understanding it. It was steeping the brook's sorrow, acknowledging its burden, warming it with compassion. Each pour was like offering a cup of comfort to a troubled friend. Slowly, the sluggish water began to brighten. The thick, thorny vines lost their angry pulse. They didn't vanish, but they loosened their grip, softening, their thorns retracting. They became ordinary, if sad, bindweed. The brook, freed from the worst of the constriction, found its voice again, a tentative, gurgling whisper that grew stronger with every moment. Finn poured one last measure, this time offering it silently to the brook itself. The water flowed clearer, singing softly over the now passable stepping stones. The path was open. Crossing the brook felt like stepping into sunlight after a long storm. The singing stones stood tall on the hill, humming with a low, resonant frequency that vibrated in Finn's bones. It was a sound of deep peace and ancient memory. He felt the pull within him settle, a thirst profoundly quenched. He wasn't lonely here, he felt part of something vast and beautiful. He built a small fire as dusk fell, painting the stones in hues of amethyst and gold. Prickwick found some wild berries. Silas watched from a stone perch. Finn filled the blue teapot with clear water from his flask. He poured cups for his friends and himself. As they sipped the water, now tasting of mountain springs and starlight, The humming of the stones seemed to harmonize with the teapot's gentle thrum. They sat in companionable silence, the fire crackling softly, the shared warmth radiating between them. Finn knew his journey back would be easier. He knew the teapot's secret now. Its magic wasn't in grand illusions, but in brewing connection. It steeped understanding. It offered warmth to thirsty hearts thirsty for friendship, for purpose, for the simple magic hidden within the ordinary world. It asked only to be shared. He returned to his attic room, the creak of the old wardrobe now a familiar, friendly sound. The blue teapot sat proudly on his desk, no longer hidden. Finn no longer felt the pull towards distant woods, but a different kind of thirst, a thirst to share the quiet magic he'd found. He began inviting the quiet baker's daughter who loved star charts, and the old gardener who knew the language of bees, for simple cups of tea. And every time he poured from the blue teapot, the steam swirled with gentle light, the water tasted inexplicably perfect, and a profound sense of connection, of shared warmth, filled the room, chasing away the shadows and settling over them like the softest, most comforting blanket, reminding them all that the most extraordinary magic often resides in the simplest acts of kindness, brewed one shared cup at a time. The end. Story 30. Story 30. The last golden light of evening gilded the edges of the clouds as Finn trudged home, his boots scuffing through fallen leaves the color of embers and old copper. He'd been helping old Mr. Thistleweed gather late apples, and his pockets bulged with the tart, crisp rewards. The air held the sharp, clean scent of approaching autumn, mixed with wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys. Finn loved this time of day, this time of year, when the world seemed to hold its breath between seasons. His path took him past the edge of Whistler's Wood, a place usually humming with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of unseen creatures. Tonight, however, an unusual hush lay over it. The familiar sounds were muffled, distant, as if the wood itself was wrapped in thick felt. Intrigued, Finn paused. His gaze swept the familiar trunks of oak and ash, the tangled undergrowth of bramble and fern. Then something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow deep within the shadows beneath an ancient, sprawling hawthorn tree. It wasn't the fiery flash of a trapped firefly, nor the steady gleam of foxfire. This light was softer, deeper, like moonlight filtered through sea glass. Curiosity, that ever-present companion, tugged him off the path and into the dim embrace of the woods. Beneath the hawthorn's gnarled branches, amidst a bed of velvety moss, lay the source of the glow. It was a seed pod, unlike any Finn had ever seen. Roughly the size of his palm, it resembled a tightly closed pine cone, but instead of woody scales, its surface was covered in overlapping, pearlescent plates that shimmered with an inner light soft blues, gentle greens, and hints of violet, shifting like oil on water. It felt warm to the touch, humming faintly against his skin, a vibration more felt than heard, like the purr of a contented cat. A sweet, elusive scent, like crushed mint and wild honey mixed with rain-washed stone, drifted from it. Finn carefully picked it up, cradling it in his hands. As his fingers brushed the cool, smooth plates, a strange sensation washed over him. The muffled silence of the woods seemed to shift. Faint whispers, like dry leaves skittering, reached his ears. The air tasted sharper, greener. The shadows beneath the hawthorn deepened, then seemed to ripple, revealing shapes that hadn't been there before, tiny points of light like miniature stars darting amongst the roots. He gasped, stumbling back a step. The lights paused, hovering. Then, slowly, they drifted closer. They weren't insects. They were tiny beings, no taller than Finn's thumb, woven from shimmering light and fragments of the forest itself. One had hair like spun dandelion fluff and wings like translucent maple seeds. Another seemed made of smooth river pebbles and moss, its eyes deep pools of still water. A third flickered like a tiny flame, with limbs of supple willow twigs. They regarded him with wide, luminous eyes that held ancient wisdom far beyond their size. You see us," chirped the dandelion being, its voice like the tinkling of tiny icicles. "You hold the luminapod," murmured the moss being, its voice a soft rustle. "It opens the veil for those whose hearts are quiet enough to listen." Finn stared, his own heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. "The veil? You mean you're always here, hidden?" "Always," sighed the willow flame being, its light dimming slightly. "But the veil grows thin, the hum fades, the glimmer is leaving Whistler's Wood." A wave of profound sadness washed over Finn, emanating not just from the words, but from the very air, the trees, the moss beneath his feet. It was the sadness he'd sensed in the unnatural hush. The glimmer, what is it, what's happening? The tiny spirits exchanged worried glances. "The glimmer is the life song, the shared magic that binds the seen and the unseen," explained the moss being. "It flows from the Hearthwood, the oldest tree deep within the wood. But its song weakens. The pathways grow dim. Soon the veil may close forever, and our world, yours too, in a way, will be less." "But why?" Finn pressed the luminapod warm and reassuring in his hand. "We do not know," whispered the dandelion spirit, its fluffy head drooping. "The Hearthwood is guarded, only the eldest, Grumblebark, dwells near it now, and he speaks to no one. He is difficult, thinks the fading is because of the loud ones." It gestured vaguely towards the village beyond the wood. Finn understood. The loud ones were people like him, people who sometimes trampled through the woods without seeing, who chopped firewood, who built fences. A pang of guilt touched him. Can it be fixed? Can the glimmer be restored? The spirits fluttered anxiously. "Perhaps, but the path to the Hearthwood is perilous now. The fading glimmer has made the forest restless. Things that sleep stir, paths twist and Grumblebark." They shuddered collectively. Finn looked down at the luminapod, pulsing softly in his palm. He felt the hum of the forest, the faint, desperate whisper of the glimmer, like a fading melody. He thought of the woods silent, truly silent, devoid of this hidden magic he'd only just discovered. "I want to help," he said, the words surprising him even as he spoke them. "Can this luminapod guide me?" Hope sparked in the tiny being's eyes. "It senses the glimmer," the willow flame spirit said, its light brightening. "It can light the hidden paths, and it lets you see us, hear us, but the journey is long and Grumblebark, he has no love for loud ones." "I have to try," Finn said, determination hardening his voice. "Show me where to start." The path revealed by the luminapod wasn't a trail of beaten earth, but a subtle shimmering in the air, a faint tracer of light only visible when Finn held the pod aloft and focused. It led away from the hawthorn, deeper into Whistler's Wood than Finn had ever ventured. The familiar trees gave way to giant ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, towering pines that whispered secrets to the wind, and thick stands of holly whose leaves glistened like dark, polished jade. The air grew cooler, damper, filled with the rich scent of decaying leaves and loamy earth. The luminapod's glow was a comforting beacon, casting soft, shifting colors on moss-covered roots and fern fronds. His companions were the three spirits, Pipit, the dandelion fluff, Mossglen, and Willowmere. They darted ahead, their tiny lights illuminating patches of the path, pointing out treacherous roots or patches of sucking mud disguised by leaves. "Mind the sighing bog," Mossglen warned, its pebble body clicking softly as it gestured towards a seemingly innocent patch of reeds. "It looks solid, but it hungers." Finn stepped carefully, feeling the ground yield slightly before finding firmer footing, guided by the pod's gentle tug away from the danger. The deeper they went, the stranger the wood became. The silence wasn't just an absence of noise, it felt heavy, watchful. Shadows seemed to cling more thickly, pooling in hollows like spilled ink. The luminapod's light pushed them back, but only just. Finn heard things rustles that were too large for squirrels, creaks that weren't branches settling, a low, guttural humming that vibrated in his bones. The glimmer felt thin here, stretched like worn cloth. "It's the stirring," Willowmere murmured, its flame flickering nervously. Things that slept when the glimmer was strong are waking. They are confused, angry. As if summoned, a section of the forest floor ahead erupted. Not an animal, but a mass of writhing, thorny vines, thick as Finn's wrist, bursting from the earth like grasping fingers. They lashed out, snapping towards him with terrifying speed. Finn yelped, stumbling backward. Pippet zipped forward, a blur of light, showering the nearest vine with sparkling dust that seemed to make it recoil momentarily. Mossglen rolled directly under the thrashing mass, its pebble body surprisingly sturdy, dislodging roots and creating a brief opening. "Quickly, this way." Willowmere cried, flaring brighter, illuminating a narrow gap between two massive, moss-draped boulders. Finn didn't hesitate. He ducked and scrambled through the gap, feeling a thorny tendril snag his sleeve and tear it before falling away. He emerged on the other side, heart hammering, the enraged rustling of the vines fading behind the stones. His tiny companions fluttered around him, checking for injuries. "Thorn snarls," Mossglen stated grimly. "They never used to be so aggressive. The fading glimmer makes them fearful." Finn looked at his torn sleeve, then at the lumina pod, its light steady and reassuring. He hadn't been alone. The spirits, so small, had helped him. He felt a surge of gratitude and a strengthening resolve. "Thank you," he breathed. "All of you." They pressed on. The path led them across a gurgling stream on stepping stones slick with emerald algae, guided by the pod's light reflecting clearly on the safe stones. They skirted a grove of silver birch trees whose bark shimmered like actual metal, where ghostly pale moths the size of Finn's hand drifted silently. The pod's hum changed subtly near them, a warning thrum, and the moths veered away, uninterested. They climbed a steep, rocky incline where wind-carved stones loomed like ancient sentinels, their surfaces etched with patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the pod's colored light. Exhaustion began to pull at Finn's limbs. The air grew colder still. The lumina pod's glow intensified, its warmth spreading through his hands, fighting off the chill and the creeping fatigue. It seemed to sense his need. He shared some of his apples with the spirits. Pippet nibbled daintily on a sliver, Mossglen absorbed the juice contentedly through its pebbly skin, and Willowmere held a tiny piece close, its flame warming it slightly before it vanished in a small puff of steam. The simple act of sharing food under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, illuminated by the pod's gentle light, felt profound. He was no longer just a boy trespassing, he was a companion on a shared quest. Finally, after what felt like hours, the path opened into a vast, circular clearing. At its center stood the Hearthwood. It wasn't the tallest tree Finn had ever seen, but it was undoubtedly the oldest. Its trunk was immense, wider than his cottage, its bark deeply fissured, resembling a topographical map of some ancient, forgotten land. Roots snaked across the clearing like petrified rivers, disappearing into the earth. Its branches, though thick and strong, held fewer leaves than the surrounding trees, and those that remained were a dull, listless green. The air in the clearing was thick with an aura of immense age and profound weariness. The glimmer here wasn't just fading, it felt threadbare, exhausted. The lumina pod pulsed with a slow, heavy rhythm, mirroring the Hearthwood's weak life song. And there, nestled amongst the colossal roots, sat Grumblebark. He was a spirit, but unlike the smaller, brighter companions Finn had met. Grumblebark was roughly Finn's height, though much broader. His form was sculpted from the Hearthwood's own bark, gnarled, knotted, covered in like in the color of old bronze. Moss grew in patches like a shaggy beard, and twigs protruded from his shoulders and head like unruly hair. His eyes, deep-set beneath craggy brows, glowed a dull, sullen red like banked coals. He didn't move as Finn approached cautiously, the tiny spirits hovering nervously behind him. He simply sat, one massive, root-like hand resting on the Heartwood's trunk, his gaze fixed on some distant, unhappy point. Finn stopped a respectful distance away. The silence in the clearing was absolute, heavy with disapproval. He took a deep breath, the scent of ancient wood and deep earth filling his lungs. "Elder Grumblebark," he called out, his voice sounding too loud in the stillness. The red eyes shifted slowly, focusing on Finn with an intensity that felt like physical pressure. A low rumble, like stones grinding deep underground, emanated from Grumblebark. "Loud One," he growled, the words thick and slow, tasting of bitterness. "You trespass. You bring the clatter and the smoke and the sharp blades that bite the earth. You are why the glimmer fades, why the Heartwood weakens." His gaze flickered to the luminapod in Finn's hand, a spark of surprise or perhaps disdain flaring briefly. The pod chose poorly. Finn stood his ground, though his knees felt weak. "I came to help, Elder. The spirits pip at Mossglen Willow-wisp. They said the glimmer is failing. They said you guard the Heartwood." "Guard." Grumblebark let out a harsh sound like splitting wood. A laugh devoid of humor. "What is there left to guard? The song ends. The loud ones take, they do not listen, they do not feel." He turned his head away, dismissing Finn, his massive hand stroking the Heartwood's bark with a tenderness that belied his gruffness. "Go back to your noise and your straight lines. Leave the wood to its quiet ending." Finn felt a surge of frustration, but also a deep pang of empathy. He saw the spirit's grief, his profound sense of loss and betrayal. He remembered the guilt he'd felt earlier. Instead of arguing, he did something unexpected. He walked closer, slowly, respectfully, and sat down on a mossy root a few paces from Grumblebark. He didn't speak. He simply held the luminapod in his lap, letting its soft, multicolored light spill over the ancient roots. He listened. Not just with his ears, but with his heart, as the pod seemed to guide him to do. He listened to the faint, labored pulse of the Heartwood beneath him, a rhythm so slow it was almost imperceptible. He listened to the deep, resonant sorrow emanating from Grumblebark, a vibration in the air. He listened to the worried flutter of his tiny companions nearby. Minutes stretched. The only sounds were the sigh of the wind high in the branches and the slow, grinding rumble of Grumblebark's breathing. Finally, the elder spirit shifted slightly, his glowing red eyes narrowing at Finn. "Why do you sit, Loud One? Why do you not shout your reasons? Bargain, demand." Finn looked up, meeting those ancient, weary eyes. "I'm listening," he said simply. "The pod, it helps me listen, to the wood, to the glimmer, to you." He took another breath. "I don't know why the glimmer is fading, but I know it hurts the forest, it hurts the spirits, it hurts the Heartwood." And he paused, choosing his words carefully. "It hurts you. I don't want that. My village, we don't all mean harm. Some of us love the woods. Old Mr. Thistleweed, he talks to the apple trees. Mrs. Nettleby leaves honey cakes for the hedgehogs. Maybe we just forgot how to listen properly." Grumblebark stared at him, the red embers of his eyes flickering. The grinding rumble softened. He looked down at the luminapod, its light playing over his bark-like skin. "The pod chooses the listener," he murmured, almost to himself. "It has slept for many turnings of the leaf." He looked back at Finn, a grudging curiosity replacing some of the hostility. "You say you listen. What do you hear now, Loud One who listens?" Finn closed his eyes, focusing on the pod's hum, letting it resonate within him. He felt the faint thrum of the Heartwood, weak and thready. He felt the deep, resonant ache of Grumblebark's sorrow, intertwined with a fierce, protective love for the ancient tree. And beneath it all, woven through the roots, the earth, the very air of the clearing, he felt something else. a discordant note. A sharp, brittle feeling like broken glass buried deep near the Hearthwood's base. It jarred against the natural flow of the glimmer, fraying it, draining it. "There's a hurt," Finn whispered, opening his eyes. He pointed towards a spot near the base of the trunk, where the roots knotted together thickly. "Deep down it feels sharp, cold, like metal that doesn't belong." Grumblebark stiffened. The red glow in his eyes flared brighter, not with anger, but with sudden, intense focus. Metal, deep. He lumbered to his feet, an earthquake in miniature. He moved to the spot Finn indicated, placing his massive hands flat against the tangle of roots. He closed his eyes, his form utterly still. Minutes passed. The clearing held its breath. Then Grumblebark let out a low groan, a sound of deep pain and dawning horror. "Iron," he rumbled, the word heavy with dread. Forgotten iron, buried deep, poisoning the roots, poisoning the song. Understanding dawned on Finn. Iron was often said to repel magic, to harm fey creatures. A buried piece of it, deep beneath the Hearthwood, was slowly poisoning the source of the glimmer itself. "Can it be removed?" Finn asked urgently. Grumblebark looked grim. "The roots have grown around it, twisted. To dig risks the Hearthwood further. It is too deep for my strength alone." He looked at Finn, a complex mix of resignation and a flicker of desperate hope in his ancient eyes. The loud ones bury their cold things deep. Finn thought quickly. He remembered helping his father mend the stone wall around their garden, using a long, strong pole to lever heavy rocks. If we could reach it carefully, without digging too much, maybe I could help. I'm small, and I have friends." He gestured to Pipit, Mossglen, and Willowmere, who zipped forward eagerly. Grumblebark studied Finn, then the eager spirits, then the luminapod still glowing softly in the boy's hand. The pod's light seemed to pulse gently, bathing the ancient spirit's face. The deep lines of sorrow softened just a fraction. A decision settled within him, as slow and inevitable as the growth of a tree. He gave a single, slow nod. "Show me, listener, show me where the poison lies." Working together was a delicate dance of strength, size, and magic. Finn used the luminapod to pinpoint the exact source of the discordant cold, a spot about 2 feet down, beneath the thickest knot of roots. Grumblebark, with immense care and surprising gentleness for his size, began to loosen the earth with his powerful, root-like fingers, moving aside stones and packed soil. Finn, smaller and more agile, scooped the loosened earth away with his hands, guided by the pod's light, which flared brighter the closer they got to the poison. The tiny spirits were invaluable. Pipit fluttered into the deepening hole, her dandelion fluff body glowing brightly to illuminate the cramped space. Mossglen rolled into crevices, using its solid pebble form to nudge small rocks aside. Willowmere hovered near Finn's head, its warm light providing comfort in the deepening gloom, and its flickering movements pointing out loose soil or potential root snags. The deeper they went, the stronger the cold, metallic feeling became, making Finn shiver despite the exertion. The Hearthwood's faint pulse felt weaker, more strained. Finally, Finn's fingers, scratched and dirty, brushed against something hard, cold, and unnaturally smooth. "I feel it," he whispered. Pipit's light focused, revealing a corner of dark, pitted metal, an old axe head, deeply buried, its edge still sharp. It radiated a palpable sense of wrongness, a void where the glimmer should flow. "Careful, listener," Grumblebark rumbled, his voice taut with tension. "Its touch is cold fire to the song." Finn nodded. Using a flat stone Grumblebark passed to him, he carefully scraped the earth around the axe head, avoiding direct contact. Mossglen nudged against one side, helping to loosen its grip in the earth. It was wedged tight. Finn braced his feet, took a deep breath, and pushed the stone lever against the metal with all his might. Grumblebark above applied gentle, steady pressure on the roots directly above, creating just enough space. With a gritty, reluctant scrape, the axe head shifted. Finn pushed again, his muscles straining. Pipit darted down, showering the area with her sparkling dust, which seemed to momentarily weaken the earth's hold. With a final heave, the dark iron object came free. Finn scrambled back, holding the cold, heavy axe head away from himself. It felt deadening in his hands, a chilling absence. Grumblebark reached down, not touching the iron directly, but enveloping it in thick layers of moss he tore from his own form. He lifted it out of the hole as if handling venom, his expression grimly satisfied. He carried it to the edge of the clearing and thrust it deep into a crack in a large, non-sentient boulder, sealing the poison away from the living earth. The effect was immediate and profound. The moment the iron was removed and contained, the clearing seemed to inhale. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere lifted like a lifted blanket. A faint golden light began to pulse weakly from deep within the Hearthwood's trunk, growing steadily stronger. The dull green leaves seemed to shimmer, regaining a hint of vitality. The air itself warmed, filling with the rich, sweet scent of healthy sap and sun-warmed bark. The glimmer wasn't instantly restored, but the desperate, fading note vanished. It was replaced by a slow, steady rebuilding, a song rediscovering its rhythm. Grumblebark stood by the boulder, looking at the sealed crack, then back at the Hearthwood. He placed his massive hand back on its trunk. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a giant cello, vibrated through the clearing, emanating from both spirit and tree. It was a sound of profound relief, of gratitude, of renewed connection. The red glow in Grumblebark's eyes softened, warming to a deep amber, like honey in sunlight. He turned to Finn, who stood covered in dirt, holding the lumina pod which now glowed with a pure, steady white light, humming contentedly. The ancient spirit walked towards him, each step a tremor of settled earth. He stopped before Finn, looking down at the boy, then at the tiny spirits fluttering around him joyfully. Slowly, deliberately, Grumblebark bowed his great, moss-covered head. "Thank you, listener," he rumbled, the harshness gone from his voice, replaced by a deep, resonant warmth. "You saw what we could not, you heard the true hurt. You reminded an old tree that not all loud ones have forgotten the song." Finn felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the lumina pod. It was the warmth of connection, of understanding, of having truly helped. "The pod showed me how to listen," he said humbly. "And my friends showed me the way." He smiled at Pipit, Mossglen, and Willowmere. Grumblebark nodded. "The pod chooses wisely, and friendship," he glanced at the tiny spirits, a ghost of something resembling a smile touching his bark-like features, defies even the expectations of ancients. He reached out a massive, gnarled finger and gently touched the lumina pod in Finn's hand. A spark of amber light flowed from his touch into the pod, making it flare brightly for a moment. "Keep it, listener, remember, the veil remains thin here for you. Come, listen, learn, tell the other loud ones who have quiet hearts about the glimmer that flows beneath their feet." The journey back felt different. The forest was still settling, the glimmer still rebuilding its strength, but the oppressive silence was gone. The rustles were curious, not threatening. The creaks were branches settling comfortably. The path illuminated by the lumina pod's steady white light and the darting gleams of his spirit friends felt welcoming. They escorted him back to the edge of the woods near the hawthorn tree. The sky was now a deep velvet blue, dusted with the first stars. "We will watch the glimmer, listener," Mossglen said, its pebble body gleaming in the starlight. "It grows stronger already. Visit us." Pipit chirped, doing a joyful loop-de-loop. "Bring more apples." "Your quiet heart is welcome," Willowmere added, its flame burning a contented gold. Finn nodded, a lump in his throat. "I will, I promise." He looked at the lumina pod, warm and humming softly in his palm. It felt like a promise itself. He stepped out of the woods just as the first silver crescent of the moon peeked over the horizon. The familiar lights of the village windows twinkled in the distance. He looked back at Whistler's Wood. It looked the same dark, mysterious, rustling softly. But Finn knew differently. He knew about the hidden lights, the ancient guardian, the song that flowed beneath the roots. He knew he was different. He had listened, truly listened, and found friendship in the most unexpected places. He had faced fear not with force, but with quiet empathy and the help of others. He held the lumina pod close, its gentle pulse a comforting reminder that magic wasn't gone. It was just waiting to be heard by those who knew how to listen. As he walked home, the cool night air sweet with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, he noticed how the moonlight seemed to kiss the leaves with silver, how the crickets sang a little sweeter, and how the world felt just a little more alive, a little more connected, humming softly with a glimmer he could now feel in his very bones. And he smiled, carrying the warmth of the heartwood and the friendship of the unseen deep within him, a quiet light to guide his dreams. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained. a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist often clung to the cobblestones like sleepy cats. Young Leo, with eyes the color of moss after rain, lived in a cottage at the edge of the woods, a place filled with the comforting clutter of generations. His favorite spot was the attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty books with gilded titles, trunks smelling of camphor, and oddities like a music box that played a tune only butterflies seemed to hear. One rainy afternoon, seeking shelter from the downpour, Leo rummaged through an old cedar chest. Beneath a pile of yellowed lace shawls, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He pulled out a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain, it was simple earthenware, glazed a deep, comforting blue like twilight sky. Its handle was slightly chipped, and around its rim danced a painted pattern of silver leaves and tiny, star-like flowers. It felt different. Not fragile but present, humming with a quiet energy against his palm. Curious, Leo carried it downstairs. His grandmother, busy knitting by the hearth, glanced up. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup," she murmured, a soft smile touching her lips. "Found it, did you? It belonged to your great-aunt Sylvie. She always said it held the quietest kind of magic." "What kind of magic?" Leo asked, turning the cup in his hands. It felt warm now, almost alive. "The kind you have to listen for," his grandmother replied cryptically, her needles clicking a soothing rhythm. That night, unable to sleep, Leo filled the cup with warm milk and honey. As he sipped, a faint wisp of steam curled upwards, not dissipating but shimmering. Within the shimmer, tiny, fleeting images flickered. A glimpse of a winding path through sun-dappled woods, the silhouette of a tall tree on a hill, a flash of silver feathers. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the cup. The steam cleared. He sipped again, focusing. This time the image was clearer. A silver owl perched on a gnarled branch, looking straight at him with wise, amber eyes. A feeling, warm and insistent, bloomed in his chest, a call, a gentle tug towards the woods. The next morning, with the blue cup carefully wrapped in soft cloth and tucked in his knapsack, Leo told his grandmother he was going exploring. "Listen to the cup, Leo," she advised, her eyes kind. "And listen to the world around you. True magic understands both." His journey began where the village path surrendered to the whispering embrace of the ancient forest, the whispering woods. The usual sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, seemed amplified, layered with faint, melodic sighs Leo couldn't quite decipher. He took out the cup. Holding it, the sighing resolved into soft, distinct whispers carried on the breeze. "Seek the Sentinel oak, find what is lost, remember." The path was overgrown and unfamiliar. As Leo pushed deeper, the sunlight filtering through the canopy turned the air green and gold. Doubt began to creep in. Was he just imagining things? He sat on a mossy log, unwrapped the cup, and poured a little water from his flask into it. He sipped. The steam swirled, showing not a path, but a small, worried face peeking from behind a giant fern. It had bright, button-black eyes and a twitching nose. "Hello," Leo called softly. A moment later, a stout badger waddled out. He wore a tiny, frayed waistcoat and peered at Leo with shrewd curiosity. "HMMPH, bit young for wandering the deep woods alone, aren't you? Name's Bramble, saw your cup steam. Powerful little thing, that is. Belonged to Sylvie, didn't it? Knew her, good soul. Always left the juiciest grubs undisturbed." Bramble sniffed the air. "You're looking for the Sentinel oak, lost your way." Leo nodded, relieved. The whispers said to seek it, but the path vanished. "Paths here have minds of their own," Bramble chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "They like a bit of respect. And company. Come on. I know a way. But mind the thistle patch. Nasty prickles, those." Bramble proved an excellent guide, pointing out hidden animal trails, the best patches of wild strawberries, and warning of a particularly grumpy hedgehog. He told stories about Sylvie, how she'd sit by the old oak, sipping tea from the blue cup, and the woods seemed to sigh with contentment around her. Something precious was lost near that oak long ago, Bramble mused. Not gold or jewels, something quieter. Sylvie tried to find it, maybe the cup remembers. As they climbed a gentle rise, the trees thinned. Ahead stood the Sentinel oak, truly ancient, its trunk wider than Leo's cottage, its branches like great, gnarled arms holding up the sky. But the sight that greeted them wasn't peaceful. A dense, swirling mist clung to the base of the tree, thick and gray, pulsing with a faint, discordant hum. It felt cold and unwelcoming, muffling the forest sounds. Leo felt a pang of sadness emanating from it. He took out the blue cup. As he held it, the steam rose, showing the oak bathed in sunlight, birds nesting in its branches, wildflowers blooming at its roots. The image flickered, then was swallowed again by the swirling gray mist in the steam itself. A feeling of deep sorrow washed over Leo. The gloom, Bramble muttered, shuffling uneasily. Haven't seen it this strong in years. It feeds on forgotten sadness. Old hurts, you can't fight it, lad. It just swallows anger or fear whole. Suddenly, a soft whoosh sounded above. The silver owl Leo had seen in the steam landed silently on a low branch. Her feathers gleamed like polished moonlight, and her amber eyes held ancient calm. "Greetings, seeker," she hooted, her voice like wind through dry leaves. "I am Silas," the cup called, and I felt the gloom stir. It thickens around the heart of the woods, choking the Sentinel's roots. "But what is it?" Leo asked, looking at the oppressive mist. "And what was lost?" Silas tilted her head. Long ago, before Sylvie's time, a misunderstanding grew between the creatures of the wood and the folk of Willowbrook. Harsh words were spoken, trust was broken. The sadness of that rift, unspoken and unresolved, settled here. It became the gloom. What was lost was harmony, the easy trust between the village and the wild. "How do we get it back?" Leo asked, his heart heavy. Fighting seemed impossible. Bramble looked grim. "Wisdom, lad, not force. Remember what your grandmother said. Listen." Leo looked at the blue cup in his hands. Listen to the cup. Listen to the world. He remembered the feeling of contentment in Bramble's story about Sylvie. He thought of the warm milk, the honey, the steam showing peaceful images. An idea sparked, fragile as a spider's web. "Silas," he asked, "could you find the sweetest wild honeycomb nearby? Bramble, could you gather the freshest, clearest spring water?" The owl blinked. "An unusual request, seeker, but yes." She soared silently into the trees. Bramble nodded. "There's a spring just yonder, clean as crystal." He trundled off. Leo gathered dry twigs and moss at the very edge of the gloom, building a small, neat fire. When Bramble returned with water in a large leaf, and Silas dropped a piece of golden honeycomb glistening with sweetness, Leo carefully poured water into the blue cup. He held it over the small fire until the water steamed gently. He added a generous piece of honeycomb, stirring it slowly with a clean twig, watching the honey swirl and dissolve, filling the air with a warm, comforting scent of flowers and sunshine. He thought of his grandmother's kindness, Bramble's gruff guidance, Silas's serene wisdom, and Sylvie's gentle presence. He poured the warm, fragrant liquid into the cup. Holding the forget-me-not cup carefully, Leo stepped right to the edge of the swirling gloom. The cold, discordant hum intensified, pushing against him. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing not on fighting, but on the feeling in the cup: warmth, sweetness, connection. He held the cup out towards the mist. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice steady but gentle. "It's okay to remember the hurt, but remember the good things too. Remember the sunshine through the leaves. Remember the taste of wild strawberries. Remember the stories shared. Remember harmony." He poured a small stream of the warm honey water onto the ground at the very edge of the gloom. The liquid didn't vanish. It pooled for a moment, glowing faintly with a soft, golden light. The thick mist seemed to recoil slightly from the light and the scent. The discordant hum faltered, replaced by a softer, questioning sigh. "Your turn," Leo said softly to Bramble and Silas. "Remember something good, something kind." Bramble shuffled forward. He cleared his throat. Remember Sylvie sharing her apple pie crust with the field mice on Midsummer's Eve." A small, warm glow, like a fallen autumn leaf, pulsed from him towards the gloom. Silas spread her wings slightly. "Remember the night the lost fawn was guided home by the glowworms, and the whole wood sighed with relief. A soft silver light, like moonlight on snow, drifted from her. Leo poured another small stream of the honey water. "Remember the sound of laughter from the village green carrying on the summer breeze," he added, pouring again. "Remember the badgers and the rabbits sharing the best digging grounds after the spring rains." Another pour. Each stream of warm liquid created a small pool of golden light. Each shared memory offered not to banish but to balance, added its own gentle light, Bramble's earthy warmth, Silas's cool silver. They didn't attack the gloom. They surrounded it. With warmth, with sweetness, with shared memories of connection and kindness. Leo kept pouring the contents of the cup slowly, steadily, speaking simple truths about the good things that still existed between the woods and the village, about the shared sun and rain, the mutual respect growing anew. The gloom didn't vanish instantly. It swirled, thinned, and as the golden light and the shared memories touched it, the gray mist began to change. It softened, lightened, turning from oppressive gray to pearly white, then to a gentle, luminous silver. The discordant hum faded completely, replaced by a soft, harmonious sigh, the sigh of the woods Leo had heard when he first held the cup. It was the sound of peace. Where the dense gloom had been, the base of the Sentinel oak was now clear. Sunlight streamed down, dappling the mossy roots. Wildflowers, tiny blue forget-me-nots and white starflowers, just like the ones painted on the cup, began to unfurl from the earth, their fragrance mingling with the lingering scent of honey and wood smoke. The air felt warm, clean, and filled with the vibrant sounds of the forest returned to its rightful state. Silas let out a soft, melodious hoot. Harmony is remembered, the lost thing is found again, not as it was, but as it can be anew. Bramble nudged Leo gently. "You did it, lad, with a teacup and a kind heart." Leo looked at the blue cup. It felt warm, content, the painted leaves seeming to shimmer. The journey back to Willowbrook felt different. The woods seemed brighter, the whispers clearer and filled with friendly chatter. Bramble accompanied him to the edge of the village, Silas gliding silently above. As Leo walked into his cottage, his grandmother looked up from her knitting. She took in his peaceful expression, the faint scent of honey and wildflowers clinging to him, and the blue cup held securely in his hands. She didn't ask questions. She simply smiled, her eyes reflecting the warmth of the hearth. That evening, Leo and his grandmother sat by the fire. He filled the forget-me-not cup with chamomile tea. As they sipped, the steam curled upwards, not showing distant paths or owls, but a beautiful scene. The Sentinel oak bathed in golden sunset light, forget-me-nots blooming brightly at its roots, a silver owl watching from a branch, and a stout badger snoozing contentedly in the soft moss below. It was a picture of perfect, peaceful harmony. Leo understood now. The magic wasn't just in the cup. The cup was a vessel, a focus. The true magic was in the act of paying attention to simple things, to quiet feelings, to the stories held in ordinary objects and in the hearts of others. It was in listening, in remembering the good, in offering warmth instead of force. He felt changed, not because he'd found a powerful object, but because he'd learned its quiet language. He'd learned that wonder wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was as soft as steam curling from a simple blue cup, reminding you that the most extraordinary magic is woven into the fabric of the everyday world, waiting only for a kind heart and a listening ear to bring it gently into the light. And as the fire crackled and the steam from the cup painted pictures of peace on the warm air, Leo knew that the greatest journeys often began not with a roar, but with the quiet, comforting chime of a teacup finding its way home. The wood sighed contentedly beyond the window, a lullaby of leaves and harmony, wrapping the cottage in a blanket of deep, enchanted peace. Story 62. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder. always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy, thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come, and the friendships formed along the way. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 82. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold. Each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. You know about fungi. Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Gratharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gratharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Tongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned 2 companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders. a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Grandad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup. It feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the whispering glen, my home. But his small shoulders slumped. The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever. Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else. A deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, grumble, silence, isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone-toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half-closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. The keeper of twilight lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware, the path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Leela through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" "With a thread of shared light," said Ember. "But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it." As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Layla's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while. The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. She'll return. They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. What's wrong? Ember's ears flattened. The key is a memory, one you must give freely. Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Layla's hand. You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending. Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew married, grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Leela was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Leela apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leela sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. The soft hum of the damaged engine echoed through the cargo bay like a lullaby gone wrong. Zara tucked her three-fingered hands deeper into the pockets of her patched flight suit, the lavender scales along her neck rippling with unease as she stared at the blinking red lights on the console. Outside the cracked viewport, the emerald mists of the uncharted planet swirled in lazy patterns, tendrils occasionally brushing against the ship's hull with a sound like whispering silk. "Diagnostic complete," chimed the ship's AI in its usual monotone. "Atmospheric composition breathable. Survival probability 67.3%. The Zalian mechanic snorted, her vertical pupils narrowing at the readout. "Survival's always been better than average odds for me," she muttered, securing the last magnetic clamp on her repair belt. The belt jangled with tools collected from 7 different star systems, a wrench from the methane forges of Typhon V, a molecular welder traded from a cyborg merchant in the Cerulean Belt, and her lucky hydrospanner with the dent from that time she'd fixed a stellar Empress's yacht during a meteor shower. The ramp descended with a protesting whine, revealing a landscape that made Zara's breath catch. Towering crystalline trees pulsed with inner light, their faceted leaves chiming like glass wind chimes in the gentle breeze. The ground beneath them shimmered with bioluminescent moss that dimmed and brightened in slow waves, as if the planet itself were breathing. Somewhere in the distance, liquid silver streams sang as they tumbled over smooth obsidian rocks. Her boot had barely touched the glowing moss when a sharp, trilling sound cut through the musical landscape. Zara froze, her hand flying to the ion cutter at her belt. Emerging from behind a cluster of amber ferns was a creature, unlike anything in her star charts, a being of shifting mercury-like substance, its form constantly flowing between something resembling a 6-legged fox and a floating cluster of liquid spheres. Its surface reflected the forest colors in rippling patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Hey now," Zara said carefully, keeping her palms visible in the universal gesture of peace. "Just here to fix my ship, no trouble intended." The creature responded with a burst of crystalline chimes that vibrated in Zara's chest bone. When she didn't react, it shimmered brighter, its form suddenly resolving into a perfect mirror image of Zara herself, lavender scales, tool belt and all, before dissolving back into quicksilver abstraction. "Well, that's a new one," Zara breathed, her tail twitching nervously behind her. She'd met shapeshifters before in the asteroid markets, but none that mirrored her down to the chipped scale on her left elbow. The creature seemed to take her hesitation as invitation, flowing closer until Zara caught her own reflection warping in its silvery surface. Their uneasy truce shattered when Zara's boot crunched on something brittle beneath the moss. The creature recoiled with a sound like shattering stained glass, its form splintering into jagged shards that hovered menacingly in the air. Between them lay the remains of a delicate honeycomb structure, perhaps a nest or food storage, now crushed beyond recognition. "Criff," Zara whispered, watching the shimmering shards begin to rotate faster. "Didn't see that there, friend, let me just..." She reached slowly for her repair kit, thinking to offer some form of compensation. The motion proved disastrous. A silvery tendril lashed out, sending her tool belt flying into the luminescent underbrush. Zara scrambled backward as the creature advanced, its chiming now shrill and discordant. She barely registered the strange warmth spreading through her chest, where the tendril had grazed her flight suit. Her entire focus was on the glowing yellow mineral deposit, now clutched in her hand, the closest thing she had to a defensive weapon. The standoff might have ended in tragedy, were it not for the sudden groan from above. Both looked up as a massive crystalline branch cracked under the weight of Zara's ship, shearing off and plummeting toward them. Without thinking, Zara lunged forward, tackling her quicksilver adversary out of the path of destruction. They tumbled together into a bed of glowing ferns, the creature's surface bubbling with shock where it made contact with her scales. For 3 heartbeats they stared at each other, Zolian mechanic, an alien enigma, both breathing heavily. Then the creature extended a trembling mercury droplet toward Zara's chest. Where it touched, the fabric of her flight suit dissolved to reveal nothing. No wound, no scar, just smooth lavender scales glowing faintly with the same golden hue as the creature's core. "Ah," Zara said softly, understanding dawning. "You weren't attacking, you were trying to..." She gestured helplessly at her chest, where the creature's healing touch had apparently neutralized some unknown planetary toxin. The guilt settled heavy in her stomach as she looked from the crushed hive to the creature's still quivering form. "And I thought you were..." The chiming softened, the creature's shape melting into something rounder, less threatening. It extended a tendril toward the broken hive, then toward Zara's scattered tools. When she didn't move, it chimed impatiently and nudged the hydrospanner toward her with a mercury paw. Repairs took on new meaning as they worked through the planet's long twilight. Zara learned to read the creature's shifting hues: warm gold for approval, cool blue when she nearly made a mistake with the delicate crystal structures. In turn, she taught it basic tool functions, laughing when it attempted to mimic her 3-fingered grip with comically oversized silver claws. They discovered the crushed hive could be restored using resin from the crystal trees, mixed with flecks of Zara's discarded ship parts that the creature insisted on adding with artistic flair. When the first meteor shower struck that night, it was the creature who alerted her, its surface flashing urgent crimson as it herded Zara toward an underground cavern. They huddled together beneath the planet's surface as the world above erupted in blazing light, Zara's hand resting on what passed for the creature's shoulder, feeling its vibrations gradually calm from panicked staccato to a soothing hum. "You know," Zara said during a lull in the bombardment, watching the creature fashion a makeshift light globe from some glowing moss and a discarded fuel cell, "I never caught your name." The creature tilted its head, then pressed a mercury tendril to her temple. Images flooded her mind: starlight on liquid metal, the secret names of flowing streams, the vibration pattern that meant home in a language of light and motion. "Keth," Zara breathed, the sound feeling right in her mouth. The creature Keth chimed in approval, its surface rippling with pleasure. Their final challenge came with the dawn. Zara stood before her repaired ship, the ramp extended, tool belt heavier with a new addition, a perfect mercury droplet hardened into glass. Keth's form wavered at the forest edge, its usual gold hues muted to soft amber. "It doesn't have to be goodbye," Zara said, crouching to meet what passed for Keth's eyes. The galaxy's smaller than you think I could." She trailed off, suddenly aware of the vastness between star systems. But Keth chimed softly, extending a tendril to touch the ship's hull. Where Mercury met metal, faint golden lines spread through the plating like veins of starlight, a permanent piece of Keth's essence woven into the ship's framework. Years later, when Captain Zara of the starship Mercurial regaled wide-eyed listeners with tales of her most improbable friendship, she'd always pause at this part. "That's when I understood," she'd say, polishing her lucky hydrospanner with its new Mercury swirled designs, "that true companionship isn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same form. It's about the spaces between stars where understanding grows and the courage to reach out when everything tells you to pull back." As her ship ascended through the emerald atmosphere that day, Zara watched Keth's form shimmer and expand below a quicksilver constellation waving goodbye. The comm console beeped with an incoming transmission, displaying coordinates to a previously unknown planet rich with crystalline ore. Attached was a single image, their repaired hive structure, now glowing with the combined artistry of Zalian engineering and Mercury native artistry. And in her chest, where Keth's healing touch had left its mark, Zara carried a warmth that no deep space chill could ever extinguish, the quiet certainty that somewhere among the singing forests and silver streams, a being of light and motion would always remember the scale-kinned mechanic who learned to listen with more than her ears. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony. Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The old grandfather clock in the hallway had just chimed 8 soft notes when Leo noticed the peculiar thing about his favorite stone. Nestled in his palm, the smooth, oval stone, found years ago near Whisper Creek, usually held the cool, calming weight of river-polished granite. Tonight, however, it pulsed with a warmth like a tiny captured sunbeam. Leo traced the silvery veins running through its deep blue surface, his breath fogging the chilly window pane as he peered into the moonlit woods beyond his cottage garden. The forest always felt like a sleeping giant, ancient and mysterious, but tonight the shadows between the oaks seemed to breathe, beckoning with a silent call that resonated in the stone's gentle thrum against his skin. "Strange," Leo murmured, tucking the stone into his pocket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting anchor against the crisp autumn air. He pulled on his worn boots and thick woolen scarf, the one his grandmother had knitted the color of moss after rain. A sense of quiet urgency propelled him out the back door, across the dew-silvered grass, and toward the tree line where fireflies winked like stray stars. The moment Leo stepped beneath the canopy, the world shifted. The familiar crunch of fallen leaves softened into a whisper, and the moonlight, instead of dappling through branches, pooled in liquid silver on the forest floor. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and something else, something wild and sweet, like crushed juniper berries in starlight. He followed an almost invisible path, guided by the stone's increasing warmth. It tugged gently, insistently, pulling him deeper than he'd ever ventured. After what felt like both minutes and hours, Leo emerged into a clearing that shouldn't have existed. Moonlit Meadow, his grandfather called it, a place of tall, whispering grasses and a single, ancient hawthorn tree. But this was different. The grasses here shimmered with their own soft, internal light, blues and violets rippling like water. The hawthorn tree, usually gnarled and sleepy, now stood tall and radiant, its branches heavy not with berries, but with glowing, pearlescent orbs that cast shifting patterns on the ground. On the air it sang. A low, harmonious thrumming vibrated through Leo's boots, a song without words that spoke of deep roots and patient time. He stood transfixed until a rustle in the luminous grass startled him. A shadow detached itself from the base of the hawthorn, large, hunched, and moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The figure resolved into something immense, a creature woven from shadows and bark, with limbs like knotted roots, eyes like chips of obsidian reflecting the meadow's glow, and antlers that branched like the hawthorn itself, twined with glowing vines. It stopped a few paces away, its massive head tilted, observing him. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled Leo's skin. He fumbled for the stone in his pocket, its heat flaring against his fingers. The creature made a sound, a deep, resonant rumble like stones shifting in a riverbed. It wasn't hostile. It sounded curious. Slowly it extended a hand that was more like a gnarled branch, palm upturned. Nestled within the rough bark was a small, glowing orb identical to those on the hawthorn tree, but its light was faint, flickering weakly. Leo understood. The stone in his pocket was burning now, a beacon. He pulled it out. The silvery veins blazed, casting a circle of warm light around him. The creature's obsidian eyes fixed on the stone, and a low, sorrowful note vibrated from its chest. It gestured again to the dying orb in its hand, then pointed one thick, root-like finger toward the heart of the meadow, where the light seemed dimmest. "My name is Leo," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the meadow's hum. "And this is my heart stone." He held it up. "It led me here. Are you hurt? Is this place fading?" The creature rumbled again, a sound layered with meaning Leo felt rather than heard. Loss, fading, connection broken. It tapped its chest with a thick finger, then pointed to the stone in Leo's hand. "Mine. Yours. Ours." It gestured emphatically toward the fading core of the meadow. "Help." "Grimbark," Leo said suddenly, the name blooming in his mind like a shy flower. "Can I call you Grimbark?" The creature tilted its head again, then gave a slow, ponderous nod. A spark of understanding, fragile but bright, ignited between the small boy and the giant guardian of the hidden world. The journey, Leo realized, wasn't just into this place. It was for this place and for the sorrowful creature before him. He slipped the warm stone back into his pocket, its heat now a promise. "Show me, Grimbark, show me how to help." Their path led away from the radiant hawthorn, deeper into moonlit meadow, where the vibrant glow of the grasses dimmed to a sickly gray-green. The harmonious thrumming faded, replaced by an unsettling silence broken only by the dry rasp of dying stalks brushing against Leo's coat. Grimbark moved with heavy steps, his root-like feet sinking slightly into the soft, unhappy earth. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell like rust and forgotten things. They reached the meadow's heart, a circular depression where the ground dipped, centered around a large, flat stone veined with cracks. Atop the stone lay a cluster of the pearlescent orbs, but their light was feeble, guttering like candle flames in a draught. Tendrils of gray mist curled from the cracks in the stone, snuffing out the glow wherever they touched. Grimbark stopped, a low groan escaping him as he pointed a trembling limb at the cluster. He held out his own flickering orb. The connection was clear, the meadow's heart was failing. Leo approached cautiously. The stone pulsed urgently in his pocket. He pulled it out, and its warm light pushed back the encroaching gray mist, causing it to recoil with a faint hiss. Hope flickered in Grimbark's dark eyes. Leo knelt by the cluster of dying orbs. As he brought his heartstone closer, the veins within it flared brighter, and the nearest orb responded with a faint pulse of its own light. The gray mist retreated further. "It needs the stone, doesn't it?" Leo whispered. "Or something the stone has." He placed his warm stone gently beside the cluster. Immediately a stronger pulse of light emanated from it, washing over the orbs. One, the closest, brightened noticeably, its pearlescent sheen returning. But the gray mist, as if angered, swirled more violently from the cracks, thickening and lashing out. It stung Leo's hand with a cold burn when it got too close. Grimbark rumbled a warning. He placed his large, bark-covered hand protectively over Leo's head, shielding him. The mist couldn't touch Grimbark directly. It recoiled from his ancient bark as if repelled. But it could harm Leo. The Guardian couldn't reach the Heartstone cluster without Leo being exposed. Leo understood the challenge. The mist was drawn to the fading life like carrion crows. His Heartstone could strengthen the orbs, pushing the mist back, but he needed to get it closer to the core, the source of the mist deep within the cracked stone. He needed to mend the cracks, somehow seal the breach where the grayness seeped in. And he needed to do it while Grimbark shielded him from the mist's chilling touch. Grimbark, Leo said, his voice steadier now, fueled by the stone's warmth and the Guardian's silent strength. Keep the mist off me. I need to reach the cracks. He pointed to the fissures in the flat stone. Grimbark gave a determined nod, positioning his massive bulk between Leo and the worst of the swirling grayness, his shadow-wood form absorbing the chilling tendrils that lashed out. Taking a deep breath, Leo focused on the Heartstone. He pressed it against the largest crack in the flat stone. The gray mist hissed violently, surging towards his hand. Grimbark grunted, shifting to intercept it, taking the stinging cold onto his bark-armored shoulder. The Heartstone blazed. Leo poured his will into it, thinking of the vibrant meadow, the singing air, the kind, sorrowful eyes of his unlikely friend. Mend. Heal. Be strong. A warm, golden light, different from the stone's usual silver blue, seeped from the Heartstone into the crack. It flowed like liquid sunlight, chasing the gray mist, filling the fissure. The stone beneath Leo's hand grew warmer, almost alive. He moved to the next crack, then the next. Each time the mist fought back, forcing Grimbark to intercept, his groans deepening as the cold took its toll. Leo saw patches of Grimbark's bark darken and wither where the mist struck repeatedly. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead despite the chill. The effort was draining him. The Heartstone felt heavier, its light flickering slightly. One stubborn crack remained, wider than the others, spewing thick tendrils of mist. Grimbark was tiring, his movements slower. A particularly vicious lash of mist slipped past his guard, striking Leo's wrist. Icy pain shot up his arm, making him gasp and nearly drop the stone. No. Leo gritted his teeth, clutching the stone tighter. He thought of Grimbark shielding him, of the meadow's fading song, of the connection he felt, not just to the stone, but to this hidden world and its guardian. This wasn't just about fixing a stone, it was about healing a bond. He poured every ounce of his determination, his newfound friendship, his courage into the Heartstone. Be whole. He slammed the stone down onto the final crack. A silent explosion of pure, golden light erupted from the point of contact. It flooded the depression, washing over the cluster of orbs, surging through the veins of the flat stone, and blasting the gray mist into nothingness. The light surged upwards, a radiant column piercing the hidden canopy. The harmonious thrumming returned, stronger and sweeter than before, vibrating through the earth and air. The grasses around them blazed back to life, their blues and violets deeper, richer, shimmering with renewed vigor. The pearlescent orbs on the cluster pulsed with steady, brilliant light. Grimbark staggered back, not in pain, but in awe. The dark patches on his bark faded, replaced by a healthy, deep brown sheen. The vines twined around his antlers glowed brightly. He looked down at Leo, his obsidian eyes filled with profound gratitude and relief. He rumbled, a sound like deep, contented thunder, and gently nudged Leo's shoulder with his massive head. Thank you. Leo slumped, exhausted but exhilarated. The heartstone lay on the mended flat stone, its light now soft and steady, intertwined with the glow of the meadow's heart. He reached for it, but as his fingers touched the warm surface, he felt a shift. The stone wasn't just his anymore. It was part of this place, part of the pulse thrumming beneath his feet. He understood the final choice. Keeping it would dim this light again. This world needed its heart whole. He looked up at Grimbark. "It belongs here," Leo said softly, his voice thick with emotion but clear. "With you, with the meadow." Grimbark rumbled softly, a question in the sound. "You are sure?" Leo nodded. He gently pushed the heartstone deeper into the cluster of orbs, nestling it among them. As he did, the combined light flared once, warmly, then settled into a harmonious, unified glow. The meadow felt complete, vibrant, and deeply peaceful. The connection Leo felt didn't vanish. It deepened, becoming a gentle awareness in his own chest, a quiet warmth that had nothing to do with holding a stone. Grimbark lowered himself, offering his broad, bark-covered back. Leo climbed on, holding onto the thick vines around the guardian's neck. They moved back through the meadow, now radiantly alive. The hawthorn tree shone like a beacon, its orbs pulsing in time with the meadow's heart. Fireflies danced in joyous spirals. At the edge of the hidden clearing, where the ordinary forest began, Grimbark stopped. He carefully lowered Leo to the ground. The air shimmered faintly, marking the boundary between worlds. Grimbark placed one large, gentle hand on Leo's head. The touch was rough but incredibly tender. He rumbled a farewell layered with promises. "Remember, you are welcome, friend." Then he turned and melted back into the luminous embrace of moonlit meadow, his form blending with the shadows and light until only the vibrant glow of the hidden world remained. Leo stepped back into the familiar forest. The air was crisp autumn again, smelling of damp leaves and pine. The moon cast its ordinary silver light through the branches. He looked back. The entrance to moonlit meadow was gone, hidden once more. But in his pocket, where the stone had been, he found a single, perfect hawthorn leaf, glowing with a soft, internal silver light for just a moment before fading to ordinary green. And deep within his chest the gentle warmth remained, a quiet echo of the meadow's song, a constant reminder of the bond forged and the world saved. He walked home slowly, the crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. The cottage windows glowed with welcoming light. As he slipped inside, the grandfather clock chimed 9 soft notes. It felt impossible, an entire journey in a single hour. He climbed the stairs to his room, the hawthorn leaf safe in his hand. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the moonlight touched it. Leo no longer felt the lonely ache that sometimes crept in. He felt connected. To the ancient forest beyond his window, to the hidden world within it, to the gentle giant who guarded its heart. He knew the path to moonlit meadow might not always open for him, but its light, its song, and the memory of Grimbark's grateful eyes were woven into him now, a part of his own heart. As he drifted off to sleep, the comforting warmth pulsed softly within him, a lullaby sung by roots and starlight, promising that even in the quietest moments, magic and friendship were never truly far away. The world outside his window held hidden wonders, and he, Leo, belonged to them just as they belonged to him. The last thought that fluttered through his mind before sleep claimed him was the deep, resonant rumble of a friend, a sound like stones shifting in a riverbed, settling into peace. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Mossglen Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Mossglen Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps, Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion, a small, plump rabbit with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Leela. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The well of whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. In the velvety folds of twilight, where fireflies scribble secrets in the air, there existed a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths curled like cinnamon sticks around cottages with roofs of woven willow branches, each chimney puffing spirals of smoke that smelled of burnt sugar and pine needles. Here lived a hedgehog baker named Thimblewick, whose quills perpetually glittered with flour dust, and whose greatest treasure was a copper whisk that hummed show tunes when it stirred batter. One dewy morning, as Thimblewick balanced a tray of lavender shortbread on his snout, his dearest friend Hazel, a squirrel with a penchant for mismatched socks and a hat that sprouted silk daisies when she laughed, burst through the bakery door. "The stars are vanishing," she squeaked, her tail twitching like a windsock in a storm. Last night Orion's belt turned into suspenders, and the Big Dipper's become a teeny teaspoon. True enough, that evening the sky yawned emptily above Willowbrook. The moon, usually plump and pearlescent, sagged like a deflated balloon, her light dimming to a sorrowful gray. Without starlight, the village's enchanted sunflowers began snoozing through breakfast, the river's song dwindled to a grumpy mutter, and worst of all, Thimblewick's raspberry tarts lost their signature fluff. "We must consult the Glimmerroot Forest's wisest creature," declared Hazel, adjusting her hat, now sprouting anxious thistles. So off they trundled, past meadows where sheep shaped like teapots grazed, and through groves where trees whispered gossip in rustling verse. Deep in the forest they found Brambleclaw, a badger with a monocle made of ice and a cloak patched from maps of forgotten realms. Ah, rumbled Brambleclaw, studying the sky through his monocle, which fogged ominously. The Starweaver's spun herself into a tizzy, knitted too many nebulas and forgotten to mend the constellations. She's trapped in her celestial yarn barn, buried under skeins of stardust. He tapped a claw on his atlas cloak, where a tiny comet zipped across Antarctica. But fear not, the luminous lullaby, a tune spun from spider silk and thunder's purr, can calm her frenzy. You'll find it in the cave of echoing hums, though mind the gloomgluppers. Gloomgluppers. Thimblewick squeaked, nearly dropping his whisk. Pesky critters who slurp up laughter, Brambleclaw said gravely. But carry a pocketful of pickle peels, they detest the smell. Armed with pickled radish rinds and Hazel's harmonica, which played chords in the shape of butterflies, the pair ventured onward. The cave of echoing hums loomed ahead, its entrance fringed with bioluminescent ferns that chimed when brushed. Inside, walls glittered with embedded crystals that pulsed like sleepy hearts, and the air thrummed with the deep, velvety vibrations of the earth itself. Listen, Hazel whispered. A melody twined through the cave, a lullaby that smelled of fresh linen and lullabies, its notes visible as silver threads in the air. But as Thimblewick reached to pluck a thread, gurgling laughter erupted. From shadows oozed gloomgluppers, ink-blot creatures with too many teeth and vacuum cleaner snouts. Hazel blew her harmonica fiercely, sending neon music butterflies fluttering. Thimblewick waved pickle pails like a sword, the sharp vinegar scent making gloomgluppers recoil and melt into puddles of shadowy marmalade. Snatching the luminous lullaby's threads, they fled, the cave's crystals cheering them on with prismatic winks. Atop Starweaver's mountain, which was really just her very cluttered yarn barn floating on a cloud, they found the cosmic alpaca in spectacular disarray. Her hooves were tangled in galaxies, her knitting needles click-clacking furiously as she darned a black hole. Too many supernovas, not enough mittens, she bleated, her fur crackling with static. Hazel played the luminous lullaby on her harmonica, while Thimblewick gently untangled the Starweaver, using his whisk to re-roll balls of superstring. As the melody soothed her, the alpaca sighed, "Bless your button noses," and reshaped the stars with swift, loving loops, reforging Orion's belt, plumping the Big Dipper, and adding a new constellation, a hedgehog and squirrel riding a radish-shaped rocket. Back in Willowbrook, the sky blazed with restored splendor. The moon chuckled, her light buttering the village in gold, while sunflowers stretched awake, petals unfurling like sunshades. To celebrate, Thimblewick baked a towering cake iced with comet cream, and Hazel organized a sock hop under the twinkle of their new constellation. But the finest moment came when Brambleclaw arrived, lugging a phonograph that played the luminous lullaby. As villagers danced, the gloomglipper puddles, now docile as puddles should be, bubbled joyfully, their inkai surfaces reflecting the stars above, a reminder that even gloom can sparkle when sprinkled with pickle peels and friendship. And so, nestled in their quilts of clover down, Willowbrook's children drifted to sleep that night, lulled by the rhythm of contented hedgehog snores and the gentle click-clack of Starweaver's needles, stitching new dreams into the cosmos, one cheerful stitch at a time. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder, as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. "Nonsense," her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leela's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leela followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the whispering lantern. We've been expecting you." Leela blinked. "Expecting me?" "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leela's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leela's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. "The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the emberstone. The journey begins." Leela agreed to help, joined by Bramble the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leela stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leela closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leela glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leela saw Sorrel staring at a tree, showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leela knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave, dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. "Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache." The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. "You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this." She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. "Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together." The shade recoiled, its form fraying. No one ever stayed, no one cared. "I care," Leela said gently. "Let me help you carry the loneliness." A tear slipped down the shade's Inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the emberstone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the emberstone. "Plant it where your world needs warmth," she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue, the light that remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, "The truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away." And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and mist clung like silver lace to fern-carpeted hollows, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew luminous underfoot, releasing soft green light with every step, and the air hummed with the secret songs of seasons past. Among them was a young fox named Rowan, whose russet fur held flecks of amber that glowed when moonlight filtered through the canopy. Rowan's dearest friend was Pip, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops that never dried, each bead holding a tiny rainbow. Their days were spent in gentle rhythm, sipping nectar from twilight blossoms, listening to elder trees recount stories in creaking sighs, and watching the dance of the petals, where spring's first blooms pirouetted on breezes woven by the wind sprites. All harmony flowed from the heartstone, a crystal embedded in the oldest oak, pulsing with the forest's lifeblood. It was guarded by Master Elm, a tortoise whose shell bore etched runes of forgotten storms, and whose voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a brook. Balance, he would murmur to Rowan as they basked in sun-dappled clearings, is the breath between seasons. When autumn's chill kisses summer's warmth, when winter's silence cradles spring's song, that is where magic lives. But one year, as the equinox neared, unease stirred. The air grew listless, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves, yet devoid of autumn's crispness. The hearthstone dimmed, its light flickering weakly. Maple leaves, usually ablaze with crimson and gold, hung dull and brittle. Worse still, the wind sprites grew sluggish, their breezes faltering mid-dance, causing petals to wilt unnaturally. Pip trembled as dewdrops evaporated from her quills, leaving them dull. "The seasons are unraveling," she whispered, her nose twitching at the stagnant air. Rowan sought Master Elm, finding him beneath the great oak, his eyes clouded with concern. "The hearthstone weakens," Elm sighed. "Long ago, when I was but a hatchling, such imbalance came. It was the work of the shadow moss, a creeping blight born of forgotten sorrows. It chokes the roots of joy." He nudged a withered bluebell with his snout. "To heal it, we must gather 3 essences, the sigh of autumn's first frost, the tear of a grateful stream, and the hum of the hibernation song. But they must be collected before the moon wanes, or the forest will sleep forever." So Rowan and Pip embarked at dawn, their path lit by anxious fireflies. First they climbed Mossback Ridge, where silver birches shivered in the unnaturally warm air. "The sigh of frost lives in the highest cave," Pip recalled, her tiny legs straining. Inside, the cavern glittered with ice crystals, but instead of frost, they found only damp stone. A family of field mice huddled there, shivering despite the warmth. "The frost spirit hides," squeaked the eldest mouse. "She grieves for her sister, the summer dew, faded too soon." Rowan's amber fur glowed softly as he nuzzled the mice. "Grief shared is halved," he said gently, repeating Elm's wisdom. Together they sang the lullaby of partings, a melody passed down by star-nosed moles. As their voices rose, a tapestry of cheer-ups, hums, and sighs, the frost spirit emerged, a wisp of shimmering cold. She wept one crystalline tear onto Rowan's paw. "Thank you," she breathed, her voice like cracking ice. "You remembered us." Next they journeyed to the thirsty river, once a laughing ribbon of water, now reduced to a muddy trickle. Catfish gasped in shallow pools, their scales dusty. The tear of gratitude, Pip said, comes when water remembers its purpose. But the river spirit, a luminous carp named Ripple, surfaced listlessly. Why be grateful, she gurgled. I fade and none notice. Rowan padded to the riverbank, digging a channel with his paws while Pip gathered fallen acorns. Every drop carries life, he urged, recalling how Elm had taught him that streams sing stories to the sea. Creatures gathered, frogs croaked encouragement, beavers dammed side channels to redirect flow, and spiders spun dew-laden webs to catch morning mist. As the water deepened, Ripple's scales brightened. With a joyful leap, she shed a single iridescent tear into Pip's quills. You showed me my song matters, she bubbled. Lastly, they ventured into the hollow of slumber, where bears and badgers should have been dreaming deeply. Instead, restless grumbles echoed. The hum of the hibernation song, usually woven by earthworms deep below, had gone silent. A badger named Bramble shuffled forward, eyes bleary. The worms are frightened, he yawned. They feel the shadow moss gnawing at their tunnels. Pip curled into a spiky ball and rolled gently down a slope, her dewdrops scattering like tiny bells. Listen, she urged. Even in darkness there is music. Rowan joined, humming the root song Elm had taught him, a low, steady vibration that resonated through the soil. One by one, creatures added their voices. Owls hooted countermelodies, moles drummed with their claws, and even the wind sprites, drawn by the commotion, sighed harmonies. Deep below, the worms stirred, their soft hum rising to meet the chorus. As the song swelled, the shadow moss recoiled, dissolving into harmless vapor. With the three essences gathered, Rowan and Pip raced back as the moon thinned. At the Hearthstone, Master Elm smiled. Rowan placed the frost sigh upon the crystal, Pip added the river tear, and together they hummed the hibernation tune. Light exploded, not harsh, but warm and golden, like dawn after a long night. Autumn's chill rushed in, setting maples aflame with color. The river surged, clear and singing, and creatures sighed into contented sleep. Under a canopy of stars, Elm nodded to the young heroes. You learn the greatest magic, that balance is kept not by one but by all, through kindness, memory, and shared breath. As Rowan and Pip curled beneath the oak, the first true frost painted the grass in diamonds, and the wind sprites wove a blanket of warm breezes. The forest sighed a sound of deep contentment, and in that sigh lay an eternal promise. As long as creatures remembered to listen, to share, and to sing, the magic would endure. And so, cradled by ancient wisdom, the whispering woods slept, harmonious once more. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. Lost little wanderer, it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night. The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue-still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, The creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny, twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself, he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together. He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep. Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. But how do we keep this balance, Berwin? Through respect and care, my dear, Berwin replied. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night, for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony. Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. It was the violets in their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places. And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself.